You are listening to Salty Cowboy, a Cooper family novel, Sweetwater Falls Farm Romance, Book 4, written by Elena Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Chapter 16. Jed pressed the nail gun to the last of the shingles, and it went pop, 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 and the job was done. He stood straight and groaned as his back made the same noise as the nail gun just had. Easton so owed him for this. He cleaned up, sweeping debris over the lip of the roof and onto the tarp below. He'd be able to gather it all up and dump it in their community dumpster easier that way. He reattached the rain gutters, then finally folded the ladder and put it in the back of his truck. Dusk had started to cover Texas, and Jed had been putting in long hours in the past couple of weeks since returning from San Antonio. He had nothing to complain about, however, because he now saw his girlfriend each and every day. He hadn't run into Cherry yet today, but he figured he'd see her waiting on his front steps. If they didn't have plans, that was usually where he found her. Once or twice he'd gone out to her new place in Shorttail, but with calving happening and all the other work he had around the farm, she usually came to him. She hadn't started a new job yet, and she'd gotten a little glassy-eyed when he'd asked her about it last night. "You've had 2 interviews with the city," he said. "You'll get the clerk job." Probably not until after the holidays, which stressed her out, but Jed felt certain she'd get that job. Then she'd have to work some evenings, and he wouldn't get to see her sitting on his steps. "You can go to her," he said, bending to pick up the tarp with the minor debris from the reshingling of his brother's cabin. With all of that cleaned up, Jed headed over to the equipment shed where they kept the ATVs. He was on the field check that evening, and Chris had put double-duty headlamps on one of their machines so they could see in the dark. He noticed an extra black car parked out front when he pulled in, and he grinned for all he was worth as Cherry straightened from her sleek sedan. She wore her hair back and up, revealing that gorgeous neck and those ears he loved to kiss. "Hello, beautiful lady," he said, plenty of flirtatiousness in his voice. "What are you doing here?" "Chris said you were on the evening field check," she said, coming around the front of her car. She leaned her palms into him and tipped up to kiss him. Jed kissed her back, but he didn't take her into his arms and kiss her. He still had work to do today, and if he was lucky, he could get her to come with him. "I figured sitting on your steps would be a waste of my time tonight." She smiled at him, and Jed regretted the tame kiss. "It would," he said. "I should have texted you. I figured I'd be out and back in no time." He nodded toward the souped-up ATV. "Do you want to go for a ride?" "In the dark?" She eyed the machine like it might tip her off the back of it on purpose. "Sure," Jed said. "Fish comes all the time." In fact, his dog trotted out of the equipment shed in that moment, his brother not far behind. "Hey, Chris," Jed called. He bent down to scratch the black lab's ears as he said, "Hey, Fishy, did you find Chris to bother this afternoon while I was on the roof?" The dog just grinned up at him, and he turned to his brother, who was doing the same. They hugged, and then Chris stood next to Cherry and grinned at her. Jed didn't introduce them, because they'd met loads of times in the past. His heartbeat did thump strangely, and he wasn't sure why. "Did Jed invite you to our Christmas Eve dinner?" Chris asked. "Oh, right, that was why." Jed's adrenaline spiked, and he blinked past all the whiteness in his vision. Cherry came back into focus, and she'd cocked one sexy hip at him. "No," she said. "He hasn't mentioned it." "Yes," he said quickly, shooting his brother a look that Chris absorbed easily. "I did. I said I wanted you to come, but I didn't know all the details." "Christmas Eve," Chris said. 5 o'clock is when Mama brings out the first appetizer. It's just a parade of food and gifts from there." Cherry nodded to Chris and looked at Jed. Seems like he knows the details.
Mama texted us this morning, he said. I was knee-deep in the corrals, and then I've been on Easton's roof all afternoon.
He gestured to his black lab, who'd laid on his cowboy boots and panted.
Ask Fish.
Fish did have to come find me this afternoon, Chris said. Do I need to bring anything? Cherry asked.
Mama won't let you serve it if you do,
Jed said, smiling. He couldn't believe he was bringing a woman home for Christmas. Panic struck him like a rattlesnake.
Do you want to meet my mama and daddy before the party?
How big will the party be? She asked.
Just us,
Jed said, stepping in front of Chris and taking Cherry by the shoulders.
Me and you and Fish, Chris and Deb and the twins, and Easton.
He's not bringing a date? Cherry looked at Jed openly, and he could see all the way into her very core. She was good and gorgeous, and genuinely concerned about others.
I doubt it, Jed said. He's not seeing anyone.
He might bring Jenny Lynn, Chris said from behind him.
I think he was waiting to see if you were bringing Cherry.
Jed twisted to look at Chris, irritated he was still standing there.
Great, he said. Don't you...
So you should probably text him your plans, Chris said. Jed blinked and growled.
Thanks, Daddy.
He stepped away from Cherry to face his brother.
I've never had to text Easton my plans.
Things are different now, Chris said. He searched Jed's face, and he must have seen the dangerous glint in his eyes because he backed up. Finally.
Come on, Fish. Your daddy's going out on the ATV, and the back seat is full.
Fish looked up at Jed, who couldn't stop his smile.
He's right, bud. Cherry's coming with me tonight.
I don't want to take his seat, Cherry said, slipping her fingers into Jed's. He squeezed her hand and barely tilted his head toward her without taking his eyes from the canines.
He's a dog.
He's your best friend.
Not tonight.
He looked at her fully.
Do you want to sit here while I take Fish out to check the herd?
She smiled at him. No, sir.
Then why are you arguing with me?
I don't know, she said. It's fun.
Come on, Fish,
Chris said, and he sounded dangerously close to laughing. Jed glared at him, and that only made the first chuckle come out of his brother's mouth.
Go on,
he said to the dog, who got hesitantly to his feet.
I'll see you at home. Thanks, Chris.
Yep. His brother walked away, and Fish followed him, looking back once. He's so sad he can't go, Cherry said.
Again, he's a dog.
Jed indicated the ATV.
I'll give him lots of belly rubs tonight, and he'll be fine.
She giggled and waited for him to swing his leg over first. As she balanced her hands on his shoulders and dropped onto the seat behind him, shivers ran down Jed's arms. Is that what you do? She asked. Give belly rubs to make up for things?
For Fish, he said.
What about me? She asked.
What about you?
If you had to make something up to me, what would you do? Jed started up the ATV, the loud engine drowning out all other sound. She leaned closer to him, pressing into his back.
I don't know, he said over his shoulder. What should I do?
In the past, when Cherry had put him in the doghouse, he'd gone to her and apologized. He'd used the mouth she said she didn't like, and he talked, and then he kissed her. That had worked so far. I like flowers, she said into his ear. He grinned and got the ATV moving. They'd roam through the fields and check for cows in labor. He'd already been praying there wouldn't be any, but he sent up another silent plea.
What kind of flowers?
He asked as they got beyond the equipment shed. The ATV would cut through the quiet out here, and Jed normally didn't mind it. Tonight it made talking to Cherry harder. I love the amaryllis, she said, but that's not usually what someone gives to someone else. I loved growing them in pots in San Antonio."
"Roses?"
he guessed. "I guess," she said, which meant no in Cherry speak.
"Not roses,"
Jed said, scanning both sides of the dirt path he drove down.
"Lilies? Daffodils? Tulips?"
"I do like tulips," she said, and she leaned away from him, this conversation clearly over. Jed drove through the fields, didn't see anything alarming, and returned to the equipment shed. His stomach roared at him, but he didn't want to cook tonight. In a burst of exhaustion and without thinking, he asked,
"Do you want to head over to my mama's and see if she has anything to eat?"
Cherry looked at him, and under the orange glow from the lights on the outside of the equipment building, she looked stunned by alien light. "Your mama's?"
"I should take you to meet them officially before next week,"
he said, lacing his hand through hers.
"And I'm starving and don't want to cook."
He grinned at her, hoping his boyish innocence would win him some points. "How do you know she's cooked?"
"She always does,"
he said. Something Jed couldn't quite place crossed Cherry's face. She looked away and said, "Must be nice." He recognized the hurt in those words, and he said,
"Cher,"
gripping her fingers so she couldn't get too far from him.
"I'm sorry."
He didn't know what else to say, and so he simply said,
"I'm trying to come up with something to say to help you feel better about your mama. I know she's a good cook."
When she tugged her hand away, he let her go. She turned and walked away slowly, tucking her hands into her back pockets. "Do you ever just look at the sky and wonder why life isn't fair?"
"Yes."
He followed her, but because he knew Cherry, he didn't try to touch her.
"I mean, not every night or anything, but sometimes."
"Yeah," she said, "sometimes." She faced him again, everything wide open on her face. "I'm not bad in the kitchen, but I'm not great either."
"Yes, you are," he said. "I've tasted the food and desserts you've made."
"Not as good as your mama."
"Who cares?" he asked,
finally feeling brave enough to reach out and touch her.
"Mama would love to meet you, and we can spend more time together."
"I've met your mother," she said, smiling at him.
"Not since you've been mine," he said.
Her eyes widened, and she faced him fully. "Is that what I am, yours?" Jed swallowed hard, because he wasn't sure if the glint was a weird play of the orange light, danger, or simply interest. He shrugged like he didn't care one way or the other, but he did. Oh, he did.
"I don't own you," he said quietly. "But I'd say, Mama, this is the beautiful Cherry Cooper, my girlfriend. Not like a girlfriend or something like that."
"You could say the woman I'm dating." Annoyance touched Jed's heart.
"Yeah," he said, his voice turning hard. "I could. What do you want me to say?"
Cherry took a step back. "I don't care."
"Seems like you do."
He folded his arms and glared at her, his hunger multiplying with this wretched conversation. She blinked, and then she moved right into his personal space. "Don't go all salty on me, Jed," she said, pulling his arms apart and down out of the fold. He could have resisted her if he wanted to, but he didn't. "I was just asking."
"Is it wrong of me to think of you as mine?" he challenged. "Because I do, Cherry. I like you."
He cleared his throat and swallowed down the other L word. She wasn't ready to hear it, and Jed couldn't believe it had popped into his head at all.
"I like you a lot. I like seeing you every day, and I like thinking about you, and I sure do like holding your hand and kissing you and riding around the fields in the dark with you. So I need to know if it's okay if I think of you as mine."
She searched his face only inches from him. "If I'm yours, can you be mine?" she asked.
"Yes," he said simply.
"Do you want me, Jed?" She wasn't teasing him. She didn't cock her head and bat her eyelashes. She'd just asked, and she sure seemed serious.
Yes,
he said again. She closed the distance between them in a breath of time, and Jed did take her into his arms this time. He kissed her like he meant to kiss her, and he hoped he was interpreting her actions correctly as she kissed him back. Cherry might never tell him the same thing, that she wanted him, but he could feel it in her fingertips as they moved around his ears and into his hair, in the way she kissed him back and the way she pressed into him, getting as close as she could.
"Come on,"
he finally said, his voice rough and ragged.
"Let's go meet my parents."
Christmas Eve came in the blink of an eye. Jed and his brothers had agreed to skeleton chores around the farm for the next several days, which meant minimal feeding, watering, and checking on the pregnant cows. That was it. So he'd slept late for the first time since being in San Antonio with Cherry, and he only got up when she rang his doorbell. She entered his cabin with a big container of bagels and 3 flavors of cream cheese, all of which went really well with her cherry chapstick. Jed tucked in his shirt now, having just showered in anticipation of his family party. It began in about a half hour, and he needed to leave to pick up Cherry. He slid his belt buckle into place, grabbed his hat from the bathroom counter, and looked into his own eyes.
"You look decent,"
he told himself, and then he left the cabin. At Cherry's, he didn't even make it to the porch before she opened the door and stepped out. She looked far more than decent. She looked phenomenal. She wore a dark red dress that went to her elbows and fell to her knees and looked like it could be silk or some colored water for how easily it moved.
"Wow,"
he said, whistling in the next moment. She turned and posed for him, holding up the bottle of apple cider as if it was a monumental award she'd won.
"Don't you look festive?"
He slid his hand along her hip and around to her back.
"I'm just wearing jeans."
"I wouldn't expect anything less," she said.
"You decided to bring the apple cider."
"It's the peach kind," she said, dropping her eyes to it. "I don't know how to show up empty-handed." Jed grinned at her and leaned down to kiss her. She stopped him with, "Don't you dare mess up my makeup, Jed Forrester."
"A little Christmas Eve kiss,"
he whispered before matching his mouth to hers. He didn't go too fast or too far, and he pulled away with her dark pink lips still perfectly lined and colored. "Not a single smudge," he said, wiping his thumb down the side of her mouth. She checked in the mirror in his truck anyway, something Jed simply smiled about. So much about Cherry made him smile, and when she crossed her legs and looked at him, he looked right on back.
"What?"
he asked. "Do you have any other secrets?" she asked.
"Sure," he said. "You should know I want about 100 animals. I can't say no if there's a dog who needs help. It's why Daddy banned me from going to town when I was 17.
He chuckled at the memory.
"I used to bring home a few dogs every time because I couldn't not go by the animal shelter and then I couldn't leave them there."
"Wow," she said, her smile bright and glorious. "So, a lot of dogs. You just have fish right now."
"I rarely go to town," he said, "even now."
"Even now?"
"Yep."
"Who gets your groceries?"
"I go up in Beeville," he said. "It's almost the same distance, and there's no animal shelter."
He flashed her a smile, but Cherry was still blinking her way through what he'd said. He chuckled, and as he got back on the road that would take them back to Forrester Farms, he said,
"I told you it wouldn't be a problem if we didn't have kids. We'll just have horses, dogs, cats, and ponies."
"Horses and ponies are the same thing," she said.
"Oh, no, they're not," he said, shaking his head.
"At least you included cats," she said. He chuckled again, and Cherry put her hand in his. When they arrived at his Mama and Daddy's house, Jed eyed the front door. No one came out on the porch here. "It's just dinner," he said. Last week, when he'd brought her here to meet his parents as his official girlfriend, they'd eaten alone after the introductions. His parents had been their usual selves, quiet and normal. His mama never pushed him too much. His daddy had retired from the farm, which meant he was much less harsh than he'd been when Jed was growing up. He happily mowed his lawn now and put in a big garden in the spring, and he'd entered the pumpkin contest this year with a gourd that weighed 545 pounds. He hadn't won, as Hank Willis down the road even further had taken the prize with a whopping 610-pounder. Daddy was already scheming how to grow a bigger pumpkin next year. "All right," he said with a sigh, but Cherry's fingers in his tightened. "Will you come to my house tomorrow?" she asked. Jed swung his attention back to her. "For Christmas Day?" "Yeah," she said, smiling. "Tomorrow's Christmas Day, Jed." He grinned too, his smile spreading slowly across his face. "Your house or your mama's house?" "My mama's," she said. "We're having a big family lunch about noon. It'll be so loud and noisy with everyone there. My uncle is bringing his family from the Dallas area, but I want you there." Everything inside Jed softened when she said those words, and he leaned toward her and touched his lips to hers. "Then I'll be there." "Thank you." "I just want it noted for the official record that you invited me to your holiday family party far later than I invited you." "You barely invited me at all," she said. "Chris mentioned it." "I mentioned it," Jed said, shaking his head. "I can't help it if you don't listen when I talk." He turned and started getting out of the truck. "I listen when you talk," she called after him, and she stayed put until he came around and opened her door for her. She twisted her knees to face him, one heeled foot reaching for the runner on his truck. She didn't scoot forward, though, and Jed looked up the length of her leg to her face, heat building in him with every inch of her. "I noted it for the official record," she said. It was a clear concession, and Jed nodded to her in all seriousness. "Thank you," he said. She slid to the ground then, and Jed put his hand in hers again. They entered the farmhouse together, and it happened to be when everyone in his family burst into laughter about something. "Ah, Jed's here," Daddy said, and he came to greet them. "Howdy, son. Howdy, Miss Cherry." "Hey, Daddy." Jed hugged his father and added, "Merry Christmas." "Yes, Merry Christmas," Daddy said. He hugged Cherry, too, while Jed nodded to Easton and Chris. His older brother hadn't brought a date, and for some reason that made Jed relax a little bit. He wasn't sure why, other than Easton had tried a relationship with Jenny Lynn Dennis several times, and it never worked between them. He supposed one might be able to say that about him and Cherry, but he dismissed the idea. They'd broken up once, not 4 times. After introductions had gone around, Mama said, all right, everyone sit somewhere." She ducked behind the temporary curtain she'd hung down the middle of the kitchen, separating the dining room table from the island and appliances. "She doesn't tell you the menu?" Cherry asked. "Never," Jed said. "It's a surprise, marched out one dish at a time." He looked at Cherry and raised his eyebrows. "Couch or dining room chair?" he asked as the twins yelled and ran for their booster seats, which Chris or Deb had attached to kitchen chairs. "I don't want to try to eat from a couch," she said. "I'll spill on my dress." She looked down at herself as if to make sure she wore the dress she'd wanted to. "Table, then," he said, and they joined Chris, Deb, and Daddy at the table. "Everyone's at the table?" Easton asked, sounding totally put out. "Fine, I'll come sit in there." He heaved himself out of the recliner in the living room like it was a great chore. "You can sit wherever you'd like, dear," Mama said as she ducked around the curtain, and Jed grinned first at her and then Easton. A less mature version of himself probably would have added, "Yeah," in the past, but tonight Jed said nothing. She turned back to the stove, went around the curtain, and added, "I'm almost ready for the first appetizer." Cherry met his eyes, her eyebrows going up. Jed put his hand on her knee under the table, and he watched as Mama came into the sectioned dining area, a huge platter in her hands. "Eggs!" one of the twins yelled, and Jed laughed at his enthusiasm. "Nana loved devil-wooded eggs," Drake added. He banged his spoon on the table, and Deb plucked it from his hand. "You don't need a spoon to eat a deviled egg," she said. "Deviled, Bud," Chris said. "Just deviled." His mother put the platter on the table, and Jed let the twins go first. They clearly wanted the treat more than anyone else. "I'll take one," Cherry said with sophistication, and he let her put one half of one egg on her plate. He took 4 and passed the platter to Chris. "Apricot kielbasa," his mom said before the platter had even gone to Deb. "Oh my goodness," Cherry said. "That looks divine." "It's pretty divine," Jed agreed. "It's fried sausage with apricot preserves and Dijon mustard. My mama makes the preserves herself." Cherry took plenty of that, and she moaned at her first bite. "Christmas tree veggie tray," Mama announced, and she set a big tray of vegetables that she'd arranged into a Christmas tree. Broccoli made most of the tree, with red and yellow peppers as the strings of lights, and bits of cauliflower and cherry tomatoes for bulbs. "I like these sugar peas," Jed said, snatching a couple from the branches of the tree. They made it look like the Christmas tree shape, what with their pointed ends, and he took a lot of the ranch dip, too. "Mama makes this from scratch, too." "This is so cute," Cherry said. "Jed, put those peas back so I can get a picture for my mama." She reached to take the peas from his plate while he still spooned dip onto it, and he watched as she rearranged them, then stood to snap a picture. She looked at it with adoration on her face, and Chris elbowed him. "Ow," Jed said, swinging his head toward Chris. "What was that for?" "You're salivating over her," he said under his breath. "No, I'm not." He glanced over to Easton, who watched him too. Daddy was too busy with the apricot kielbasa to notice Jed. "She took my sugar snap peas." He reached for them again and told himself not to stare at Cherry any more. Easier said than done, but he felt like he did a decent job as Mama kept bringing out food. She brought the main dishes one right after the other until the table groaned with candied ham, mashed potatoes, country gravy, roasted corn pudding, green bean casserole, and his favorite, roasted carrots and Brussels sprouts. "I didn't know you ate vegetables," Cherry said as he piled his plate high with them. He scoffed and handed the pan to Chris. "I do if they're good," he said. "Or someone else makes them for him," Easton said. "Like you're roasting veggies at your house," Jed said, stabbing a half of a sprout. It was sweet and tangy from the glaze, and he over-exaggerated how much he liked it. "Now don't fill up on veggies," Mama said. "There's plenty of desserts to come." Jed grinned at her because he had room for anything else she might bring out. He checked on Cherry to make sure she had what she needed. She leaned closer, so he did too, and she said, "I'm not sure I've ever heard a mother say not to fill up on veggies." He chortled, then burst out laughing, which he knew was far too loud for this intimate Christmas meal. "Sorry," he said as Daddy gave him a glare. "My goodness," Mama said from her spot right next to Cherry. "She must be someone special to get you to laugh like that." "Ma," Jed said, at the same time Cherry said, "I'm sitting right here." Jed looked from her to his mother, his heart firing at him hard. He swallowed quickly and said,
"She is someone special, Mama, and it has nothing to do with making me laugh."
"Sorry," Cherry murmured, her eyes falling to her plate where she pushed her food around with her fork. "I didn't mean anything," Mama said, blinking at Jed and then focusing on Cherry. "I'm sorry, dear." She covered Cherry's hand with hers, and that got Cherry to look up. Mama offered her a sweet smile, and Cherry gave a soft one in return. "I'm just not used to being called special, ma'am." Jed put his hand on her knee again and squeezed, hoping she got the message. She was special to him. She absolutely was. Chapter 17. Will Cooper paused outside his front door and took a deep breath, way in through his stomach, the way his therapist had taught him. He exhaled, keeping his mouth closed. Again he breathed, shedding the cares of the day. It didn't matter that 4 dairy deliveries had gone out late today. Another breath, and this time he blew the air out through his mouth in a long, controlled exhale. It didn't matter how much work he had to do tomorrow before dawn. He'd get up and he'd do it. It didn't matter that once that work finished, he then needed to run to his wife's shop and help her get closed up for a couple of days. He loved working with Gretchen, and then tomorrow night they'd go collect her daddy from his house in Shorttail, and along with her aunt, they'd celebrate a new year together with his family at the big white farmhouse. Lee would be moving in there as soon as Trav's new place was finished. Mama and Daddy would take this cabin Will currently stood in front of. After all the house jumbling, Will and Gretchen would have a bigger place to raise their family. A smile touched his mouth, then his heart, and finally his soul. He opened the door to the scent of baking chocolate, and Gretchen, his gorgeous, beautiful wife, turned from the sink at the back of the house. "There you are," she said. "I was about to send Lee a nasty text." She smiled at him, and Will knew she'd do no such thing. Even if she was frustrated with the amount of work the Cooper brothers did, she'd only ever talk to Will about it. "Here I am," he said, taking off his cowboy hat and hanging it on the hook beside the door. He ran his hands through his hair as he went through the living room and past the dining room set that had once belonged to Gretchen's mama. He arrived in the kitchen, and he stepped next to her at the sink where she washed out a big glass bowl. "You made brownies?" "Mm-hmm." She sniffled, too, and Will kept his head down as he slid his arm around her waist. He drew her into him, and Gretchen leaned against his chest, her hands still working the last of the batter off the bowl. "I love coming home to brownies," he said quietly, so glad he'd taken his time to leave work behind on the farm, so he could now be Will the husband, "but not more than coming home to you." She smiled, rinsed out the bowl, and he let her get away from him as she put it on the towel next to the sink. Only then did she let out her breath and face him. He said nothing, though plenty of questions flowed between them. "I'm just emotional," she said. "There's nothing wrong." "You'd tell me if there was," he said, not phrasing it as a question. "Of course." She stepped into him, and he held her. Nothing as sweet as holding his wife in their home. "Trav's house is looking good," he said. "It's going to be done by the end of February. We'll move in March, and that's plenty of time to have everything set up for when the baby comes." "I'd say so," Gretchen said, her voice quiet too. She moved back and wiped her eyes again. "I almost told Maggie today. I seemed to burst into tears at the strangest times." She shook her head, and Will watched the frustration roll across her face. "We can tell everyone tomorrow night," he said. "Then it's just done." "Is it too early?" she asked. "Baby, I don't know stuff like that," Will said with a smile. He knew his wife was pregnant, and she'd told him she was due July 12th. That was what he knew, and he didn't much care about pregnancy announcement protocols. He knew he was beyond thrilled, and he couldn't wait to be a father. Watching Rissa and Spence the past couple of months as they'd become parents had been fascinating for him, and Trav and Shay would have their little girl in only 3 more months. As fit as Shay was, and as fast as she ran, even she'd slowed down. She and Will still ran together most mornings, and he'd barely been able to keep up with her pre-pregnancy.
"You just tell me what you want me to do," he said, "and I'll do it."
"We should tell them," she said.
"Great."
Will tried to keep his voice even and calm, but he suddenly couldn't stop smiling. "You've been dying to tell everyone."
"I can't deny that."
Will glanced over to the stove and saw the brownies still had almost an hour before they even came out of the oven.
"Am I making dinner?"
"It's your specialty," she said. They'd been eating at the farmhouse about half the time these days, because Will really liked more quiet in the evenings, and Gretchen sometimes worked late in her chocolatier shop.
"I don't know about specialty,"
he said, but Gretchen got out of the way so he could open the fridge to see what they had inside. He didn't want to spend the evening in the kitchen, not when he could lay his head in his wife's lap and let her brush his hair through her fingers while she watched something on the television, or she'd text with her employees or her daddy while Will ignored his phone completely. He always paid for that in the morning when he walked into the administration office, but Lee was starting to get the idea that Will didn't want to work all the time. In the past couple of weeks, the texts had slowed in the evening as Lee and Rose got closer and closer to their wedding day.
"Breakfast?"
he asked, and Gretchen said, "I'll make chocolate coffee." He fried sausage links and scrambled eggs, and together they put dinner on the table for the 2 of them. Will liked sitting down at an actual table and eating, and as he reached for Gretchen's hand so they could say grace, she caught him off guard with, "Do you want a boy or a girl?" Will recovered nicely and took a handful of sausage links, really focusing on the task so he wouldn't have to look at her.
"Honestly?"
"Yes," she said. "Honestly, always, honey." He smiled when she called him honey, as she usually made his name into a term of endearment.
"I'd prefer a girl," he said. "Then maybe she'll have some of your more personable qualities."
"Oh, she'll have red hair," Gretchen said with a smile, as she took a big scoop of scrambled eggs. "And you do realize that you have 2 sisters, and neither of them are all that personable."
"I think they're trying,"
Will said in defense of Cherry and Clarissa.
"And with more of you in her than me, she'll have a better chance."
Gretchen laughed and covered his hand with hers. "You realize that the baby is 50% of both of us, whether it's a boy or a girl, right?"
"I took genetics once upon a time,"
he said dryly. "And your mama is the sweetest woman in Texas, and that she still got the 5 of you." She grinned at Will, who decided to breathe out and embrace who he was, a Cooper. And yes, Coopers had tempers, and they argued, and they shouted at family parties. But the Coopers knew how to forgive, too, and they knew how to change, and they knew how to love deep.
"I suppose whether she's a girl or a boy, she'll still be a Cooper,"
Will said. "That's right," Gretchen said, grinning. "Now stop hogging the sausage and pass it over here."
"You haven't even given me a drop of the chocolate coffee,"
he shot back, and they swapped food for drink and continued their meal. As they cleaned up together, Will took a moment to embrace his very normal, mundane life.
"I love you, Gretchen,"
he said as she loaded the last coffee mug into their dishwasher. She turned into his arms and looped hers around the back of his neck. "I love you too, Will." He kissed her every time like the first time. Shayla Cooper rested her hand on her pregnant belly and watched the bare branches bend in the breeze beyond the bay window. The farmhouse held plenty of Cooper cowboy noise, but she didn't hear it at all. Not even her husband's voice could penetrate the bubble she'd created for herself. Someone sat beside her, and Shay did turn when her mother-in-law put her hand on her wrist. She offered Chrissy a smile, but it shook, as it had been for the past several days. Chrissy said nothing, but then again, she'd never had to before. Despite her own hardships, Chrissy had been over to the small house where Shay and Trav lived several times in the past couple of months, helping to pick out the items they'd order for the nursery. Their new house wasn't finished yet, so Shay hadn't actually ordered anything, but she had it all ready to go once everything finally fell into place. Trav went by the build every single day, but Shay had stopped doing that. She almost wanted it to be a surprise when Travis finally drove them up to their new house and walked her inside. "Only a couple more months now," Chrissy finally said. "Until the house or the baby?" Shay asked. "The house," Chrissy said. 3 for the baby. Plenty of time to get moved and set up." Shay nodded and went back to gazing out the window. "Chrissy," she said, turning her hand and sliding it into the older woman's. She never spent any holidays with her own family, for despite finally getting married, the chasm between her and her mother seemed bottomless. Another wave of emotion overpowered Shay, and she honestly couldn't wait to have this baby so her hormones would go back to normal. "Yes, dear?" Chrissy asked in that quiet, gentle, yet so powerful way she did. "Our little girl only has half a heart," she said, the words coming out even and well-practiced, because she had practiced them. Over and over she'd said them to herself, inside her mind, to her reflection in the mirror, with the doctor, to Trav, over and over and over. They hadn't told anyone yet, and Shay felt this invisible barrier between her and everyone else, sometimes even Trav, and she hated it. "You can't keep the 6s," Trav yelled from the table, where he played games with his brothers, their wives or girlfriends, and his sisters and their significant others. Shay hadn't wanted to get involved in that. Not today. "Yes, I can," Will yelled back. "Get the rules, Lee." "He's right," Rissa said, which didn't indicate if she meant Trav or Will. Either of them could have been right for all Shay knew. Outside, the branches bent in the breeze as it blew into a wind, and they couldn't do anything about it. They simply went with it, and Shay felt like she needed to be more like the boughs of the trees. Bendable. At the very least, she wanted to be flexible enough to allow the Lord to shape her into who she needed to be, so she could learn to be the mother of a baby, then a child, then a teenager, then a woman, who only had half a heart. "You're having a girl?" Chrissy asked, seemingly not even hearing the part about the health issues of the baby. "Oh, that's wonderful." Shay turned away from the wintry backyard. She normally didn't mind winter in Texas because it didn't snow. Everything just turned brown. And because of Travis, she'd learned to find beauty in all the shades of the earth, especially browns. "Did you hear the part where she only has half of her heart?" "It's a miracle what modern medicine can do these days," Chrissy said, her smile firm and intact. She squeezed Shay's hand, which admittedly barely felt like much to Shay, and leaned her head against her shoulder while everyone continued to argue around them. "I don't know much, Shay," she said, "but this I do know. God would not have given you a baby with only half a heart if you could not handle it." "Okay," she said, because she didn't want reassurances. She wasn't sure what she wanted. She and Trav had already argued about this privately, and he hadn't known how to reassure her either. That was when she'd told him she didn't want such things. She knew she was a strong woman. She ran her own company with plenty of creativity and vision for their monthly subscription boxes, new clothing lines, and continued innovation in the outdoor products she sold. "I'm sorry this troubles you," Chrissy said. "Thank you," Shay said quietly. Troubled was a good word for how she felt, as there didn't seem to be a solution to this. She couldn't make the rest of her daughter's heart grow. The doctors had assured her and Trav that babies and children and people in general lived happy, long lives with only half a heart. They were monitoring everything now, and Shay had a myriad of extra doctor's appointments on the horizon. "Hey," Trav said, and Shay looked away from the outdoors again. He tore his gaze from his mother to look at her. "Are you okay?" "Yes," she said, scooting to the edge of the couch so she could stand. Trav extended his hand and she took it. "Sorry, were you talking to me?" "Yeah," he said, "but it wasn't anything important." He helped her stand, and his grip on her hand stayed far firmer than his mother's. "Gretchen, Rissa, and Rose are going to put a movie on in the sun porch, and they wondered if you wanted to join them." Shay looked toward the door that led out to the sun porch, and, sure enough, the women had gathered there. Even Cherry had gone, and she alone turned to look at Shay, questions in her eyes. She felt so removed from them for a reason she couldn't name. She hated the feeling, but she couldn't swallow it away despite her efforts. "I suppose you're going to be talking business," she said, glancing over to Lee, who stood at the table with a bag of chips in his hands. Will sat across from him, a tablet in front of him. But none of the Coopers played games on devices, least of all the men. Definitely business. "A little," Trav said. "Daddy's going to show us a few things, and then Will got a new tracking system for his deliveries he wants to show us." "Dinner will be in about an hour," Chrissy said, and she pushed herself away from the back of the couch, too. Trav helped her stand as well, steadying her for much longer than he had Shay. "I can help in the kitchen," Shay said. "Everything is ready, sweetheart," Trav said. "We're just waiting for Jed to show up with pizza, and he just left his farm. Thus, an hour." "There's plenty of appetizers if you're hungry now," Chrissy said. "Cherry took the fruit tray and dip out to the sun porch." "Take me out to the sun porch," Chrissy said, and Trav obliged, moving slowly with her. Shay went after them because she didn't need to make a scene on New Year's Eve. This was the complete wrong time to be sad. Cherry linked her arm through Shay's the moment she arrived on the sun porch, and they sat on the love seat together. "Why do you look like you'd rather be anywhere but here?" "Go see your favorite auntie," Rissa said, stepping over to them and handing her fussy baby to her sister. Bronson became the perfect distraction, and it took Cherry several minutes to quiet him. "I can't wait to meet your baby," Cherry said, giving Shay a smile. "It's a girl," Shay said, because she and Trav had decided to tell everyone. They just didn't want to make a big announcement. Cherry's dark eyes blazed with joy. "That's great, Shay." She gazed down at Bronson, too. "Did you hear that, baby boy? A girl cousin to play with." Bronson, now 2 months old, kicked and smiled at her. Of course, Cherry worked charms with the baby, which was why Rissa brought him to her when he wouldn't settle down. "What are you going to name her?" she asked. Shay shook her head. "We're not sure. Trav wants something from the family, but he's looking through your family history right now." "My grandmother's name was Cherry," she said, smiling at Bronson. "Don't you want that for your little girl?" Shay asked. Cherry met her eyes with surprise. She searched her face for too long, and Shay finally looked down at her lap. "How old do you think I am?" Cherry asked. Foolishness filled Shay. "Right, sorry." Cherry patted her arm, but Shay continued with, "I think 50 is the new 40, though, Cherry. Lots of women your age are having babies." Again, Cherry searched her face, this time with an edge of hope there that hadn't been before. "I'm miles from that," Cherry said. "Really?" Shay asked. "Seems like you and Jed are getting serious, no?" "I suppose," she said, looking back to the baby. Shay wouldn't get more out of her, she knew, because Cherry wasn't like her brothers. She didn't let every thought she had come out of her mouth. "Jed's here," someone called a while later, and Rissa immediately paused the movie. None of them had truly been watching it anyway. "Praise the stars," she said. "I'm starving." Cherry stood with the sleeping baby in her arms, and she only gave him up for Jed. Shay took him, and she went into the kitchen last. Various snacks lined the table and kitchen island, and Jed had only added several boxes of pizza, maybe a dozen. With this lot, it took quite a bit to satisfy their hunger. With most families, food meant there'd be a spell of quiet while they ate. But with the Coopers, it only meant more shouting. Shay usually didn't mind, and tonight was no exception. She never had shoved her way into the fray to get the best piece of pizza. One could lose a limb doing that. And so she stood out of the way and accepted the plate Ford brought to her. "Thank you, Bud," she said, taking the plate and giving the boy a kiss on the top of his head. She looked up and met Lee's eyes, who nodded at her. So he knew. Trav must have told his brothers about their baby. Her husband looked away before she could attract his gaze, and Shay ducked her head and smiled. He'd always taken such great care of her, and she settled at the table beside Chrissy. Wayne brought his wife a plate of pizza, a slice of 3 different kinds, when everyone knew she'd eat a few bites and be full. "Thank you, baby," she said, and Wayne gently clapped his hand to her shoulder before limping back toward the food. Shay took a bite of her all-meat pizza and watched as Cherry interacted with Jed. They clearly cared about one another, and she remembered the excitement and rush of such new love. Love. This farmhouse was filled with it, and Shay let it heal the part of her that had broken when the doctor had said her and Trav's little girl wasn't entirely normal. "All right," Will bellowed, and he stood at the head of the table. "Gretchen and I have an announcement." Shay's eyes flew to Gretchen, and she couldn't believe she hadn't seen the glow about her before. She could now. "We're having a baby," Will said, his grin expanding from ear to ear. "She's due in July." Chaos, cheers, and congratulations lifted into the air, and Shay rose to her feet to offer them too. After all, a new baby, even one with half a heart, was cause for a huge celebration. Chrissy Cooper's body continued to betray her. Everything ached, and she wasn't sure how she still had her eyes open. The pizza had been consumed. Will and Gretchen had made their announcement. Shay had cheered considerably. Rissa and Spence had taken their baby home an hour ago, despite the fact that the clock hadn't struck midnight yet. Wayne, Chrissy's beloved soulmate, had slept on the couch for an hour while their children watched a movie or something on their phones. Chrissy hadn't dared close her eyes for fear that she'd miss something too important, something she desperately wanted to see, breathe in, experience, and remember. Her heart hurt at the thought of not being here to cradle Will's first baby, or to see Cherry finally settle into herself and finally accept who she was. Not only that, but she obviously enjoyed being with Jed Forrester more than anyone else, and Chrissy hoped she wouldn't stand in her own way of true happiness. Who'd have thought that Cherry's joy had been living next door to Sweetwater Falls Farm all this time? Chrissy closed her eyes and thanked the good Lord above that Cherry had finally come home. She'd been needed and wanted here for a long time, and Chrissy should have known it would have taken a good cowboy with a pure heart and a loud voice to rein her in, rope her heart, and give her permission to be herself. "Mama," Cherry said now, and Chrissy opened her eyes. It took a moment for her oldest child to come into focus, but when she did, Chrissy saw how beautiful her daughter was. "Let's get you to bed." "I want to see the new year," Chrissy said. She'd been fighting the cancer raging through her body for a long time, and she was so very tired. No matter how much she slept, she never felt rested, not mentally or emotionally. Physically, perhaps, for a time. She could carry the mental load until it got too great, and then she let Wayne put her in bed so she could sleep. When she was asleep, she didn't have to think or feel or worry about all of the things she might miss after she was gone. "You're very pale," Cherry said, sitting beside her. She didn't try to take any of the blanket covering Chrissy, who always felt on the outer edge of cold even under comfy warm blankets. "I think you should go to bed." "And I think you should marry that handsome cowboy before I die," Chrissy said, giving Cherry a smile and a light laugh. She hurried to add, "I don't care if you do or not, Cher. I just want you to be happy, and you sure seem happy with him." Cherry buried her arm under Chrissy's blanket and laced it through hers. "You know what, Mama? I am happy with him." "I'm glad," Chrissy said, and she was. "How long until midnight?" "Another half-hour, Mama." "I'm just going to close my eyes for 29 minutes, okay?" She turned and met Cherry's eyes. "Will you wake me so I can see the new year?" "Yes," Cherry whispered, and Chrissy knew she'd keep her promise. She did drift, catching snatches of conversation she wasn't entirely sure were actually happening in this moment. Her memory could play tricks on her sometimes, and she imagined patches of the past 73 years, the majority of them which she'd spent with Wayne and their children. Cherry had always loved a good party, and she'd staged many here at the farmhouse. Lee had always been so loyal and dutiful, and Chrissy couldn't find a day in her memory where her oldest son hadn't been in this house taking care of her and Wayne. Will had always been hard-working and honest, and nothing about him had changed as he'd aged, until he'd met Gretchen. Now, in addition to being the good person he was dedicated to her happiness. He and Lee had helped Chrissy for months, or maybe a year, and she was so grateful for them. Travis had always been witty and smart, and Chrissy sometimes thought he might be her favorite son. He always knew how to cheer her up, and she couldn't wait to watch him become a father. Clarissa had always been opinionated and somewhat desperate to have her voice heard. For her to get married first and spur the others into finding love in their own lives had been a great blessing in Chrissy's life. Watching her be a mother and wife and chef brought joy to everyone on the family farm. "Mama," Cherry said, and Chrissy tried to come back from the place where she drifted. It took a few seconds, and Cherry sang her name again, but she managed to do it. "Cherry." "Only 45 seconds, Mama." She tried to sit up and managed it part way. Cherry helped her the rest of the way, and Chrissy had managed to get to her feet in time to count down with her husband, children, and their spouses and significant others until the clock struck midnight. "Happy New Year!" several of them cried, including Cherry. Chrissy simply smiled, because a new year was a great thing indeed. "Happy New Year, Mama," Cherry said, kissing her cheek. Happy New Year, dear." Cherry danced over to Jed, took his face in her hands, and kissed him squarely on the mouth, which made Chrissy smile. All of her sons did the same, and Chrissy turned into Wayne's arms.
"I love you, dearest," he said. "Happy New Year."
She wasn't able to voice the words back to him before he kissed her, and Chrissy decided she could go this year, and all would be okay. She didn't necessarily want to leave Wayne and the children here, but she could if the Lord called her home. She could. Chapter 18. Jed pulled up to the Hallmark store, which sat in the same strip mall as several restaurants he'd never eaten at. He'd told Cherry he rarely came to Sweetwater Falls, and he'd told the truth. If one of them didn't cook, Cherry brought something from town to his cabin. As he got out and jogged up to the sidewalk, he thought he should probably take her to dinner more often. It was just such a long way and took such a big chunk of his time that he hadn't. Cherry didn't seem upset that he hadn't, but Jed knew she liked getting dressed up and going out. She still didn't have a job, though he was still certain she'd get the city clerk appointment. Everything in government took forever, he'd told her, but she'd started applying to other places around town. He wasn't sure how much longer she could go without an income, because they hadn't talked about her finances much. They'd talked about several other things, including what kind of house she'd like and what he might do with the Joneses' farm if he ended up buying it. In Jed's mind, there was no if. He wanted that farm, and he'd come to the Hallmark store today to get a card for Lady Jones. He and Cherry would be visiting her farm over the weekend, and Cherry had said she'd bake her famous cherry white chocolate cookies. He smiled just thinking of those, as she'd been so excited to find the old recipe in her mama's box. She'd been named after her Nana, and that recipe had been hers. She'd apparently won the county fair with the cookies, and Jed would never say no to sweets, or Cherry. Inside the Hallmark store, he paused. He didn't do a lot of shopping in the first place, and certainly not in a store with breakables and the scent of orangey roses. "Howdy, sir," a woman said, her smile far too bright. "Can I help you find something?"
"Yes," he said, blinking away from something pink and fluffy he couldn't even identify. "I need a card."
"A greeting card?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"What kind of card?"
Jed suddenly wasn't sure. Not for a birthday or anything, or an anniversary. He reached up and ran his hand through his hair and reseated his cowboy hat. "I just want to, say hello or something."
The woman smiled at him. "Our or something section is over here." She led the way, and Jed gladly moved away from the crystalline figures and other things his big cowboy hands could ruin. She left him to browse the greeting cards, and Jed blinked at the vast assortment of them. The door dinged a few times, but no one ever came into his circle of concentration. He finally selected a card with a landscape of horses on it, which felt fitting, and the words, "Hey, I think you're Nate." Cheesy, sure, but Jed wasn't trying to be anything but that. He finally clued back into the world around him, the light coming in from the storefront's windows making him blink. Others talked in the store, and Jed expected female voices, but got male. "Can you imagine?" one of them asked. "No way! I'd never give this card to my girlfriend." Jed went around the end of the row and peered down the next aisle. 2 men stood there, laughing at the variety of cards in front of them. He didn't know them, but they couldn't be that much younger than him. They wore business suits, and Jed had heard through the grapevine that a couple of new corporations had come to Sweetwater Falls. They probably worked for those companies. They weren't like him. They weren't cowboys working their family land. They weren't men who hadn't left Texas in decades, not because they couldn't, but because they didn't want to. For some reason, Jed went down the aisle a single step and looked at the birthday cards there. The two men looked at cards on the other side of the aisle, which were clearly for significant others.
"Look at this one," one of them said. "You needed this years ago."
Jed ducked his head just as the card got passed from one to the other.
"When you met that woman in the bar and then she left because you couldn't make her stay."
"Whatever, dude," the second man said. "She left because she was with me when she wasn't even broken up with Charlie, and she was embarrassed." The name Charlie tickled Jed's eardrums, but he wished it didn't. His stomach felt like he'd swallowed stones. He had to get out of this store right now.
"And he was my friend, as was her brother." "Those Coopers sure are getting married left and right," the first man said, and Jed couldn't walk away now.
In fact, he turned fully toward the two men and walked toward them.
"Hey," he said, "do you know the Coopers?"
Both men faced him, and Jed still didn't know them. The smiles slipped from their faces, though, and Jed felt some level of vindication.
"He does," the first man said. "He dated the oldest daughter once."
"No," the other man said quickly, swallowing afterward. All of his bluster and tough guy facade had fled. "We didn't date. It was one night." Jed wasn't sure if that was better or not.
"What's your name?"
"Brandon Alcott," he said. "You're Jed Forrester. You're seeing her now."
"Yes," Jed said. "And the Coopers are good people, so y'all might want to censor what you're saying where others can overhear."
"We didn't say anything bad," the first man said, his chin going up. Jed wanted to tell him that only made it a better target. His fingers curled into fists, but he wouldn't swing. For Cherry, he told himself. She wouldn't condone fighting, certainly not with a couple of clowns like this.
"You made it sound like they were doing something wrong by getting married right and left."
"Maybe they are," he said.
"All right," Jed said with a smile. "I'm going to go. Nice meeting y'all."
He turned and headed for the end of the aisle, and he'd very nearly reached it when the first man who hadn't given his name said,
"Cherry's not who you think she is."
Jed gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and kept on walking. He pulled up to Cherry's house almost an hour later, and he had to work hard not to bang on the door and demand an explanation. He deserved one, didn't he? "Do you?" he asked himself. He hadn't known her a decade ago when she'd left Sweetwater Falls. He did know she'd once dated the sheriff's deputy for a long, long time, and that he'd broken her heart. Brandon and his sidekick sure had made it sound like Cherry had then had a one-night stand with Brandon before she'd put her hometown in her rearview mirror. They'd talked about their past relationships, or so Jed had thought. He knocked on the door as calmly as he could, and he heard Cherry yell, "Coming!" from inside. It took her several long seconds to come, and when she did, she wiped her hands on a kitchen towel. "Oh, hello, cowboy," she said, leaning one delicious hip into the doorway. "I didn't know you were stopping by this afternoon." Jed didn't know what to say now. Does this matter? He questioned himself once more. If he had to go around town and hear people talk about her, he wanted to know the truth.
"Tell me about when you left Sweetwater Falls," he said.
He delivered the sentence with such a calm, venomous tone that Cherry's smile and flirtatious vibe dried up before the sound of his voice had truly finished filling the space between them. "What happened?" she asked.
"Nothing," he said. "I just want to know about why you left."
"I told you about Charlie." Yeah, she had, and he'd believed her. Looking at her now, the two of them squaring off on her front porch, and Jed didn't want to do this. Something inside him drove him forward. The truth. He had to know the truth if there was any hope of a future between him and Cherry.
"Is there anything else?"
She folded her arms, her throat working as she swallowed.
"There is," he said. "I've seen this look on your face before."
He sighed and shook his head.
"I thought we weren't keeping secrets."
"I just haven't told all of mine yet," she said, her voice tinny. "Have you?"
"All the big ones," he said, bringing his gaze back to hers. "Yes, all the important ones."
"I'm just a little behind you," she said. "That's all." She took a step toward him and put one hand on his chest. He backed up because he didn't want her taking comfort from him while she told him this secret. He'd allowed that in the past, but right now, she had to do this on her own. Her hand fell back to her side as shock flowed through her expression. It only stayed for a second, and then she covered over it with the perfect way she shuttered everyone and everything off, including him. "I made a lot of mistakes at that time in my life," she said, falling back to the doorway. "I've made a lot since. It seems every man I date turns out to be a mistake." Her words struck him right in the throat, and he sucked in a breath. Was he a mistake?
Just another one of Cherry's mistakes, he thought.
She rubbed her forehead, not aware of what she'd done to him, not aware that she'd shot chemicals into his blood that would eat him from the inside out.
"Do you know Brandon Alcott?"
he asked, somewhat surprised his voice still worked. She gasped then, and her eyes searched his face. "I know him," she whispered.
"He said for a night," Jed said, lifting his chin, fully aware it made him a better target.
He felt like his whole body, his heart, his mind, his very soul had been target practice for this woman, and she'd shot him through the heart, hooked it, and yanked it out. He couldn't stand here, and the same urge he'd had in the Hallmark store to leave overcame him again.
"I have to go," he said,
turning and practically jumping down the steps. "Jed!" she called after him. He turned at the bottom of the steps and ducked his head, sort of turning back to her. "I can explain."
"Bring dinner," he said. "I have work to do."
With that, he walked away, got behind the wheel, and drove away from Cherry's house without looking back. He didn't need to be made the fool of any more for her, but he'd still left the door open should she want to nudge it and then walk inside. But that was up to her, and Jed seriously doubted that she'd do it. He'd been the one kicking at her doors for months now, and any ground he'd gained was because she allowed it, not because she wanted it, not because she wanted him. Chapter 19. Cherry's stomach rioted all afternoon and well into the evening. The scent of the pizza she picked up about 7:30 actually made her gag. She put a smile on her face, thanked the girl behind the counter, and took the 3 boxes to her car. With them getting a ride in the back seat, she made the 45-minute drive to Forrester Farms by going west and then north, around the long way. So it really took her over an hour, and she was able to go past Betty Jones's farm along the way. Jed's cabin had a light shining out of every window, which told her he was inside waiting for her. "Not just waiting," Cherry said, a metallic taste in her mouth. "He's expecting you." That thought gave her hope and courage, and she got out of her car, slammed the door hard, and turned to get the pizza. She fully expected to see Jed standing on his porch when she faced the cabin again, and he did not disappoint her. "This is good," she told herself. "He wants to listen to you. He didn't break up with you. Don't blow this." Cherry wielded the pizza like a shield, something she'd never had to do before, and approached the bottom of the steps. Jed Forrester made her do a lot of things she'd never done before. He didn't speak, but Cherry knew this was about her. "Evenin'," she drawled, putting her foot on the bottom step. Committed now, she went all the way to the top. Jed leaned against the pillar there, his face shadowed from his cowboy hat. She'd noticed that he wore his indoors, something her mama would never allow. At the farmhouse, he did take it off and hang it on the rack with her brothers, so he respected her mother's rules. He respected her. Panic plunged through her. Would he respect her after this confession? "Inside?" she asked. He turned and went inside, leaving the door open for her. She followed him, and in his kitchen he took the pizza boxes and said, "Thanks for coming." "You didn't think I was going to." Cherry tucked her hands into her pockets and looked around his kitchen. He'd cleaned it, probably while he was waiting, and she didn't see any evidence of his dinner. "I had a bowl of cereal about 40 minutes ago," he said. "I drove the long way," she said, "by the Jones farm." His eyes came to hers. "You did?" She nodded, every cell in her body trembling. "Jed, I'm so embarrassed." "Why?" She took a deep breath and told herself to just begin, and keep going. "I'd dated Charlie Hooper for a long time, 8 years, maybe 9. He promised me over and over that as soon as he got this promotion, we'd get married. Then it was that position. Then he needed to do the K-9 training. Then he thought he might go to Chicago and do the FBI training." She swallowed, but this was important backstory. "I loved him so much. I couldn't see the lies. I couldn't see that he didn't really love me. He loved the idea of me. He didn't want to be alone." Just like her, Cherry didn't want to be alone. But now, "I figured out after a while that being alone was better than being with someone who didn't love me, who didn't want me." Jed nodded, his attention still on her as he flipped open each pizza box. She'd gotten Texas barbecue chicken, because he loved that, and then a white ham and pineapple, also one of his favorites, and then all meat with mushrooms, because she'd heard him order that before. How the man could eat mushrooms, she didn't know, but she knew he loved them, and she needed something to win him back. Food might work, but with Jed, she never knew. "I stayed with him, even after I knew I shouldn't. No one in my family liked him. Anyway, one night we went to dinner at Carver's. You know, the really nice steakhouse? Couples get engaged there. I thought maybe he'd changed his mind. I was all dressed up, perfect, ready." She slumped onto one of Jed's bar stools while he got down plates. He picked up 2 pieces of the ham and pineapple and served it to her first. His eyes met hers, and tears filled her whole body. "Thank you," she murmured. He joined her with a plate full of pizza before she picked up her first slice. Even then, she didn't take a bite. Not yet. He didn't either. "I made so many mistakes with Charlie," she said. "When he broke up with me at Carver's, he laughed. He said he needed to be chief before he could even think about getting married, and even then he'd have to be really careful about who that person was." She shook her head and bit off the pointy end of her pizza. The Alfredo and ham made so much creamy saltiness in her mouth that she found the strength to go on. "I left, blubbering, so angry, and instead of going home and figuring out my life, I made another bad decision." Jed finally took a bite of pizza, and eating had to mean he wasn't too mad, right? "I went to some bar a few miles down the road, the Burro or something. There was a guy there. I didn't care. I went home with him instead, because She blew out her breath and stared across the island, the pizza, the sink, and out the back window. Darkness had already covered Texas, and Cherry had felt it infect her life previously, too. I just wanted someone to love me. She knew intimacy was more than physical, but that night she'd been so distraught, so upset. I felt like the past 10 years of my life had been a huge waste. "I'm sorry," Jed whispered. Cherry put down her pizza, the worst still not out yet. I didn't know Brandon Alcott. I figured out he was friends with Trav and Charlie, and that was awful enough. A few weeks later, I'd discovered I was pregnant. I left town. Jed's head jerked toward hers, but Cherry turned away from him. "That's why you left?" "Yes." "So you have a child?" When she didn't answer immediately, he said, "That's a huge secret, Cherry." She swallowed the lump in her throat. "I don't have a child. I lost the baby only a couple of weeks later." "Oh." They sat there, only the hum of his refrigerator for sound, neither of them eating despite the astronomical amount of food she'd brought. "So Charlie was a huge mistake," Cherry said. "Brandon was. Every relationship in San Antonio, real or the ones I imagined between me and my stupid boss, they were all mistakes. Every man I get mixed up with turns out to be a mistake." Jed drew in a breath, but Cherry didn't dare look at him yet. Her neck started to ache on the left side from how she kept it ducked from him, but she didn't care. She'd known this would be hard, and it was. Harder than she'd even imagined. She took one more bite of pizza and then pushed her plate away. "It's late. I should go." She slid from the bar stool, sure Jed would come after her, tell her not to go. She didn't need to do that because it was barely 8:30. She walked through his house, and only Fish got up to say goodbye. She paused and bent down to pat the dog. "I'm sorry, Fish," she said, hopefully loud enough for Jed to hear, too. "Maybe he'll feed you my uneaten pizza." She twisted the doorknob and left the cabin. Jed would feed Fish a lot of pizza because while he was forever telling Cherry that he was just a dog, Jed wanted him to be happy, too. And pizza made everyone happy. Except Cherry. She drove home, the light coming from her house more subdued and definitely not as welcoming. Just inside the door, she stopped and surveyed the space. She'd been here almost a month, and she'd done a lot to make this place hers. She'd sewn curtains with Shay and put them up. She and Rissa had gone shopping at the holiday fair and purchased a couple of pillows in Cherry's style. They rested on the couch, smiling at her in pinks, blues, and yellows. She didn't cook much, but she'd already done her dishes that day, right when Jed had stopped by, actually. Feathers appeared at the mouth of the hall, and Cherry gazed at the cat. "Meow," she said, and that got Cherry to move away from the closed front door. "Yeah," she said to the feline, "that's how I feel, too." She collected a pint of ice cream from the freezer and went down the hall to her bedroom. This house only had 2 of them, without a master suite. A big bathroom sat between the 2 bedrooms, and each one had a door leading into it. If she kept the door closed in the spare bedroom, Cherry could pretend she had a master retreat with a complete ensuite when she didn't. She'd been pretending for so much of her life, and she was so tired of that. She pulled out her phone and sent a quick text to Jed. "I didn't mean to keep it from you. I was planning on telling you. I don't want to pretend it's nothing, but it was 12 years ago. I don't want us to be nothing either." She would reveal so much if she sent that, but she didn't know how to not let him know. She wanted him to know. "You do," she said. And with that, she hit send. Jed answered about a minute later, but Cherry had plugged her phone in and dug into the ice cream by then. It took her an extra moment to get to her phone, and she read quickly, "We're not nothing, sweetheart. I'll talk to you tomorrow." Relief flooded her, and Cherry laid back against her pillows. She'd been fighting the urge to cry since Jed had banged on her front door and said the name Brandon Alcott. She didn't fight any more, and she let the tears roll down her face. "Thank you," she said, because the cleansing force of forgiveness was very real to her in that moment. Not only from the Lord, but from the people here on earth she didn't want to think badly of her. Chapter 20. Jed couldn't stop thinking about Cherry, and not always in the best way. He worried that he hadn't reacted right with her. He had moments of anger and then more moments of regret that he'd been angry at her for something that had happened a long time ago. He didn't want to judge her, as he wasn't perfect himself. His mama and daddy had taken him to church growing up, and Jed believed most people really were good. Even if he hadn't attended a sermon in a while, he still knew he could pray, and he still believed God could and would forgive him. And not just him, anyone who honestly tried to do better. Cherry was one of those. And yet, he found himself judging her. Then he felt guilty about that. Jed definitely existed in a state of turmoil, and that, combined with his workload now that the farm was operating back on a normal schedule, kept him from making the drive to Shorttail. His busyness kept him from texting, and he'd never really called Cherry during the day all that often. Distance grew between them, and Jed hated it. He could repair pigsties, barns, fences, and goat pens, but he didn't know how to build a bridge between him and the woman he'd started to fall in love with. The day for him and Cherry to go visit Betty Jones's farm came, and he texted her that morning that he wasn't feeling well. He canceled with Betty as well, rescheduled for the next week, and went to Mama's for breakfast. "Hello, son," she said, rising to get him a mug. "Do you want coffee?" He sighed as he sat at the dining room table, where only a couple of weeks ago he'd shared a glorious Christmas Eve meal with his family and Cherry. "Yes, please," he said. At the same time, Daddy said, "That sigh doesn't sound good." The back door opened about then, and Chris asked, "Jed sighing again?" "I'm not," Jed said, pushing his cowboy hat forward to hide his face. "You did," Daddy said. Mama set a mug of hot coffee in front of Jed, and he reached for the sugar bowl. He spooned in 1, 2, 3 scoops, while Chris said he wanted coffee too, please. "3 huge spoons," he said next. "Something's going on." "Nothing's going on," Jed said. "I heard him sighing out in the stables a couple of days ago," Chris said. "He goes out there to talk to the horses when he's upset." "I'm not upset," Jed said, though he was starting to feel upset. "What are you upset about?" Mama asked, placing Chris's coffee on the table and retaking her seat. "It's not Stonehenge, is it?" Daddy asked. "I know you can get him to settle into a good cow horse." "Stonehenge is coming along," Jed said. The horse did have a stubborn streak, but most mares did, and she'd actually need it when trying to get back the stubborn cows that wandered from the herd. "Once I get her going, Easton's gonna train her for the NRCHA." "That's great," Daddy said. He'd entered several National Reined Cow Horse Association events over the years, and he had registered sires in the group. Easton rode really well, and he was especially gifted in the herd work segment of the 3-part competition. He counted on Jed to get the horses up to speed with their reining, and then he took over for cutting and cow working.
"It's Cherry," Chris said, calmly lifting his mug to his lips. Jed threw him a death glare and took an overzealous gulp of his coffee. Big mistake, as it was hot, and it scorched his throat. He choked and coughed, and Chris calmly set his mug down and smiled. "It's Cherry." He said it without room to argue, and Jed found he couldn't anyway. With everyone looking at him, he stirred his coffee, the storms inside him increasing. "I don't know. I learned something about her, and I'm off kilter, that's all." "You'll get back to yourself," Daddy said. "You better," Mama said, her voice more severe than Jed was expecting. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, come on, son. She's the best woman you've ever dated. I've never seen you light up the way she lights you up, ever." Jed didn't want to argue, but he didn't have to agree either. He took a delicate sip of his coffee now, his mind running away from him again. "Remember when Deb rejected my first proposal?" Chris asked, and Jed jerked his attention across the table to his brother. He wore a small smile, but his eyes told Jed he was somewhere in the past. "I was devastated. I thought, well, that's that, and I tried to move on." "You did not," Mama said, swatting Chris's hand. "You moped around here for an afternoon, and then you said, 'I have to get her back, Mama. How do I do it?'" Chris gave her a smile. "Sounds about right." He looked back at Jed, his eyes turning more marbled. "How'd I do it?" Jed opened his mouth to speak, but it was too dry. He swallowed and tried again. "You came to me. I said you get over there and you talk to her. You tell her she's the one for you and you love her and you'll do whatever you have to do to make her happy." Chris took another sip of his coffee. "Cherry and I didn't break up." Jed omitted the part where he hadn't told her anything he'd advised Chris to do. "I didn't actually think you'd do it. I haven't had a girlfriend for longer than 2 months, ever." "Well, it worked." "You're better at talking than me." "That's hogwash." Jed looked away because he'd never had a problem telling Cherry what he thought. But what he felt? Yeah, he'd maybe led in that arena too. But this felt more delicate, like whatever he said would decide their fate. "She said I was a mistake," he whispered. No one said anything, and the pain that had been sitting quietly in Jed's chest stung him, and it stung hard. It radiated out with every passing second of silence until he couldn't breathe. "Yeah." He drained the last of his coffee, almost smashed the mug back to the table, and stood. "I have to get to work." "Jed," Mama said after him, but Jed strode away. He hated that Cherry had used that word, mistake, and he hated that he'd been mentioned in proximity to it. He never wanted to feel like that, but he couldn't ignore it either. He didn't know what to do. In the movies, princes weren't told they were a mistake, and so he strapped on his tool belt, checked his truck for the lumber and supplies he needed, and he whistled for Fish to come from wherever the dog had gone. With him loaded in the passenger seat, Jed looked at the black lab and said, "We've got to get the outer calving sheds shored up. All right, boy?" He peered up and out the windshield at the stormy sky. It matched his mood. There's going to be some wind this weekend, and it's better to fix things before they collapse. If only he knew how to do that with Cherry, because it certainly felt like they were on the brink of a breakup. Later that night, Jed pulled up to Cherry's house. She sat on the front porch with a gray cat in her lap, and the smile on her face told him how much he'd missed her. "You're a stupid, stupid cowboy," he muttered as he put his truck in park. He got out because there wasn't anything to prolong, and he took her steps 2 at a time, which meant he left them in 2 strides.
Wow, she said, squinting as she looked up at him. What was that? She laughed, and Jed lowered himself to the steps beside her. I don't know, he said, chuckling. He reached over and took her hand, erasing the distance between them. It felt good. I've missed you. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed the inside of her wrist. She sighed and leaned her head against his bicep. Neither of them spoke, and Jed let the silence stitch together the things that had unraveled between them. He knew that would only last for so long, and they did have some serious talking to do. He simply didn't want to start. It seemed Cherry didn't either, and she was probably waiting for him to start. He had just let her walk out on him a few nights ago. He hadn't known what to say. Every man I date turns out to be a mistake had pierced his lungs, and he was just now learning how to breathe again. Thank you for the pizza the other night, he said, taking the first baby step into the conversation. You didn't have to leave all of it. Is there any left? She asked. No, he admitted. It's easy to heat up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He tried to smile at her, but it felt broken on his face. Cherry, I'm sorry I let you walk out the other night. I'm sure that's not what you wanted from me. He ducked his head and studied the worn paint on the step at his feet. It's okay, she said. I imagine it was a lot to take in. Yes and no, he said. What does that mean? I don't care about what happened 12 years ago. He took a breath, and something twinged in his chest. I really don't. Then sometimes I do, and I get mad. But not about what happened, but that you think all of your relationships are mistakes. Charlie was a mistake, and Brandon sure as heck was. That's 2 men, Jed said quietly. Cherry tugged her hand out of his and clasped it with her own, studying the front of his truck like it would tell her what to say. The gray cat had fled, and Jed didn't know where. Would the baby have been a mistake? He asked. I don't know, she said. I didn't have a baby. But would you have viewed it that way? Cherry heaved a sigh. A legit heave, like she'd rather be anywhere else doing anything else with anyone else than with him having this talk. I suppose not, she finally admitted. Because I thought you wanted kids, he said. That's all. We already talked about that, Jed. Yeah. They had. It wasn't that he cared all that much, but he'd like Cherry to just be real. Can you just tell me the truth for 5 minutes? I am, she said. I don't lie to you. Not now. Not ever. You fight me, he said, on things, sometimes. Not much anymore, she said, doing exactly what he'd said she did, fight him on some things. You want kids, right? He asked, his tone somewhat of a bark. Maybe if he just got through this the way he did a frustrating conversation with Easton, he could be on the other side of it. Better there than here, in his opinion. Yes, she said, plenty of exasperation in her voice. But, Jed, I'm 46. I know the limits of female reproduction. All right, he said. I'm not saying you'll have them. I just wanted you to admit you'd like a family. I would, all right? She glared at him, but Jed shook his head. Irritation fired through him. Maybe this is a mistake. He got to his feet. You said it the other night, and I didn't want to believe it. But you know what? Maybe you're right. He jogged down the steps as Cherry called, What? Why would this be a mistake? He turned back to her at the bottom of the steps. She'd gotten to her feet, too. That's what you said. You said every relationship you have is a mistake. And I didn't like that. It made me feel like I'm a mistake. Just your next relationship mistake. And once you figure it out, that'll be it. that's not what I meant." She folded her arms and stood her ground at the top of the porch.
"But maybe you're right," he said again, pure misery lacing through him now. "We've never really gotten along. I'm salty, and you have to put me in my place. I push you to say and do things you don't want to say or do. It's work, Cherry, and it should be easy."
"Who told you that?" No one had told him that. He'd seen the way Chris and Deb could communicate without words. One look from his wife, and Chris knew what she needed. He knew. Mama and Daddy weren't perfect, but they did so much for one another. They'd raised their family in sync, without much argument about things. They laughed and joked, and they'd always sat next to one another at church, always across from each other at dinner, always beside each other on the couch when they watched movies together. Jed could see, anyone could see, that they loved one another and felt most comfortable together.
"No one," he said,
his voice quieter. He'd seen her parents, too, and their love and devotion to one another was obvious. Heck, even her loud, sometimes obnoxious brothers had relationships that cooled them down with a simple look from their wives. When Cherry looked at him, she actually added to the storm.
"It's just something I can see," he said, "and feel. And I love you. I hate saying it like this, but I do. I can't not say it. But just because I love you doesn't mean we're good together."
He shook his head because he knew how much nonsense was coming from his mouth. He didn't understand it in his brain, but his heart knew.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I hope you can learn from me, from this mistake, and go on to find the man who doesn't make your blood boil and who doesn't push all the wrong buttons inside you. I honestly never meant to do any of that."
He held up both hands in surrender, not encouraged to stay much longer by the dark, loathsome glare on Cherry's face. He backed up, wondering when he could turn and walk away. Shouldn't she say something first? He waited. Anything?
"Come on, Cherry," he said, beyond done with this conversation.
"Come on what?" she asked.
"You don't have anything to say?" he asked. "I'm standing here telling you I love you, but we can't be together. You must feel something."
She reached up and wiped her right eye. Just the flick of her hand. There, then back into the fold. "If you don't think it's right, then go. I'm not going to try to convince you it is."
"But how do you feel?" he asked. "Do you think we're good together? Honestly."
She'd told him that she just wanted to be loved when she'd run to Brandon. He'd just told her he loved her.
Yeah, and she didn't say it back, he thought. "I'll leave it up to you," he said. "I don't think there's anything else for me to say, and you know where to find me."
He did turn and walk away then, and when he got behind the wheel and faced the house again, Cherry had come down the steps after him. "Jed," she said, and he rolled down his window. He leaned his elbow on the door and looked at her, waited. She finally said, "Don't go." Jed didn't want to go. He opened his door and dropped to the ground. He closed the distance between them and took her into his arms.
"I think you need time to figure out if I'm not a mistake."
"I didn't mean that, not the way you're taking it."
"You also didn't say you loved me," he said.
He stepped back, his own emotions swirling and rising and pricking his eyes.
"I'm always at the farm, and I'm going to see Betty's on Wednesday next week. You're still welcome to come, and no one at Forrester Farms will ever turn you away."
He reached up and wiped the tears from under her eyes.
"I love you. I want you. But only if you think we can be real with each other all the time. Not just when it's easy. And only if you think I'm not just your next mistake."
His voice hitched, and he really needed to leave.
And only if you think we can make this work, because I'll do everything I can to make it work, because it'll take both of us."
She nodded, and Jed did too. He hated leaving her here like this, but it wouldn't be fair to either of them if he stayed. So he didn't. Chapter 21. Cherry didn't get out of bed until the sun had greeted the Texas day, yawned halfway over the land, and started its descent in the west. Her stomach growled at her, and the pitiful meowing of Mr. Whiskers finally got her out of bed and off her phone. She'd ignored Rissa's texts, as well as Lee's, because once her fingers started flying, she knew she'd tell them that she'd once again messed up, made a big mistake. This time, it wasn't in who she'd chosen to date. It was how she'd treated Jed. She hadn't meant he was a mistake, though she could see why he'd think that. She had told him that every man she dated turned out to be a mistake. Something Daddy used to tell her ran through her mind.
"When the same thing keeps happening, darling, it might be time to look at the common factor."
They'd been talking about her grades, of course. As the oldest, she'd often taken the brunt of her parents' displeasure. They loosened up with every child, and with Will, they'd had to learn to let go completely. He was smart, but he was completely disinterested in book learning. He sometimes hadn't turned something in sheerly out of spite, because he thought the assignment was dumb or had no merit. Back then, she'd been the common factor every time she got in trouble in art class. She couldn't keep her mouth shut. Now, she was the common factor for all of her relationships being huge mistakes. And honestly, that was a huge burden that weighed her down and made her sad from the inside out. She fed her cats and shuffled back into her bedroom. She hadn't gotten dressed that day because why should she? She didn't have a job to get to. The second week of January didn't require her to do yard work. No one in her family needed her to show up and help them. She'd just sank back into bed and pulled the comforter over her cold feet when her doorbell rang. Cherry closed her eyes and sighed. She did not move. It was probably Mrs. Bowen, the woman down the lane who'd been stopping by and dropping hints about her son, a man who lived with her and baked the most excellent breads and rolls. She'd brought some of those by every time she came, and Cherry suddenly threw off her blanket and got to her feet. Some freshly baked bread, even if done by a man she had no interest in, should help some of her sadness. She'd run out of ice cream and had no drive to get to Mandel's to get more. Her stomach rumbled as she walked, and she hadn't gained the corner yet when the doorbell rang again. "Coming," she called, and she hurried to open the door. Sure enough, Mrs. Bowen stood there, but this time so did her son. Cherry looked from the older woman with graying blonde hair to the tall man next to her. No way they were related. Mrs. Bowen maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet and stood 5 feet tall. The giant next to her easily weighed 3 times that and towered a good foot over her. "Cherry," she said brightly, thrusting forward the loaf of bread she held. "Shane made this for you. It's pumpkin rye bread." "Oh," she said, forced to take the bread. Warmth seeped through the bottom of the brown paper bag. She did love pumpkin-flavored things, and the Texan in her wouldn't allow her to be rude. "Thank you." Shane hadn't shaved that day, or any day in the previous month or 2, or 6. She smiled at him anyway, but she did not want to invite them in.
"That's really good with honey butter,"
he said, his voice low and rumbly. "Okay," Cherry said. "Thank you." "Shane had a question for you," his mother prompted, looking up at her son with slitted eyes. Before he embarrassed all 3 of them currently standing on the porch, Cherry said, "My boyfriend is coming by later, and I'll tell him to bring some of his mother's honey butter. She always has some on hand." Mrs. Bowen's gaze whipped back to Cherry's, her eyes wide now.
"I told you, Mother,"
Shane said. He held up one hand in Cherry's direction, almost like a peace offering.
"I do hope you enjoy the bread, Cherry. I'm starting an online delivery service if you're interested."
"I am," Cherry said, brightening. "That sounds fantastic, Shane."
"Yeah, I'm just looking for someone to help me organize the details."
Cherry actually took a step outside. "I'm looking for a job." Shane stalled his retreat.
"You are?"
She waved the hand not holding the pumpkin bread. "I mean, kind of. I have a third interview with the city on Monday, and I might get that job, but it's taking forever, and I could help you." She cleared her throat. "I used to work for San Antonio Technical College," she said. "I'm good at details." "What job at the city?" Mrs. Bowen asked. Cherry looked at her and smiled, though the woman's gaze had turned a tad severe. She didn't know these people because she'd always been rushing here or there whenever Mrs. Bowen had brought bread by. Once she'd left the entire whole wheat loaf at her sister's, and Spencer had texted her that he loved it and wanted more of it. "The county clerk, ma'am," Cherry said. "Rhonda is a friend of mine," Mrs. Bowen said, like her influence alone would win Cherry the job. "That's fantastic," Cherry said, playing up her kindness. She switched her gaze back to Shane. "If you want me to look over some things, I'm more than happy to do it."
"I don't really have much,"
he said, taking a step closer to her.
"I've been using social media and taking orders that way."
"No website?" He shook his head and said,
"They're expensive."
"People do them themselves these days," she said. "I was the web admin for the veterinary program one year. It's not too hard."
"You can build a website?"
She smiled at him. "Some of them are drag and drop, honestly. It's not too terrible." She backed up and towed Feathers out of the way. Her other two cats were probably cowering under her bed. "Do you have a couple of minutes right now? I could show you a website builder you could literally do tonight."
"Sure,"
Shane said, stepping forward.
"Thanks, Cherry."
"Sure," she said. She let him go by her by pressing herself as far as she could into the door, and she gave Mrs. Bowen a smile. "Thanks so much, Mrs. Bowen. I won't keep him for too long." Then she closed the door, hopefully not in a horribly rude manner, but she also didn't want to invite her in.
"Thanks,"
Shane said, sighing as he turned around.
"I've been trying to move out of my mom's place and start this business, but she keeps finding a reason why I need to stay."
Cherry went into the kitchen ahead of him. "Why do you need to stay?"
"Her back," he said. "Her hip. She can't drive herself to this doctor's appointment."
He shook his head.
"I love my mother."
He smiled at her.
"I had a big corporate job in Dallas, but it burned me out. I want to have a bakery, but I only want to make bread."
"Okay," Cherry said, nodding. "Then do that."
"Most bakeries have everything," he said. "Desserts, brownies, tarts. I don't want to do any of that."
"Then don't," Cherry said, not seeing the problem. "Your shop will stand out because it's not like every other." She moved over to the small dining room table, only then realizing that she still wore her pajama pants, a pair of fuzzy pink things covered in bright rainbows. Shane hadn't commented on them yet, and she wondered what he'd say if they worked for a couple of hours and her boyfriend didn't show up. She set her worries out of her mind and flipped open her laptop. "Okay, so we used CreateSite at the college," she said. "But there are a ton of really easy website builders you can use. People do it all the time, no web design necessary." While Shane looked at the site she pulled up, she cut a slice of bread for both of them and set an alarm for 45 minutes. She'd tell him she had to shower and get ready at that time, and he'd leave. Easy. In fact, it was that easy, and Shane waved to her as he trundled away 45 minutes later. Cherry receded into her house, no plans to shower and get ready to go anywhere. Her heart still beat with happiness because she'd helped someone that day. It felt good, the same way she'd felt by going over to Rissa's and helping her sister with Bronson, or the way she felt when Mama needed help and Cherry could provide it. She wanted to help Jed see that he was the best thing that had ever happened to her.
I love you. I can't not say it. I love you. I want you.
Cherry ran her hands down her face and then back up and through her hair. She'd eaten only pumpkin rye bread that day, and she didn't care about that. She cared that she'd cut herself off from the people who cared about her parents, her brothers and sisters. Today was a Wednesday, and that meant Lee would be cooking at the farmhouse. She picked up her phone and navigated to his texts.
Are you coming to dinner tonight at Mama's? I need your help with a macaroni salad if so.
Tears pricked her eyes. He needed her. Rissa's text had said, "What are you doing this morning? Bronson is teething and being the biggest bear, and I'm supposed to get my hair cut." Then several minutes later, when Cherry hadn't answered, "Never mind, I asked Shay to do it. She's out today and said she would." Then a couple of hours later, "My new haircut." "Where are you? Why aren't you answering? Are you coming to dinner at the farmhouse tonight?" Until 5 minutes ago, Cherry had no intention of going to her parents' house for dinner. Now, she jumped to her feet and hustled down the hall to get ready. She needed their help. She needed to get Jed back for good. He'd left everything up to her, which semi-annoyed her for a reason she couldn't name, but perhaps Will or Lee could help with that. Perhaps Rissa could come up with the right thing to say to him so he'd know he was not a mistake. Perhaps Gretchen would know how to deal with a grumpy cowboy, or Shay, or Rose. She knew they'd all be there, and she knew she better be too. Otherwise, she might lose Jed Forrester for good this time, and that was completely unacceptable. An hour later, Cherry pulled up to the white farmhouse. 3 trucks sat out front, and she pulled alongside Will's. In just 6 short months, everyone in her family would have a baby, except for her. She sat with the thought for a moment, expecting it to ache, drive deep into her heart and pinch, or make her eyes burn with unshed tears. It didn't. This time, the idea that her brothers and sister were having kids only opened a door of opportunity for her to truly be the best aunt in the world. She could babysit, if she'd look at her texts. She could take them when their parents needed a relaxing weekend. She could spoil them on their birthdays. She could mother without actually having children of her own. The realization felt so huge and so wide open and so amazing that she wanted to text Jed and tell him about it. Fear held her back from doing so, and instead she got out of her car and went inside the farmhouse.
Not how you do it, Will said. It's only a 1/4 cup of mayo and a whole cup of sour cream. I don't think so, Lee argued back. Just let me text Cherry.
She stepped into the kitchen and paused, taking in the 2 of them. "I'm right here."
Finally, Lee said, his dark eyes boring into hers. Why'd you go off-grid today?
"I didn't," she said, though she totally had. "I just didn't respond to you within 2 seconds of getting your text."
You didn't respond at all.
He glared for another moment, and then gestured her forward. His expression softened as she walked toward him, and she knew this was going to be the night she exposed her true self to everyone, him included.
I'm making the chicken pasta salad, and I don't have the recipe.
"Why not?" Cherry asked, picking up the rubber spatula and starting to stir the dressingless salad.
Autumn, used it for something, he said.
"Rabbit bedding," Cherry and Will said together. They laughed, and Lee rolled his eyes. "You're going to have to discipline her at some point," Cherry teased.
No, I'm not, Lee shot back. She's not my biological daughter, and Rose and I are figuring things out.
At that moment, Rose walked in, and she'd obviously come straight from work. She held her daughter's hand, and she wore the type of sophisticated clothes Cherry once had. She'd changed into a pair of jeans and a plaid V-neck, so no one had to know she'd spent the day in her fuzzy pajamas. "What are we figuring out?" Rose asked.
Nothing,
Lee said, abandoning the meal prep completely. He went over to Rose and kissed her hello, lifted a squealing Autumn into his arms, and faced Cherry and Will again. Cherry sighed at how wonderful and amazing her brother was, and how perfectly he and Rose looked together. She stilled that image in her mind, knowing not everything for Lee and Rose had always been, well, quite so rosy. "Will," she said, "did you and Gretchen always get along so well?" He snorted and laughed.
No.
He sobered quickly.
Wait, why?
She shook her head, too, and said, "It's a cup of mayo and half a cup of sour cream."
I told you,
Lee said, setting Autumn on her feet and adding,
Grandma's on the sun porch, baby.
The little girl skipped in that direction, and they all watched her go outside with Mama, Daddy, and Queenie, the golden retriever who never got too far from Mama.
You weren't right either,
Will quipped.
It's half a cup of sour cream, not a quarter. Better than no mayo at all.
Lee picked up the jar and started scooping it into the bowl with the pasta, shredded chicken, peas, and cheese chunks.
Now, why do you smell like you just showered 20 minutes ago?
He raised his eyebrows at Cherry.
And you totally went dark today. Just admit it.
Those last 3 words sounded like something Jed would have said, and Cherry drew in a deep, stealing breath. "All right," she said, glancing over to the table, which was empty. Travis's truck was here, but neither he nor Shay were in the room. Cherry didn't want to tell the story more than once, but she had a feeling she'd be doing exactly that. After all, Rissa wasn't here yet either. Neither was Gretchen. "Jed and I broke up," she said, and Will made a noise somewhere between a yelp and a gasp. Lee sighed and shook his head.
Cherry, really?
"You have literally never liked anyone I've dated," she said, her voice stern as she stirred his pasta salad for him. "And this is never going to be cold enough in time for dinner."
Yeah, well, I like Jed,
Lee said, his surly attitude back in place.
And you did too, and I can't believe he broke up with you.
He took the rubber spatula from her and turned toward the fridge with the bowl of salad.
Cherry,
Will said, as Lee was busy with something else. He hadn't said his piece yet, but he would.
You two were so good together.
He looked at Rose, who nodded, her gaze broadcasting her sympathy.
Yeah,
Lee agreed, spinning back to them.
He promised me he wouldn't hurt you.
She wiped her eyes, which made Lee morph into a more supportive brother.
Cherry,
he said much softer. "I messed up," she said. "I hurt him."
He's no picnic,
Will said.
He probably said something.
"Breakups are usually two-sided," Rose said. "I'm here," Gretchen called, "and I have so many extra spiders today, so I hope y'all are dying for chocolate and butterscotch." She blew into the kitchen like a chocolate-scented wind, and Cherry smiled at her with blurred vision from her tears. "Oh, I interrupted something," Gretchen said, hurrying to set down her trays. She kissed Will quickly, and all eyes came back to Cherry. "What is going on in here?" Rissa demanded. She stalked closer, and her hair had been cut to her shoulders in a near bob. It was adorable, and Cherry realized she hadn't responded to her either. She surveyed the huddle of them, her eyes landing on Cherry's too. "Where's Trav?" she asked.
Garage,
Lee said.
I'll get him.
He moved away before Cherry could say it was okay. But it wasn't. She needed everyone if she was going to find a way to get Jed back. Travis and Shay came into the house, Trav wiping his hands on a cloth that already looked dirty.
"What?" he asked, coming to a stop at the end of the island. "Whatever happened, I didn't do it."
Will rolled his eyes as he exhaled, and Rissa said, "You are so childish, Trav."
"What?" he shot back. "Do you know how many things Will and I took the blame for when we were kids? You and Cherry were always pinning something on us."
"This isn't something bad," Rissa said.
"Cherry needs our help,"
Lee said, his voice loud enough to silence the argument. All eyes came back to her.
"Right, Cher?"
She nodded, so grateful for each of them. "I messed up with Jed. Yes, he's salty, but I think I might be saltier. So I need some help figuring out the sweetest way in the world to get him back."
"Oh, boy," Shay said, pulling out a bar stool.
She sat down, and so did Rissa. Spence bounced their baby beside her, ready to listen.
"Go on," he said. "And I think the non-Coopers should get to weigh in first."
"What?" Rissa practically screeched, spinning toward her husband and son. "Why?"
"Because," Spence said with a smile, "Rose, Gretchen, Shay, and I know a little something about you Coopers and your awesomeness."
"We know how to deal with a grumpy cowboy," Gretchen said.
"Or a red-headed, temperamental cowgirl," Spence said, "who I love with my whole heart."
Cherry exchanged a glance with Lee, then Will, Trav, and finally Rissa. They all shrugged. They knew who they were, and yes, they'd each gotten someone to tame them, sweeten them, and love them. Cherry could, too. "All right," Rissa said, speaking for all of them. "Now start at the beginning so we have the whole picture." Chapter 22. Lee listened to Cherry without interruption. Rissa did plenty of that for the whole family, and even Gretchen shot her a look or two during Cherry's long, somewhat drawn-out recount of the past several months. Then years, her whole dating history, going back to age 25 when she'd first met Charlie Hooper. Oh, how Lee wished he could go back in time and make sure the two of them never met. Charlie had messed Cherry up something fierce. The overprotective gene inside him fired hard while she spoke, and he exchanged more than one glance with Will and Trav, easily seeing they felt the same way. The Cooper men might have their problems, and take plenty of teasing for them, too, but one wasn't that they didn't know how to love. "That's it," Cherry finally said.
"Well,"
Lee drawled, as both Will and Trav had looked at him first. Rissa would jump in any time she wanted, and the in-laws always held back. At least in Lee's view they did. Perhaps the Cooper genes simply wouldn't allow someone else to have and voice an opinion ahead of them. Rose, Shay, and Gretchen watched him, as did Spence, though he bounced his baby, rocking from left to right as he did. "Well, what, Lee?" Rissa asked, her tone suggesting impatience. Lee recognized it because the same thing often rose through him.
"I just want to point out that I think we'll have plenty of time for the mac salad to be ready," he said with a smile.
Cherry tilted her head and scoffed, and so Lee wouldn't break down in front of everyone, he grabbed her roughly and drew her into a hug.
"Really," he said, "first is that I'm sorry you've been dealing with all of this for so long."
"Me too," Will said, and he piled into the hug. Then Trav, Shay, and Gretchen. Rissa and Spence and Rose came around the island and did the same thing, enveloping Cherry in a circle of love and adoration Lee could feel pumping through his whole body. He hoped and prayed Cherry could feel it too. She sniffled, which indicated she could.
"Second," he said, "it's clear you love Jed Forrester."
Lee stepped back, and that caused the huddle to shift. Everyone retook their places, and since Cherry didn't deny how she felt about Jed, Lee decided to run with it.
"No affirmation," Will said.
"None at all," Spence said. "No wonder Jed said to come when you're ready," Rose said, "which I have to say is the perfect way to deal with you Coopers." Lee cast her a hooded look, ducking his head as if he wore his cowboy hat and could partially hide behind the brim.
"What does that mean?"
"It means, Mr. Cooper, that sometimes you guys need more time to think about things. You need to sit on your front steps and sigh and lament and consider what you really want. Then you act."
"I'm sure that's not that true," Lee said.
"It's pretty accurate," Shay said, glancing at Trav. He smiled at her and drew her into his side.
"I do like having more time to think through things," he said. "Then I can come up with a logical, rational response and not the first thing that comes into my head."
"Rissa likes having more time too," Spence said, and Lee's sister whipped around and gave him a glare. "I'm right here, and I can speak for myself." Lee started to chuckle because her reaction was so Rissa and so Cooper. "But Rose is right," Rissa said, almost in a British accent, which made Lee roll his eyes.
"So you have the time, Chair," he said. "What have you thought about?"
"It's only been 1 day," she said. "So you're going to torture the man for longer than necessary?" Shay asked, and something passed between her and Cherry. Lee tried to maintain good relationships with all of his siblings and now his in-laws too. Cherry was likable and fun, and he wasn't surprised at all that she and Shay had become friends. Because he spent so much time in the admin office for the dairy operation, he sometimes missed some family functions. He sometimes missed all of the gossip in the family, which was fine by him. He sometimes missed who was fighting and who wasn't, and who had become friends, while he managed the million pieces here at Cooper & Company. "No," Cherry said defensively, "not longer than necessary." She gave everyone a small smile, her shoulders strong and sure. All at once, they fell. "Fine, I'm in love with Jed Forrester, all right?" Lee grinned at her and reached for Rose's hand. He lifted it to his lips and kissed it, and looked at Will. He and Cherry had a good relationship, too, and sometimes he could say something that Lee had said 1,000,000 times, and Cherry would hear it differently.
"Why is that so hard for you to say?" Will asked. "Especially to us."
"Or to him?" Spencer asked. "Because, Cherry, that's all he wants. I'm the only brother-in-law, and I can assure you that he's nervous about being in this family of amazing men. He knows who you have to look to for an example of a good husband and a good father, and the standard is high." Everyone looked at Spence, because he didn't often say a whole lot. Lee had watched him and Rissa over the past couple of years, and yes, he loved her deeply. But she led the conversations for them. She spoke to the Coopers for them. She made almost all the announcements and invites on behalf of her and Spence.
"He wants you to love him so badly," Spencer said quietly. "If he's said it out loud to you."
He shook his head.
"He just wants to hear it back. Shouted, preferably." "From a rooftop," Lee added, and Cherry's gaze flew back to him.
"Lee, you devil." She swatted at him, and he laughed, breaking the somber mood. "I'm afraid of heights." Lee dodged her and folded his arms as if she could really hurt him.
"Does he know that?"
"That I'm afraid of heights?"
"Yeah."
"Yes," she said.
"So he'll know what it cost you to get up on a roof and shout your love to him."
"If she shows up at his house and whispers it, he'll know," Gretchen said. Getting her to say it out loud to us was like watching someone gnaw off their own arm. "That is not true," Cherry said, planting her hands on her hips now. "Just to save her life," Rissa added. "It's like she's more willing to die than do the gnawing, and it makes no sense."
"Hey,
Lee said, holding up one hand as he witnessed Cherry start to crumble.
It does make sense, you guys. Don't say it doesn't. Cherry just spent 20 hours telling us why it makes sense, and we can't devalue that.
Sorry, Rissa said. You're right, Lee. Sorry, Cherry. She touched one hand to her heart in a show of sincerity. I have a hard time expressing deep feelings, Cherry said. That doesn't mean I don't have them.
And how do you express them to Jed? Travis asked. Because how you communicate is just as important as what you're trying to say.
I do things, Cherry said. At least that's what Jed tells me. I don't tell him I love him, I show him. I don't say I'm happy about whatever, I show that I am.
I can see that, Lee said.
How? Cherry said.
A good example is where you are right now, he said. By my count, you missed 4 texts from me today, and at least that many from Rissa.
And she asked you to babysit, and you love that baby, Shay said. So I knew it was something huge, too. I called you, and you didn't pick up. Cherry pointed her eyes toward the ground, which made Lee's heart hurt.
And yet, here you are. You showed up.
I needed help, she whispered. I came out of selfish reasons.
But who did you go to? Will asked gently. Us. Because you know we won't judge you or ridicule you.
He cut a look at Trav.
Much.
Right, Trav said with a smile.
You showed up because you know your family is important to you.
So you have to show up for Jed, Rissa said. And you can't make him wait forever, Shay added.
And you have to shout to the world how much you love him, Spence said.
Cherry glared around at each of them, and then surveyed the group. Can I at least take something he likes? That's usually what I do. I show up with food and we eat, and I apologize and confess, and then we're okay. Honey, Gretchen said, smiling and moving next to Cherry. She put her arm around her and gave her a side hug. You want more than okay this time. You don't ever want him to wonder how you feel.
She's right, Lee said. What did I do to get Rose back?
Cherry looked at Rose, who only nodded. I can't play the guitar, she said.
I did something really hard for me, Lee said, swallowing. I had to swallow my pride, think about Rose and what she wanted most, and then I made it happen.
I'm no good at making things happen, Cherry complained.
Cher, Lee said, half of my dates with Rose wouldn't have happened without you. You are the queen of making things happen.
I agree, Rissa said quietly. The first person I texted when Spencer showed up here was you. You coached me through the whole relationship.
I thought that was that cowboy on TV, Spence said.
They all laughed, and Lee looked at Trav again. He hadn't said a whole lot during this conversation, and it was his turn to drive home the point. No more food, Shay said, or take food, but it can't be the main thing. Jed likes to eat, Cherry said, more than y'all, though I don't know how that's possible. She looked at Will, Travis, Rissa, and then Lee.
Tell me what would mean the most to him, Lee said. Not something verbal, because you'll do that when you get there. A place, a thing. What matters most to Jed right now that you can, I don't know, disrupt?
He looked at Rose, who nodded.
That you can interrupt and show him and tell him that you love him.
Cherry pressed one hand over her eyes and took a deep breath. He wants to buy the Jones farm, she said, her voice holding a touch of awe as she lowered her hand. Hope shone in her eyes. We were supposed to go look at it together a few days ago, but he canceled and rescheduled for next week.
That's it, Trav said. You call Betty Jones right now and you ask her what time Jed is supposed to be there. Then you show up a few minutes, an hour, Shay interjected.
Trav looked at her with surprise, and she nodded. Trav did too, then said,
"All right, an hour early, and you do whatever you have to do to tell him you love him, want him, whatever."
"Not whatever," Shay said, slapping her husband's chest. "Cherry, take the food, take the banner, get up on the roof, do it all. Don't leave anything on the table, and Jed will never leave you again." His sister swallowed, but she nodded, and Lee found her one of the strongest women he knew. "All right," she said, "but I'm going to need some help next Wednesday."
"Funny," Lee said, looking at his brothers and grinning. "We just talked about having a minimal workday next week, and it's on Wednesday."
Will, Trav, and Lee said together. With everyone beaming at Cherry, she looked like she might throw up.
"Okay?"
Lee asked, putting his arm around his sister. She leaned into his strength and said, "Okay."
"What's going on in here?" Daddy asked. "Are we eating before midnight or what?"
"You're just now noticing, Daddy," Rissa said, getting to her feet. "So calm down. I'll get Mama." "I'll get Autumn," Rose said, going with Rissa.
"I'll set the table,"
Will said, and Gretchen joined him. As everyone scurried about to get dinner on the table, albeit 45 minutes late, Lee could only marvel at the beauty of families. He and Cherry exchanged a glance as he got the mac salad out of the fridge.
"Plan it, sissy," he said, "and we'll be there to help you carry out the details."
"Can you say the words for me?" she grumbled.
"Nope," he said. "You're the only one who can do that."
Chapter 23. Jed woke on Wednesday morning before his alarm. To be honest, he wasn't sure he'd truly fallen asleep the night before. He dozed, and that was about all, since he'd driven away from Cherry's house in Shorttail over a week ago. He sighed and swung his legs over the edge of the bed.
"I gotta be honest, Lord," he said into the quiet darkness. "I did not think it would take her this long."
Perhaps everything he'd thought she felt wasn't true. Perhaps she kissed every man the way she kissed him. Perhaps Cherry Cooper would never come tell him she loved him. His heart continued to beat, though every time he thought of Cherry he was certain it would crack and stop. It hadn't yet, and that was almost as disappointing as not seeing the brunette he loved for the past 7 days. His alarm went off and Jed reached for his phone. After silencing it, he saw no texts from Cherry, no missed calls, nothing. Of course, he thought. Why should today be any different from the past several days? He had no reason to think it would be, but today's alarm made his heart bump a couple of extra times. The note on his alarm said, "Lady Jones' farm visit," and this should be one of the most exciting days of his life. Cherry should be at the farm with him, and Jed exhaled again. His first thought was to cancel the visit for a second time, but almost as quickly as that idea had entered his mind, he dismissed it. He'd done that once before, and he didn't want to do that to the widow again. He didn't want to do it to himself again. He wanted to see the farm, as he'd spoken to his family about it over the weekend. Easton had stared into Jed's face, but thankfully glares couldn't actually produce new holes in one's face. So he'd woken up on Monday morning with just the 2 eyes, the nose, and the mouth, and nothing more. Easton wasn't happy because Jed worked like a dog around Forrester Farms. Daddy had been shocked, to put it mildly, but by the end of Jed's explanation of why he wanted the farm and what he hoped to do with it, he'd been smiling as if he'd known all along that Jed would buy a farm, fix it up, and turn it into a rescue facility for animals. As Jed thought about it, that was exactly what he wanted. He simply wanted Cherry at his side while he did it. He put his phone down on the nightstand and plugged it back in, then rose and headed for the shower. If he didn't plug in the phone, he'd take it with him and stew over calling her.
"You can't,"
he told himself firmly as he brushed his teeth, as he brewed coffee, as he loaded fish into the passenger seat. He was going to Betty's first thing this morning, but he'd left in time to stop by his parents' house for a second cup of coffee. He certainly didn't need the extra stimulant, but he wanted to talk to his daddy one more time. As if Daddy knew Jed would be coming by this morning, he sat in a rocking chair on the front porch, facing east and watching the sun come up.
"Morning,"
he said.
"Morning,"
Jed echoed back to him. He accepted the mug of coffee from his father and sank into his mother's chair. He emitted another sigh without meaning to.
"It's a good day," Daddy said. "Sun's gonna be bright. Probably a couple of cows born."
"Yep," Jed said. He loved the simple life. He loved cataloging a day as good if the sun came out and a baby calf got born. He loved fresh air and using a hammer to put broken things back together. He didn't mind the long, hot summers in Texas, nor the wind, nor anything else Mother Nature could throw at him. He didn't mind the long hours, though he thought that might change if he had a wife and family waiting for him at home.
"I think I'm gonna get a new dog,"
Jed finally said. Daddy chuckled, and he said,
"I think you're gonna get more than that." "I'm going to see Lady Jones today."
"I've got the money for you." Daddy tapped the table between them, and Jed looked at the slip of paper there. His throat worked against itself, a lump suddenly there.
"Thank you,"
he managed to say, and now that he knew that not everyone could get such words out as easily as he seemed to, he knew how much a simple phrase of gratitude was worth. He knew what it meant.
"I could have bought it myself," he said.
"I know that," Daddy said.
"And like we said on Sunday, Mama and I have been putting a little something away for you for a long time."
He looked across the small table to Jed, who gazed back at him.
"We've known you wouldn't stay here forever. Because you took so long to decide, there's more than I thought there'd be."
He grinned at Jed, who had no choice but to smile back. He reached over and covered his father's hand with his. He squeezed and said,
"I really appreciate it. I think this is the right move for me."
He'd still be close to his family. He could literally hop the fence and run through the fields to his parents' house, but it would be faster to get in the truck and drive the 5 minutes down the road and around the corner.
"What about Cherry?"
Daddy asked.
"Haven't heard from her,"
Jed said, the words tasting as sour as his voice sounded. He drained the rest of his coffee in a couple of big swigs and said,
"I have to get going. I don't want to keep Betty waiting."
He stood and bent down to hug his father. He took the check, turned, and found his mother standing in the doorway. Emotion filled him, and he gathered her into a tight hug. "I love you, son," she said, and Jed's heartbeat flailed inside his chest. Why couldn't Cherry love him? Was he really that salty? He'd been over everything they'd said to one another in the past 6 or 8 months. He'd apologized. So had she. She'd made some mistakes. So had he. He'd fallen in love with her. Why hadn't she fallen in love with him? He didn't want to try again. He didn't want to start over with someone new. For him, there was no one but Cherry Cooper, and he honestly didn't know how to deal with the fact that she hadn't at least texted, not once. He left his parents' house, left the farm, and turned left to go down and around the corner to Lady Jones's farm. He was a couple of minutes early, but she wouldn't mind. She'd told him last week that she got up with the sun, and that had crested the horizon about 15 minutes ago. She'd probably have a fresh pot of coffee on for him, and if he was lucky, some of her famous sausage, egg, and cheese blintzes. Jed could really use more than the empty sugar calories of coffee, and his heartbeat skipped and settled strangely in his chest.
"Too much caffeine,"
he muttered to himself,
And then he said, "Come on, Fish, let's go get this done." He got out of the truck, and Fish came across the seats to jump down from his side. Jed normally wouldn't have let him do that, but today everything felt a little odd. Something wasn't quite right here at the farm either, but Jed couldn't put his finger on what. A strange new scent floated on the air, and Jed took a deep breath, trying to place it. He couldn't. He could make his way to the porch and up the sagging steps. He could fix these. "I will," he told himself as he arrived at the brown-painted door. He'd fix that, too. Probably rip it out and replace it with something new. He'd seen the house and several of the outbuildings before, and they all had good bones. Some of them needed a little makeover. Some needed a new exercise regimen to keep them in shape. Jed could and would do all of it. He was actually looking forward to it. He enjoyed the work on his family farm, too, but there was something about owning the farm and working it that he wanted to experience. He didn't want to walk into Easton's office and say, "The hayloft is good to go." He wanted to walk in his own front door, knowing that he'd worked on and repaired what needed to be worked on and repaired on his own land that day. No accountability necessary. He knocked on Betty's door, and a dog answered with a couple of short barks. "Right here," he said to Fish, who sat at his feet. He was alert and at attention, but he sat. "Coming," Betty called, and Jed's nerves tripled. He wasn't even sure why. After his visit today, he planned to make an offer on the farm, and then he needed to get to town to deposit the check his father had given him. He should be back to his cabin by noon, and the stupid optimist in him wondered if Cherry would be waiting with lunch. She'd never done a peace offering without food. Neither had he, so he wasn't complaining. She loved going out to eat, and had once told him that she got lunch 5 days a week with someone from her office, or a group, sometimes just herself, but she ate out for lunch every single weekday. He'd never say no to ice cream, pizza, something with chocolate in it, or any other baked good. Pie, cobbler, bread, rolls, he liked them all, immensely. Not as much as Cherry. He didn't like anything as much as her. The door in front of him opened, and Betty Jones stood there, her white hair wisping out in every direction from her head. Jed swiped his cowboy hat from his head and pressed it over his pulse. "Morning, ma'am," he said. "I hope I'm not too early. You said there was no such thing as too early." But she still wore her bathrobe, a pair of yellow fuzzy slippers on her feet. "Nope, nope," she said. "Come in, Jed. I've got the coffee going." He didn't know how to tell her no, and he smiled as he ducked his way inside the house. It smelled like the coffee she'd proclaimed to make, and Jed caught another note, too. Perfume. He scanned the area, his heart pounding up inside his mouth now. Betty wasn't the one wearing perfume. Someone else had been here. He went past the love seat and the recliner, past the little black and white dog on the ladder, and into the kitchen. Someone had been here, and they'd brought bread. Loaf after loaf of it sat on the counter, all lined up like soldiers. A round loaf that had an X carved in the top, a dark brown loaf that looked like rye with whole oatmeal on the top, a white one shaped like a traditional loaf from the grocer. 7, 8, 9 loaves of bread sat on the counter. Not only that, but a plate of butter and 3 jars of jam rested with them. He pulled in a breath at the sight of the jars. He reached out and touched the nearest one, which had a piece of fabric covered in cherries spilling between the lid and the metal ring that twisted closed. He knew these jars of jam. He'd seen them before at the Coopers', as he'd been there for their Christmas meal. He spun around, expecting Cherry to be at Betty's side. She wasn't. In fact, Betty herself headed for the hall.
"Help yourself to some bread," she said. "I've got a toaster that makes 4 slices at a time. I'll get dressed and we'll go out and feed the animals."
"Okay," Jed said, because he was already talking to her back. She disappeared, and Jed returned his attention to the bread. He would like some, and he picked up the nearest loaf and turned it over. She had to have gotten it from somewhere, and he found a sticker on the bottom of the clear plastic bag the bread had been wrapped in. It read, "The Bread Boy," but Jed had never heard of it. It could be a new shop in Sweetwater Falls for all he knew. The loaf wasn't sliced, but a knife sat on a cutting board, practically inviting him to get the job done. He did, restraining himself to 2 pieces of the sourdough, and set them in the toaster. The house didn't move while the appliance did its work. Jed found it oddly quiet, and he wondered if he should make sure Betty was okay. Then his toast popped up, and her dog made an appearance. He sat right next to Fish, both of them begging for bread and butter. Jed didn't blame them one bit, because a hot, crispy piece of toast with butter and jam was a real treat. He slathered butter on his bread, then opened the jar of peach preserves. Cherry's mother had made these, and he wondered if Chrissy had come to see Betty. Perhaps she'd brought the bread, too. By 7:30 in the morning? He shook his head, answering himself. No way. Cherry had said her mother slept late, and she always needed help in the mornings until the pain worked its way out of her system. If she'd brought this bread, it wasn't this morning. He had just finished his breakfast of the gods, fed each dog a couple of tasty bites, and dusted his hands clean of crumbs when Betty returned. "All right," she said, reaching for her cowgirl hat. "Ready?" "Yes, ma'am." Jed cast one last look at the jars of jam and followed her and the dogs out the back door. He paused on the deck, searching for something, someone. He honestly didn't know what. "Betty," he said, "where'd you get that jam?" "Ham?" she said over her shoulder. "No ham this year. I didn't get a pig at the fair." "Not ham," he said, "jam." She didn't answer, and she went past the barn where he knew she kept the feed. Jed could barely keep up with her, and he jogged a few steps to get to her side. "Aren't we feeding the animals?" "Yes," she clipped out, her goal singular, and it wasn't to feed the animals. She started straight ahead, and she must go to the mall in the mornings and do some of that elderly mall walking because she was moving fast. "I just need to check on something in the storage shed first." "What?" Jed asked. "I can do it, Lady Jones. You shouldn't be getting in that shed. The whole thing needs to be stabilized." She slowed as they went past the hay barn, and her farm opened up a bit at that point. They'd gone past a couple of paddocks for her horses, the goat pen, and a small pigsty. She'd told him she only ever got 1 pig at a time, and only to raise and then eat for a big family meal. Since none of her children had gotten married this year, she had no need for one, she'd said. Fields flowed before him, and he stumbled and caught himself quickly when he saw someone standing on top of the storage shed. "Eagle's alive," he said, his eyes taking an extra moment to pick out features and assign an identity to Cherry Cooper. "Get down," he called, waving his hand. She waved back, and the whole building swayed. She had to feel that, and the panic registered on her face as she flung out her other arm to balance herself. "What is she doing up there?" he asked Betty as he took off at a run. The storage shed stood 2 stories high, and surely she'd leaned a ladder against it to get to the roof. Jed was surprised that extra weight on one side hadn't toppled the whole thing. "Cherry," he called, "that shed isn't sturdy. Come on down." "No," she called, and Jed slowed his run to a walk. "I have to tell you something, and I'm going to do it from right here." Jed paused, utterly confused.
He felt like he had all the pieces in front of him, but he couldn't make them line up into the right puzzle. A breeze blew, and Cherry steadied herself. Jed couldn't watch her fall off that shed, but he obviously couldn't make her get down either. She spread her arms wide, and Jed dang near closed his eyes as the building moved again. "I love you, Jed Forrester," Cherry called. More than called. She yelled it into the sky, bellowed it into the atmosphere. "I love you, and I want you to know it. I need you in my life, and I'm ready to conquer all of my fears as long as you're the one at my side, holding my hand and whispering to me that I can." Jed's heart swelled with every word she said. She loved him. Finally, Jed heard what he wanted to hear. And it wasn't a whisper, and it wasn't done with actions. The words echoed in his ears and his mind, and he could bottle them and hold on to them forever. In that silence, he seized on another phrase, too. Face all my fears. One of Cherry's biggest fears was heights. "Dear Lord," he whispered under his breath. He got moving again, praying harder than he ever had in his life. Wouldn't it just be cruel to finally find someone he loved, only to have them taken from him? "Come on down," he pleaded. "Please." He dashed around the side of it while Cherry said, "Not until you promise to kiss me when I get to the ground." "I promise," he yelled, having lost sight of her. The ladder stood propped against the back of the shed, and Jed held it steady while Cherry came up and over the pinnacle of the roof. "Careful," he said. "I can't believe you did this. And why'd you choose the most rickety building on the property?" She stumbled and swayed as she caught herself. Jed yelped and started up the ladder. "Cherry," he said, hearing a thud. He climbed faster than he ever had before and poked his head over the edge of the roof. She sat only a few feet from him, out of arm's reach, with her feet flat, knees up, palms planted against the shingles. "You're insane," he said, breathless. "And this shed is seriously going to collapse with both of us up here." He reached for her. "Come on, take my hand, and I'll help you down." She looked at him, complete trust in her expression. Trust and love. "I love you," she said again. Jed grinned at her, still straining to get closer to her. "Took you long enough." She inched toward him, her beauty shining through in her smile. "Did I make you wait too long? I was helping Shane get his bread shop going so I could bring one of your favorite foods." "It's been the longest week of my life," Jed admitted, the tips of his fingers finally touching hers. "I got you." He went down the ladder, rung by rung, Cherry following him. When they both finally stood on solid ground, he faced her. "Don't ever do that again. At least not until I buy this place and fix up every building." She put her palms against his chest and slid them up, something she did that he adored. It made him feel strong and desirable. "Okay," she said. "Now, I think you promised me a kiss." Chapter 24. Cherry gazed up at Jed, who didn't immediately lean down to kiss her. She wasn't sure what he was thinking, so she reached up and brushed his hair along his ear and under his hat. "What are you thinking?" "You said you loved me." "I do," she said, the words coming easily now that she'd been up on that shed in the breeze and shouted the words, "I love you," as loudly as she could. She smiled at him. "Is that hard for you to believe?" "No," he said quickly, the corners of his mouth twitching up. 7 days, Cherry." There was a lot to plan, she said, her rib cage suddenly too tight around her heart. She hadn't imagined he'd be salty about how long it had taken her to plan the perfect declaration of love. "I wanted it to mean something," she said. "So coming here to this farm that you want, that I want to live on with you, was important. And that was today." She shuffled her feet closer to him, really pressing into his chest now. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "Please forgive me for making you wait 7 days, or even 7 seconds for me to tell you how I feel." Jed gazed down at her, that familiar sizzle in the twinkle of his eye now.
"Honestly, sweetheart, I'd wait forever for you."
She closed her eyes, her happiness the blissful kind that she'd seen others wear on their wedding days, and which resided in Rissa's eyes every time she looked at her beautiful baby. Jed came closer, and Cherry knew, because she sensed him. He breathed out, the scent of peach jam on his breath, and she tensed. "You ate toast before you came out."
"I adore toast," he whispered, "especially with your mama's jam."
"That's why I brought all the bread," she said.
"I'd love you even without the food gifts," he said, his lips catching slightly on hers. Fire built within her, burning with anticipation. "But they make things better, right?" she asked. "Toast makes everything better."
He kissed her then, his lips soft and firm at the same time. An explosion went off in her head, and she wanted to move fast. But Jed kept things slow, and while he usually told her how he felt with words, today he showed her with how tenderly and passionately he kissed her.
"And that's it," Jed said an hour later.
They'd just gone around the farm, and he'd pointed out everything, literally everything. Cherry knew more about Betty Jones's farm now than she truly cared to, but she wanted to hold Jed's hand and share in his enthusiasm. He clearly had big plans for this property, and he said,
"Mama and Daddy gave me a bunch of money."
Cherry looked up at him and found contriteness on his face. "Wow, really?"
"They said they've always known I'd need a place of my own."
Cherry swung their hands in an over-exaggerated way. "What are you going to name it?"
"I don't know," he said. "Do you have any ideas?"
Cherry thought while the farmhouse came back into view. They went past the dual stable, and as they passed the goat pen, she said, "It's a rescue ranch."
"I want to do animal rescue, yes," he said. "But I want to work with the state fair, too. I want to employ cowboys who need rescuing, too."
Cherry loved that his heart held this quality, and she couldn't wait to see what he did with this land. "What about something simple? Rescue ranch, or like cowboy ranch?"
"Cowboy ranch,"
he said, trying out each word in his mouth as he spoke slowly.
"Seems fairly generic."
"My family's farm is called Sweetwater Falls," she said dryly. "It's literally the same as the town."
"People could bring their animals to us for recovery or rehabilitation," he said. "So maybe it is a ranch where you can get access to great cowboys."
Cherry grinned up at him. "Where are you going to find these great cowboys?" Jed shrugged one shoulder, spun her away from him, and pulled her back in.
"I have a few friends I can ask."
He held her tight and danced her in a slow circle.
"You can help if you want. You're a good judge of character."
"Am I?" She laughed, tipping her head back and letting the sound fly, the same way she had when she'd shouted to Jed and Betty and all the animals and the world that she loved Jed Forrester. She sobered and looked at the cowboy she loved. "If I wanted to work on a farm, I'd have taken over from my daddy."
"Is that a no?"
he challenged. "I want to live here with you," she said. "Support you in whatever you need. If you want to have interviews over dinner, I'm game."
"But,"
he prompted, and Cherry liked that he knew there was a but. "But I met this guy who lives on my lane in Shorttail, and he wants to start a bread bakery. I want to help him, be the admin behind that effort. He wants to bake. I'll be the bakery manager." Jed's eyebrows flew up, and he nodded toward the house. "The bread boy?" Cherry nodded, another giggle escaping. "It was good bread, right?" "Delicious," Jed said. "I've been working with him for a few days already," she said. "I know a lot of people in town, and I've found him a location and everything." "So you're already working with him?" Jed wore wariness in his expression now. "You should sign something with him, Cherry. How are you getting paid?" "Don't worry, Mr. Forrester," she said. "We're meeting for lunch today to go over the contract I had Gretchen help me with. She owns her own chocolate shop, you know." "I'm aware," Jed said. "Can you come?" she asked, realizing her plan to surprise him with her declaration of love had some drawbacks. "I figured you'd be here in the morning, and you could afford an hour for lunch. I want you to meet Shane." "I can spare some time for lunch with you," he said. "And Shane," she said. "And Shane." They started for the house again, and Jed whistled for Fish to join them. "So, are you going to be an investor?" "Yes," she said. "That's what I'd like to be. He's the genius with the yeast. I'm the one with admin experience. It's a win-win." "And how did you meet this Shane?" "His mama lives on my lane, and he lives with her. She's been bringing me bread, and last week she made him come with her. He, was going to ask me out, but I saved us both the trouble. We've been talking and brainstorming since." Jed chuckled and lifted her hand to his mouth for a kiss. "You're an amazing woman, Cherry." She smiled a soft smile to herself, the kind that moved past the exterior and embedded itself in her heart. "I love you, Jed."
"And I love you, Cherry."
Chapter 25. Travis Cooper found himself once again running up his front steps after a frantic text from his wife. The first time, she'd fallen on one of her morning runs with Will, and he'd found her bleeding in the tiny bathroom that sat between the 2 bedrooms in the microscopic cottage they shared. This time, she'd told him to get home quick, because she's coming. She's being their baby, which was a real problem as she wasn't due to be born for 3 more weeks. Yes, Shay looked like she might pop at any moment. She'd been uncomfortable for a couple of months now. She only went to work when absolutely necessary, and she ran everything else from her computer or phone here at the cabin on the farm, where she could lie in bed or on the couch. He didn't want to be disappointed on his daughter's birthday. The baby already had some tough times ahead, as she only had half a heart. Everything else had developed exactly right, just not her most vital organ. Travis had thought he'd lose his heart the day he and Shay had found out. But he hadn't. If anything, the news that his precious child would need help throughout her life had made his heart stronger. "Shay!" he called as he burst through the door. She wasn't in the living room or kitchen, but she called to him from down the hall. He sprinted that way, not seeing her in the bathroom, and detoured into their bedroom. She sat on the edge of the bed, pain etched in every line on her face. "I need help," she said. Travis couldn't take in all the details at once, but something had happened in here. The blankets sat askew, and Shay's baby bag waited half-packed or half-unpacked on top of the dresser.
"I'm here," he said. "Tell me what to do."
He arrived at her side, anxious and yet strangely calm. She got to her feet, and he held her under each elbow. "We need to go to the hospital," she said. "My contractions have started." Travis caught sight of the wet stain on the bed, but he didn't comment on it.
"Let's go."
"The bag isn't packed," Shay said, her voice cracking. "We haven't moved." She continued to move toward the door, and Travis switched from being in front of her to following behind. He kept his hands on her just in case she stumbled, fell, or started having contractions and needed help standing. Their new house sat about a mile from this one, and no, it wasn't finished yet. Almost, but not quite. With a carpet recall that had delayed them, and then the contractor's father passing away, they were a few weeks behind on finishing up the house. Combined with the baby coming early, and Shay didn't have the house or nursery she wanted to bring their little girl home to.
"Did you call Rissa?"
Shay groaned, and then snapped, "I called you, cowboy." Travis blinked, but said nothing.
"I'll call her," he said.
Outside on the porch, he looked next door, but Rissa wasn't there. She took Bronson to the shop to make cheese and ice cream nearly every day. She wouldn't just be waiting on the front porch for Shay to go into labor. He helped his wife into the passenger seat and grinned at her.
"Hey, it's not the middle of the night."
She smiled back, but hers held a lot of nerves.
"I didn't mean to snap at you back there."
"It's fine," he said, choosing not to reveal why he wanted to call his sister. If Rissa and Cherry knew that Shay didn't have her nursery set up, they'd come do it. So even though Shay might murder him in his sleep if he didn't get them to the hospital soon, he took 10 seconds standing outside his door to text the family text. Then everyone would know.
"Shay's gone into labor. We're headed to the hospital. I'll text you when we know more."
He got behind the wheel, tossed his phone into the cup holder, and started toward the hospital. Shay's phone went off a few times in the few minutes it took to get to the main highway and really pick up speed. "Thank you, Trav," she said.
"For what?"
He reached over and took her hand in his. She wept quietly and said, "They're going to get the nursery ready." He smiled at her. "Great." "I don't know how," she said, sniffling. "The stuff I want isn't in yet."
"You ordered it, right?" he asked.
She nodded, and Travis focused his attention out the windshield.
"Then Cherry and Rissa will find a way. They're like a hurricane, Shay. You'll see."
She giggled at his comment, the sound quickly morphing into a gasp. She whimpered, pulled her hand from him, and pressed it against her belly. Trav pressed harder on the gas pedal because while he was anxious to meet his daughter, he didn't want it to happen on the side of the road. Although,
"Remember when we first met?" he asked.
Shay looked at him with wide eyes filled with pain.
"It was right here along this road," he continued. "I thought you were stunningly gorgeous, of course, even with a small dog."
She breathed, and Travis congratulated himself for doing a great thing. He chuckled and shook his head.
"I kicked myself for months for letting my big mouth run away from me. But thankfully, I ran into you at the feed store later."
"Literally," she said, her voice only slightly strained. She hadn't eased up on the tenseness in her body, though.
"Hey, you're the one who jumped up on the runner of the dump truck," he said.
"And then you asked me out in the weirdest, vaguest way ever."
"I took you to a ball," he said, "like a princess."
Shay sighed, the air hissing out of her mouth, and Travis watched her relax. "It's over." He said, his thoughts back on his dating relationship with Shay. He had taken her to the fall ball, but she hadn't wanted that to be their first date. She'd made him work for that ball, and Travis had done it happily, because he wanted and loved Shay. The rest of the drive to the hospital passed quickly, with Travis bringing up something funny or nostalgic that had happened to them over the past couple of years, and then he dashed inside to get help for his wife. Hours later, he stood at her shoulder as the first wails of a newborn filled the air. He could barely move as wonder had rooted his cowboy boots to the floor. "Oh," he said, as the doctor lifted the tiny infant. "There she is, Shay. Look." She didn't respond, and a nurse took the baby and turned away. "You can go, Daddy," the doctor said, and Travis quickly stepped over to the incubator where 2 nurses worked to wipe down his daughter. She cried and screamed like they were torturing her, and they both smiled. One said, "Oh, she's a healthy one," like the carrying on the girl was doing was actually good. "Healthy lungs," the other said. They didn't handle her with care, and the next thing Trav knew, they'd bundled her and plopped her into his arms. He gazed down at the now quiet baby, seeing himself in her physical features. She had the Cooper nose, and every hair on her head shone in tones of dark, deep red gold. "Hello, baby," he whispered as he lifted his daughter to kiss her. She wiggled in his arms, and he sure hoped she recognized his voice. He tucked her close and turned back to the bed. "She's done," the doctor said as he stood. "Good work, Shay. Look, here she is." He grinned at Trav, who moved to Shay's side and carefully slid their daughter into her arms. "She's so perfect," Shay whispered. "She is," Trav said. "We'll have the cardiologist come down when she can," the nurse said. "We'll let her know she was born." The other nurse stepped up to Shay's other side, a clipboard at the ready. "Do y'all have a name for this little one?" Shay looked at Trav, and Trav looked at Shay. "I want Christy," she said. "Okay," he said. "And Louise after your grandmother?" The Christy was a nod to Mama. They'd added a T and made it an IE instead of a Y, but the name was in honor of her. "Yes," Shay murmured, looking back at Christy Louise Cooper. Trav told the nurse the name and how to spell it, and then someone came to move them into a recovery room. At that point, Trav got back on the family text. Messages had been flying for hours. This was Shay's first baby, after all. It had taken a while to get her here. And Trav couldn't possibly read them all. So he simply typed in the name of his new baby and sent that. Then, "Shay did amazing. She's with the baby now, and we're in a recovery room. I'm not sure where we'll end up, but y'all can come over now if you'd like." Cherry was the first to respond. "I'm here. What did the cardiologist say?" "Haven't met with her yet," Trav said, unsurprised that his oldest sister was already at the hospital. He looked up as a nurse came in, with yet another clipboard in her hand. "Excuse me," he said before she could begin speaking. "What room will we be in?" "This one," she said. "You'll stay here until she gets discharged." She smiled at Shay, and Trav quickly moved to the door to check the room number. "Room 713, he sent, fully expecting a barrage of family members to start showing up. Exhaustion pulled through him, but he wouldn't have it any other way. Once the nurse left, he smiled at Shay, and she grinned back at him. "Love you, baby," he said. "I love you too," Shay said. "Do you want to hold her?" "Yes," he said, and he took his baby into his arms and started to hum to her. She looked at him with dark, dark eyes which wouldn't focus, and all he could do was sigh and think, "Thank you, Lord, for this perfect life and perfect little girl." Shay eyed the mob of cars parked in front of the tiny cabin she and Trav had lived in together since their wedding. One in particular stood out to her. "Trav," she said. "She wanted to come," he said, pulling up beside her mother's car. "She's been here for the past couple of days helping in the nursery." He put the truck in park and looked over to Shay, his eyes darting into the back seat where their new arrival rode. Christy snoozed in her car seat, and Shay had never been as charmed by a human being as she was the baby. Maybe Trav. Fine, definitely Trav. Christy was only 2 days old, but she'd already manifested her spicy personality. She could wail like nothing Shay had ever heard a baby do before when she was hungry, but she also gave the best snuggles in the world when she'd been satisfied. Shay's heartbeat trembled through her veins. Her mother had come. She'd likely brought other family members, and Shay swallowed back her anxiety. She'd felt like this before, when she'd had to deal with Kylie and Sweet Spot, when she'd ventured out on her own as the sole owner of her outdoor outfitters company, when she'd fought with her mother and siblings. Shay loved them, they were family, but she chose to spend her time with the Coopers because they didn't criticize her every move, hold the past against her, or keep a grudge for years and years. "All right," she said as Travis got out of the truck. He went to the back to retrieve their daughter, and that left Shay to get out and face the cabin, nothing else to occupy her. "Come on, hun," Trav said, coming around the tailgate to her side. "They're not going to bite." "Sometimes they do," she said. He knew. He'd endured a few tense dinners and parties at her parents' house. If Daddy's here, it might be okay. "He's here," Trav said. "They want to meet their granddaughter badly." He offered her an encouraging, kind smile, and with him at her side, Shay was able to take the first step, then several more, and she went all the way into the house. A group of people stood behind the couch in the living room as well as throughout the kitchen. "Welcome home!" they shouted, and instant tears came to Shay's eyes. Christy screeched, obviously surprised by the loud noise and not liking it. Shay let Trav deal with her as women, Shay's mom included, rushed forward to assist. Cherry was there, and Rissa, of course. Shay loved them both, as they'd been nothing but kind, loving, and supportive to her. Gretchen had brought a zillion chocolates, if the trays on the counter meant anything. She arrived in front of Shay and took her into a hug. "You're home now," she said, and that about summed up everything. Home. Shay could always come home and be accepted and feel comfortable in her own skin. "Baby doll," her daddy said, and Gretchen released her so Shay could hug him. He held her tight, and somewhere outside of the loving circle of his arms, she heard her mother cooing over Christy. "Love you, Shayla," Daddy said, and Shay repeated the sentiment back to him. She then turned toward her mother, who held the baby in her arms. Their eyes met, and Mom wore the biggest, brightest, kindest smile Shay had ever seen. That only kicked down all the defensive walls she'd put up between the two of them, and she stepped over to her mother and daughter. "We gave her the middle name of Louise," she said, her voice thick as honey, "after your mama." She stroked Christy's pretty wispy hair back, the soft spot on the top of her head pulsing a bit. "She's beautiful, Shay," Mom said, and she drew her into a one-armed hug that Christy certainly didn't like. She fussed over being smashed, and Mom half laughed and half cried as she stepped back and soothed the tiny girl. "She's got opinions," she said, beaming at the baby. "That's good, Christy. You're gonna need those." "Around here she will," Lee said, and he took Shay into a hug too, holding her close and adding, "Congratulations, Shay. Mama is dying for you to see the nursery, but you take your time." Shay held onto his broad shoulders too, because Lee could be gruff and surly, but he was really just a big teddy bear with a heart of marshmallow once that outer layer got removed. "Let's go see it," she said, new anticipation building in her stomach. "We would have been fine. We're moving so soon anyway." Will had come to Lee's side, and he grinned at Shay. "You say that like Mama would allow baby to come into this family under fine conditions." He handed her a tall glass of sweet tea, and her love for Trav's brother doubled. She took a sip, spotted Chrissy near the hallway standing next to Wayne, and she went that way. "Nursery reveal," she called, and that got almost everyone's attention. She first hugged Chrissy and Wayne, wanting to say so much to them, to thank them for always including her in their family, for making her feel so comfortable on their farm and in their home, for raising a fine son, even if he acted cross sometimes. "Come on, dear," Chrissy said, and she took the first shuffle step down the hall. She went all the way into the nursery, as did Wayne, but Shay paused in the doorway. The walls had been painted a soft yellow, almost the same color as freshly churned butter, nearly white, especially with the afternoon sunlight hitting it. "Oh," fell from her lips. The bright white furniture she'd wanted sat there, all in the proper place, just as she and Cherry had sketched out. The fully constructed crib waited for her, with bright pink and white striped bumpers and bedding. A white rocking chair sat in the corner where Shay could look out the window as she rocked Christy back to sleep. A dark forest green pad sat on it, and she teared up again at the sight of her favorite color in the room. She hadn't wanted a changing table because the bedroom was so small, and the third item in the room made her excitement shoot off the chart. "You got the jogging stroller." She stepped into the room to examine it. How? They were on back order until June. "Cherry pulled some strings," Rissa said. "Just a few," Cherry said, both of them joining her in the room. The stroller was put together, too, and all the work of getting this room cleared, painted, furniture put together and shown in every inch. She knew the people who'd done this loved her, Trav, and now Christy. She turned back to Cherry and Rissa and hugged them together. "Thank you." "Your daddy put together the crib," Cherry whispered, her grip on Shay's shoulders tight. "Your mama painted for hours. Will and Lee worked hard to get that rocking chair perfect, and I even sewed that cushion for you." "I made so much food," Rissa said with a laugh. "Spence filled your fridge with it." Shay pulled away, unable to speak, though she wanted to voice her gratitude. She figured the tears flowing down her face got the point across. "Rose got the art," Rissa said, wiping her face. "Gretchen did all the prep work while we were off getting things." "I supervised. You would not believe some of the ideas I had to veto, Shay," Chrissy said from behind Shay, and that caused everyone to laugh. Shay stepped past Rissa and Cherry to Rose and Gretchen. "Thank you," she said, hugging them. She embraced Will and Lee again, telling them how grateful she was. She hugged her mama and daddy again, her brother and sister who'd come. She found Trav at the end of the hall, holding their baby, and she took her from him. "Come see," she said to both of them, and the crowd made way for them to take their daughter into her new nursery, even if they'd only be there for a few weeks. "Look how loved we are," she said, and Trav slid his arm around her waist. "Thanks, everyone," he said, his voice the tiniest bit pinched. He could show anger and frustration real easily, but some of his softer emotions got dammed up. "Yes," Shay said, still weeping and ready to stop. "Thank you." Christy squirmed and grunted, to which everyone smiled or laughed, and then Shay nodded to Chrissy. "Sit, Nana, and let's get this grandbaby into your arms." Chapter 26. "Rose!" Her shouted name made Rosalie Reynolds turn from the mirror. Her sister had arrived, and that meant her parents, too. She moved away from the dresser in her bedroom, calling, "Back here!" Natasha appeared at the end of the hall. "The USS Thumper got out! I forgot!" "Shoot!" Rose jogged forward to hug her younger sister. "It's fine, Nat. He's a rabbit." "Autumn went after him." Then we'll get him back." Rose stepped back and held onto her sister's shoulders. "Are you ready for an amazing beach day?" "It's too cold, Mama says." Nat frowned and pushed her new bangs out of her eyes. "Is it too cold, Rose?" Rose hadn't really been paying attention to the weather. The forecast only went out 7 days, and she was getting married in 8. "I don't know," she said. "Surely we can at least drive there and walk down to the waves. You can get your feet wet." Nat turned toward their mother as she came inside. "I can get my feet wet." Mom sighed, and Rose gave her a look that said, "Let me do it, Mom." Her mom nodded, and Rose went to greet her parents. Daddy didn't come in because he was off with Autumn trying to rescue the demon white rabbit determined to flee the only home he'd ever known. Rose wasn't quite sure how Thumper would survive out on the farm. There were a lot of dogs, horses, and people, and they couldn't put up a gate across the front door of the farmhouse. It was never locked, and anyone and everyone who wanted to come in did. She had, many times. No knocking required. Lee and Ford were also moving into the house today. Travis and Shay's house had been finished a couple of weeks ago, and the Coopers had done a marathon weekend of moving them from one cabin to another. Then Will and Gretchen had moved in with Lee a few days later. It was going okay, but everyone was anxious to get this last move done. With Will's cabin empty, Wayne and Chrissy had been moving things from their farmhouse of the past 50 years to the much smaller cabin. All of their children had been helping, if only for a few minutes each day. That was all Lee could manage, but he did it. Cherry and Rissa had helped their mama clean everything out. Trav drove loads to the Salvation Army for donations. Will and Lee moved boxes and furniture. The last big move was today. Chrissy and Wayne would be out of the farmhouse in the morning, Lee and Ford in it by dinner time. Rose had asked her family to come help because she was moving a few of her things into the farmhouse now, too. She wouldn't make the move permanent until she and Lee were married, and 8 days seemed impossibly far away. "We got him," Daddy said, carrying the overweight chonk of a rabbit into the house, both hands clenched around the mammal's middle. That didn't make Thumper happy, and Rose laughed right out loud at the disgruntled look on his bunny face. Autumn skipped into the house, of course. "He was hiding under the bushes, Mama." "How'd you get him out?" Rose asked, as Daddy placed Thumper on the couch. The rabbit wiggled his nose like he'd never been on a couch before. "I took out some kale," she said. "All right," Rose said, clapping her hands now that the Thumper debacle was fixed. "Lunch, then a quick trip to the beach, then we can grab dinner and go out to Lee's." "Good plan," Nat yelled, and Rose ducked out of instinct. Her sister stood right behind her, and such a loud noise so close had startled her. "Get the sunscreen," she said, nodding to Autumn. "If you want to brave the water, you can. Put on your swimming suit." "Come help me out, Nat," Autumn said, taking Nat's hand. The two of them went down the hall, and Rose faced her parents. "Thank you," she said, "for coming to help." She stepped into her father's arms. "Has Nat been talking a lot?" "I don't think she stopped once the whole way." Daddy smiled as he stepped back, but he looked worn around the edges, Mama too. "Let me take her this afternoon," Rose said. "You guys stay here with Thumper. Once he trusts you, he'll even curl up on your chest and sleep with you." She offered them a smile, and the fact that they didn't protest told her just how tiring the drive had been. She turned at the sound of giggling from down the hall, and she caught sight of her perfectly clean kitchen. She cleaned when stressed, and her stress revealed itself in strange ways. A couple of hours later, Rose looked up from her book as Autumn yelled, "Mr. Lee is here!" She sat up straighter and watched her daughter sprint up the beach toward the parking lot. Rose sat huddled in one of the beach chairs she'd hauled from the car while Nat and Autumn had gone to the water's edge. She wore a hooded sweatshirt, and she pushed the hood back as she stood and turned in the direction her daughter had gone. Sure enough, her fiancé came toward them, wearing a pair of colorful swim shorts like he'd be joining the girls in the water. He grinned and bent down as Autumn approached, and he lifted her and tossed her into the air, both of them laughing as he did. Rose loved watching them, because everything Lee did felt authentic and true to his character. He adored children, and Rose wanted to give him so many. She worried from time to time about what would happen without Curious Kids, her game company that she'd founded, ran, and still designed all the content for, if she started having a lot of babies. Lee had told her he'd support her any way she wanted, but he ran his family's farm now. He was the boss, and once the move was done, he'd be living in the main farmhouse. He was the perfect person to take over Cooper and Company and Sweetwater Falls, and Rose didn't want to make his burden more than it was. As Lee set Autumn on the sand and lifted his eyes to hers, Rose had the very distinct feeling that she'd be very happy without Curious Kids. She'd been made to be at Lee's side, and that was exactly where she wanted to be. He took her into his arms as Autumn went back toward Nat and the waves. Reading?" "Yes," she said. "I'm surprised you made the drive."
"It's crazy at the farm," he said, his voice taking on a dark tint. "Trust me, it's better I'm here."
Rose looked up at him, concern spiking through her. "Yeah? Is it going to be intense tomorrow?" He met her eye, a frown forming between his.
"You've met my family, right?"
He looked up and gazed out at the ocean again.
"We make everything into a big deal. Picking up the wrong lamp causes an all-out war."
Rose grinned at him because she knew his love for his family ran as deep as his irritation. "Whose lamp did you touch, Lee?"
"I didn't touch it," he said. "But Cherry took a lamp that Will had just bought, thinking it went to the farmhouse, and you'd have thought she clubbed him with it and then stole his favorite cowboy boots."
He shook his head, no smile or chuckle in sight. Rose giggled, because that sounded like classic William Cooper behavior. He'd curbed a lot of that in recent months, since marrying Gretchen and then finding out they were going to be parents. But sometimes that red-headed gene came out with a vengeance. It happened to Lee, too, and Rose knew she hadn't seen the last of his temper. She simply loved him anyway, because he tried very hard, and he really was made of muscles around marshmallow. He sank into Nat's chair, and Rose retook hers. She laced her fingers through his, her book forgotten. Lee was here now, and he was the only distraction she ever needed. The following morning, Rose pulled up to the farmhouse, several pickup trucks already parked there. The sun had risen already, because April was well into itself, and the afternoons were nearly unbearable already. She reminded herself that she'd chosen to get married in the afternoon right here on this farm, and that she needed to call Violet and make sure the misters would be good to go. Rose went up to the house alone, as her parents, Nat and Autumn, were at least 15 minutes behind her. She'd told Lee she'd be here at 9 a.m., and she didn't want to be late for his moving day. She didn't knock on the front door, but went right inside the way she usually did. Voices echoed into the lobby from the kitchen, but they didn't sound angry. So far so good, she thought. She went under the arch and into the kitchen, where someone, probably Rissa, had set up a breakfast bar. Breads and muffins, as far as the eye could see, sat on the island, along with plates of butter, knives, and jars of Chrissy's homemade jam. "Rose," Cherry said, "have you eaten? You can break our tie." She rushed at Rose, which wasn't a good sign. She almost wanted to throw up her hands to ward off Lee's sister, Or protect her face. Something. Break the tie? Rose asked. I brought 2 new offerings from the bread boy, Cherry said. We're voting on which one Shane should put on the menu next week. Cherry had been working with Shane Bowen and his new startup bread-only bakery in Sweetwater Falls for a few months now. They'd been quite the talk of the town in recent weeks, as Shane offered a free slice of his bread of the week to specifically named people, a new name every day. It was a marketing strategy Cherry had come up with to get people into the shop, and it had worked really well. She and Lee had ordered all the bread for the bruschetta for their wedding from Shane, and when Rose had gone to taste it, she'd had a very hard time choosing which one she wanted. Of course, she and Lee seemed to like night and day different things, so he'd liked the ones she'd vetoed immediately. He let her pick, claiming he trusted her palate more than his, and Rose had narrowed it down to a sourdough option and a dark rye option. Both would be delicious with the tomato, olive, and mushroom toppings the caterers were doing. Gretchen was making the wedding cake, of course. Rissa and her ice cream shop would supply all the ice cream. The main course was a pizza buffet, as everyone in the Cooper family adored pizza, and it was easy to make for a crowd. The caterer, a woman named Sage Grady, had designed a menu that was both upscale and farm-friendly, so the cowboys and townspeople would be equally satisfied. Rose had wanted something chic but country, and the salami, basil, and honey pizza fit the bill. First, Cherry said, we have an apple loaf. She nodded to Lee, who dutifully handed Rose a chunk of bread. She put it in her mouth, but there were no apple chunks. It wasn't a donut, and the bread merely came with the tang of a green apple. It's better toasted, Rissa said, right as a toaster popped up a piece of bread. With the caramel butter. She raised her eyebrows in Rose's direction, and Rose nodded. Like a caramel apple? In bread form, Gretchen said, her whole face lit up. It was obvious which bread flavor she'd chosen. Rose accepted the piece of toast, and she took a bite. A moan started in her taste buds and quickly moved down her throat. She got salt from the butter, cream, that hint of caramel and apple, all in a crunchy bite of toast. This is amazing, she said, looking around at the others. Lee had voted for this one as well, she could tell. Will, too, if his giant grin meant anything. Rissa and Spence looked indifferent, playing their perfect poker faces. What's my other choice? She asked. Cherry turned to the counter and picked up another chunk of bread. This is a Swiss and sage loaf. Rose generally liked savory things over sweet, but she could smell the bread before she popped the square into her mouth. Too much cheese. The sharp Swiss flavor punched her in the back of the throat, but she managed not to give away too much. It's also better toasted, Rissa said, with a honey butter that tones down the cheese. She doctored up another piece of toast, and Rose took a few bites. She didn't want to finish it, and she held it out to the group, clearly offering it to them. Half of them groaned, and the other half cheered. Cherry grinned the hardest, and she turned to Jed, planting both of her palms against his chest. I think I have a hidden superpower I didn't know about. Creating bread flavors? He asked, chuckling. Rose loved watching the two of them interact, and she wondered when Jed was going to propose. She didn't bother Cherry with personal questions like that. Rissa would, or Chrissy, or even Shay. Sometimes Lee, and Rose would just hear about it via text or over a meal with him. He had a very close relationship with his sister, and Rose found that endearing for both of them as well. Shane will be thrilled, Cherry said. Thanks, everyone, for participating in the taste test. She turned and faced them, her hand falling to Jed's at her side. Can I have another piece of that caramel apple toast? Rose asked. We can leave it out, Lee said, almost the moment she finished speaking. "Daylight's burning. Let's get started." Everyone looked from him to her and back. Rose gave him a smile, and Lee sighed. "Fine. One more piece of toast for everyone, and then we've got 2 families to move, and it's hot already." Another cheer went up, and Rose kept her eyes glued to Lee as he came to her side and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Sorry," she murmured. "It's their funeral," he said. "I just hope they don't complain to me when it's 90 degrees and they're moving my heavy entertainment center." Rose snuggled into his side and said, "I love you, Lee. 1 more week." "1 more week," he murmured too, and then he took her hand and took her out of the kitchen. "No toast?" she asked playfully. "After," he said, as he lowered his head to kiss her. She didn't have to ask after what, because kissing Lee was far better than toast, even an apple-flavored slice with caramel butter. Chapter 27. Jed knew how to work hard, and the second weekend of April had him hauling someone else's furniture, boxes, and clothing from one house to another. He wouldn't be anywhere else on this gorgeous Saturday, and he couldn't stop smiling at everyone he went by. Spencer Rust, Clarissa's husband. He'd gladly shown up to help Lee and Ford move from their cabin into the big white farmhouse. Wayne and Chrissy were moving into Will's cabin, as he'd vacated it the previous week, or 2 weeks. Jed had a lot going on, and he couldn't keep track of everything going on at 3 farms. His families, Cherry's families, and his new ranch, Cowboy Ranch in Sweetwater Falls. The sale had gone through at the end of March, and Betty's children had come and done the same thing the Cooper siblings were doing now. They'd moved her out of her house, off her property. Jed had gotten the keys to the house, the barns, to every gate and outbuilding, all of it, about a week and a half ago, and he'd simply stared at them. Sometimes he still did, marveling at how many there were and that they belonged to him. Him. He hadn't moved onto the ranch yet because he wanted to renovate the house before he had to live in it. No one needed his cabin, and the commute from farm to farm took 7 minutes. He'd been working 18 hours per day since taking possession of those keys, because Betty had left all of her animals. They had to be fed and watered and taken care of, and Jed still had work to do around his family ranch, too. That would end at the end of April, as Easton had found a couple of new cowboys to work at Forrester Farms, the same way he had with the office manager. Cherry had gotten the job at the county clerk's office, and she'd turned it down. She'd gone all in with Shane Bowen and the bread boy. She worked there from dawn to mid-afternoon, and then she'd show up on Jed's ranch and putter around with him. Sometimes she sat on her phone while he ripped down outdated kitchen cabinets. Sometimes she'd pick up a paintbrush and help him update the color of the walls in the living room. Once, she'd changed his wash only to call to him with some measure of panic that the appliance was leaking. Jed anticipated many moments of brief panic as he discovered all the cracks and issues on his new ranch. He wouldn't have it any other way, and he didn't want to go through all of those terrible moments alone. His pulse skipped and stumbled as he thought about asking Cherry to be his wife. They'd talked about marriage plenty of times. Cherry had brought it up. He had too. They'd talked about the horses and dogs they wanted, and he'd consulted with her several times about the decor, paint colors, and other fixtures she might like for the house. He just hadn't gotten the question asked yet. The diamond currently sat in his jeans pocket, and after Jed delivered the bookcase to the bedroom where Ford would live in the farmhouse, he patted his leg just to make sure the ring still rode there. It did, and Jed had a feeling the day was winding down. The breads lined up on the counter in the kitchen had gotten picked over, And as Jed stepped into the hallway, he nearly got decapitated by Travis as he hauled in a full-length mirror. "Sorry," they said in tandem, and Trav added a grunt because the freestanding mirror was heavy and he had to adjust it. Jed got out of the hallway as Will came through the front door with part of an obviously handmade and hand-carved bed frame. "Don't stop," Lee called. "We're right behind you." Jed dashed forward to help Will, and together they maneuvered the frame around the corner, down the hall, and then through the doorway. They breathed hard and then flattened themselves against the wall as Lee and Spencer came in with the second piece. They worked together to make the corners square and the bed frame strong and sure. Rose and Ford came into the room with his twin mattress, and Jed grinned at both of them. Something about the Coopers exuded magic, and Jed sure did like basking in it. "How much more?" Lee asked. "Whatever's in that truck," Rose said, wiping her hair back. "Your cabin is empty now." "Besides my stuff," Will said. "Yes, besides Will and Gretchen's things," Rose said, flashing him a quick smile. "Let's go see, Bud," Lee said, giving his son a nudge toward the door. Jed stood crammed back in the corner, so he left the room last. The line of people went into the kitchen, not back outside to see what else was in the truck, so Jed followed them. The whole Cooper family had congregated there, and Rissa and Cherry moved about the kitchen, both of them cooking. "Tacos in about 15 minutes, Rissa said, and everyone cheered. It wasn't loud and didn't last long because it had been quite the day already. Jed's hand went to his pocket, and while he'd thought a lot about how he'd ask Cherry to marry him, he'd never been in her kitchen while she browned ground beef. Chatter and laughter filled the room as several people took seats at the long dining room table. Jed stood as a hinge halfway between the activity in the kitchen and the conversations at the table. Cherry's parents sat on a couch across from the table, Ford next to Wayne, showing him something in a notebook. Jed didn't know what came over him, but he didn't mind having eyes on him. He had a loud voice, and as he withdrew the diamond from his pocket, he yelled, "Can I get everyone's attention, please?" Yes, he could. Easier than he thought, too, from his experiences with the Coopers and his stories from Cherry's childhood. "Cherry," he said, his heartbeat nearly deafening him. "Can you come here for a second?" "I'm cooking," she said. "Now is not the time to argue with him," Rissa said, meeting Jed's eyes. Something meaningful passed between them, and she stepped over to Cherry without looking away from Jed. "Go on." "I'm cooking," Cherry said, still not getting it. "Cherry," Lee said, standing from his spot at the table. He came to stand beside Jed, and they exchanged a glance. Lee gave Jed a smile, and he knew Cherry's brother was on his side. Will and Travis came to stand with him, too, so that by the time Cherry relinquished the wooden spoon to her sister, Jed stood with all of her brothers. "What?" she asked, and she faced him with some level of irritation on her face. He watched it fall away when she saw him. He smiled at her. "You're doing that thing where you tell me the sky isn't blue just so I won't be right." Cherry took a breath, obviously thought about saying something, probably that the sky wasn't blue right now because the sun had started to set. It was navy or orange or pink, but not blue. Instead of saying anything, she exhaled. "Okay," she said, "but you're stalling us all from eating." "It's a risk I'm willing to take," Jed said, his thoughts completely clear now. "Dangerous," Travis said with a chuckle, and Jed tossed him a smile. Jed's back and legs ached as he bent and got down on both knees. "Jed Forrester," Cherry said, her voice pitching up. "I'm in love with you," he said. "Cherry Cooper,
We've talked about the farm time and time again, and I think we should get married as fast as possible so you can live there with me, and we can work on building all of the things we talk about."
He held up the diamond ring.
"I know you like shiny things, and big shiny things, and I picked this out for you."
Cherry covered her mouth with her hands, and Jed noticed the tremble in them.
"Will you marry me?"
he asked. The whole farmhouse held its breath, and all the people inside it did too, Jed included. Jed shook his head and added,
"This is the one time I need you to say yes to me, sweetheart."
"Okay," she said.
"No,"
Jed said, though his knees hurt and he wanted to stand up.
"I'm not accepting okay to a proposal."
"Cherry," Shay hissed. She grinned at him. "All right, I'll marry you."
"Nope," he said. "I'm standing up now."
"No," Cherry said, rushing forward. She knelt on the floor in front of him, sliding toward him. She looked at the ring, then up at him. He could see her fear, but also her pure joy and desire for him. "Yes," she whispered.
"Oh, your mama can't hear you, can you, Chrissy?" he called.
"I didn't hear her," Chrissy said back. Jed quirked his right eyebrow at Cherry, the playfulness between them off the charts.
"In your dilapidated shed voice."
"Her what?" Gretchen asked. "Yes," Cherry yelled. "Yes, Jed Forrester, I'll marry you." The farmhouse erupted into cheers then, at least 10 times louder than the reaction to tacos, thank goodness. She leaned forward and kissed him right there on the floor of the farmhouse where she'd grown up, and he kissed her right on back. Lee whistled through his teeth, and Will and Travis weren't quiet with the catcalling. Cherry broke the kiss with her laughter, and Jed took Lee's hand so he could get back to his feet. He groaned, his back very unhappy with him for kneeling for so long.
"I'm too old for that," he said, chuckling.
"Jed," Cherry said, "you didn't put the ring on my finger." He turned back to her as Lee said,
"Congrats, Jed." "Oh, didn't I?"
He looked at the diamond in his hand.
"Look at that."
He made no move to slide it onto her ring finger. "Jed."
"You wouldn't say yes."
"Don't be salty about that," she said, moving into him and putting both palms against his chest.
"I'm salty," he said,
clearly teasing her. "Fine," she said. "I take back the yes."
"You can't take it back,"
Will said, and Jed burst out laughing. He grabbed Cherry's hand as she fell back a step, and he slid the ring onto her finger.
"There."
Cherry looked down at her hand and the diamond.
"Happy?"
Jed asked. She looked up at him, stars in her eyes. "Yes," she said again, and to Jed it was the best yes Jed had heard. He kissed her again, and instead of cheering this time, Travis said, "All right, enough kissing. How long until tacos?" Jed broke the kiss this time, and he ducked his head, took Cherry's hand, and they left the kitchen. He made it all the way to the front porch before he took her into his arms and kissed her again. This time, it wasn't a laughing kiss while her family cheered. It was the kiss of a man who loved a woman, and the kiss of a woman who'd finally said yes to her salty cowboy. Chapter 28. Cherry gathered her skirt so it wouldn't drag in the sand, then stepped out of her sandals and left them on the boardwalk the way everyone else in the wedding party had done. She wouldn't be walking down the aisle with anyone, not today at least, as Lee and Rose had designed their wedding a tad differently than that of a traditional ceremony. Just the fact that the Coopers had driven to the beach for this was wildly off-kilter, but Cherry sighed at the sight of the perfectly white chairs with tall, straight backs. Pale pink bows drifted in the breeze, and she joined the swell of guests already under the 2 big tents that provided some protection from the sun. At the end of the aisle, an altar made of wood, leather, and petals waited under a flap that kept it shaded but provided a superb view of the ocean beyond. The blue evening sky with wispy clouds drifting through the deepening colors, the scent of frosting which hung in the air, the way a smile felt like it infused love into her heart, all things Cherry adored about weddings. This one felt special, of course, because this was Lee. Emotion crowded into her throat, but she took her spot in the front row with Gretchen. Shay and Rissa and Spence stood on the other side, and Cherry turned back toward the entrance to the tent. Mama and Daddy stood there, and they carefully stepped off the boardwalk and came slowly down the aisle. Speakers secured in the corners of the tent piped in pretty music, and Mama wore a smile that would rival a queen's as she made her slow journey to the front row. Right behind her came Lee, flanked by Will and Travis, almost like they were some sort of cowboy posse that shouldn't be messed with. A glow emanated from Lee that only accompanied a groom on his wedding day, but he didn't smile. Cherry rolled her eyes at him, and that got the corners of his mouth to lift ever so slightly. Trav and Will seriously walked while they scanned the crowd, as if they expected trouble to jump out at any moment. "Hey," Jed whispered as he arrived from behind Cherry. So maybe her brothers were right to look for issues. She laughed to herself, because Jed wasn't trouble unless she counted how erratically he made her pulse bounce through her veins. "There you are," she hissed back to him, threading her fingers through his. "You almost missed it." "I was helping someone." She looked at him, but he zipped his lips and pointed toward her brothers. She said, a clear indication that she didn't enjoy his secret-keeping. But she did turn back to her siblings as they arrived at the altar. Lee took up his position at the front, accepted a hug and kiss from Mama and then Daddy, who moved to sit on the end of the first row where Cherry stood. Will moved to the left, and Gretchen joined him. Trav went to the right, and Shay joined him. Rissa and Spence fell in line on that side, and Cherry and Jed went to the left with Will and Gretchen. Their perfectly balanced family, now that she had someone too. The sparkle of the diamond on her left hand caught her eye, and she looked down at it. She nearly got blinded as the sun seemed to have honed in on the gem, and it threw light around the tent. Down at the other end of the aisle, Rose's parents and sisters stepped off the boardwalk and began the trek to the altar. Cherry opened her free arm for Nat as the woman arrived, and she patted the younger woman's forearm and gave her a smile. "You look beautiful," she whispered. Nat wore the same pale pink as Cherry, Gretchen, Rissa, and Shay, and because she was dark-haired and skinned, too, it was a fabulous color on her. Movement in front of her took her attention from Nat, and Cherry pulled in a breath at the sight of Rose as she held her full skirt in her hands, positioned herself at the head of the aisle, and smoothed out her dress. It hugged her from the bodice to her waist, and then fell as if draped over an umbrella. She radiated light and joy to the whole tent, and Cherry wasn't the only one who sighed. Beside her, Nat sniffled, and Cherry kept her tucked close and tight. She knew how confusing and upsetting weddings could be, and her heart wept for Natasha. Rose didn't move, though her eyes had locked with Lee's. Ford came out from behind the crowd, and he looked like the most handsome 9-year-old on the planet. He wore a tuxedo, same as his father. He wore the same wide-brimmed cowboy hat, and Cherry had helped him color the stitching on his cowboy boots, so they were completely blacked out too. He offered his arm to Rose, and she curtsied and took it. No one else in the Cooper family had married anyone with children, so this was all new for them. None of them had gotten married on the beach, either, But Rose, Autumn, and Nat loved the beach, and it wasn't that far from the farm. Autumn came from the left, and she wore the most darling party dress in bright pink to keep with the bridal colors of rose, sage green, and robin's egg blue. She took her mother's hand, and when the three of them were properly joined together, they all faced the altar and Lee. He shifted nervously in the sand, but Cherry felt certain only she could tell. He wore no emotions on his face whatsoever, but with every step Rose took toward him, his smile grew a little more. Millimeter by millimeter, his mouth turned upward, until his son, his almost wife, and his nearly stepdaughter stood in front of him. He bent down and brushed his lips against Autumn's cheek, said something to her, and then she went to stand beside Rose's mom. Lee hugged his son, and Cherry loved seeing her gruff, rough, handsome brother soften for his child. He'd always been stern, but absolutely tender with Ford, and his son moved to stand in front of Cherry. She gave him a smile, and Ford returned it. Lee took Rose's hand, and they turned toward the altar. The pastor stepped behind the altar, and Cherry adjusted so she was facing the altar too. "Please be seated," Pastor Olson said, and he waited while the crowd did that. Once everyone settled, he continued with, "Gathering together is always such a blessing. When townspeople, friends, and family get together, the joy and love they have for one another can be felt. I can feel it here, with Leland Cooper and Rosalie Reynolds and their families. Those who've come to celebrate with them have brought a great spirit with them, and pure happiness is here." Cherry's smile slipped. She wanted the pastor to get to the meat of the ceremony, and she cut a glance at Lee. He obviously did too. "I believe you two wrote vows for one another," Pastor Olson said, getting to things now. "Yes," Lee said, digging into his inside jacket pocket. He pulled out a wrinkled piece of paper, and Rose turned away from Cherry so she couldn't see her face. She still heard her ask, "You wrote it down?" He looked up from the paper. "Yes, you didn't?" She giggled and shook her head, and Lee shifted again. "Well, I had to write it down." He cleared his throat and focused on the paper again. Rosalie." He ground his voice against his vocal cords again, and Cherry almost winced for him. The tension around the altar rose, and she sensed movement behind her. She willed Will to stay where he was, and she shot a look behind Pastor Olson to Trav, who looked like he might go help Lee read his vows too. Rissa caught Cherry's eye, and she wore concern too. Another second went by, then two. The silence filling the tent was absolute, as the wind had decided now was a great time to die. "Lee," Rose said, and he looked up. "You don't need the paper." She put her hand over it and gently pushed down, lowering his hand with the paper in it. "Just pretend it's a song you're going to sing to me." She smiled, and Lee stuffed the paper back into his pocket. "Rose," he said again, his voice clear now, no gruffness to be heard. "Last year you caught my eye from across the room, and I haven't been able to see anyone since. I haven't been perfect with how things have gone between us, but every time you tell me what I'm doing wrong, I do my best to fix it. Because I love you. I love your daughter, and I think we'll be able to build an amazing life together." He swallowed, and while that wasn't quite the version of his vows he'd practiced at the farmhouse last night, Cherry gave him an encouraging smile, but he didn't look her direction. "All right," he drawled. "That's it." Rose reached up and touched her fingertips to Lee's lapel right over his heart. "Lee, I noticed you at math night, mostly because of your cowboy staring." A few people laughed, Cherry included, Lee included, which said a lot about how far her brother had come in his transformation. "I dubbed you handsome because you made my nearly dead heart beat in a way it hadn't in a long time. I wondered about you, and while a few of our first interactions didn't go exactly according to the fairy tales, everything else did." He inched closer to her, his hand sliding along her hip. His smile told Cherry how much her brother loved the woman in front of him, and she leaned back into Jed, hoping he'd look at her like this on their wedding day. "You've been my Prince Charming cowboy, and I love you. I love your son, I love your family, and I love your farm. I don't expect things to be perfect, but I do expect that we'll live happily ever after, with a little work, a little sacrifice, and a lot of love."
"What beautiful sentiments," Pastor Olson said, beaming at everyone. He moved out from behind the altar and stood in front of Rose and Lee on the other side of it, his back to the crowd. After he'd gone through the traditional question for Rose, she said, "I do," and Pastor Olson turned to Lee. "Leland Howard Cooper, do you take Rosalie Millicent Reynolds to be your lawfully wedded wife? To love, to cherish, and to cleave unto until you both shall go all the way of this earth?" "I do," Lee said, and his smile exploded onto his face. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," Pastor Olson said. Then he sprinted out of the way, and Cherry burst out laughing. He'd apparently officiated weddings for her family before, and she knew the uproar about to happen. Lee took Rose into his arms fully, bent her back, and kissed her to the enormous noise of over 100 pairs of hands clapping, a whole choir of cowboys hooting and hollering, and plenty of whistling. Cherry's voice wouldn't sound because she was weeping. She applauded as loud as she could while Jed whistled behind her. Lee lifted Rose out of the dip, and they faced their adoring crowd. He lifted their joined hands, and Cherry yelled to Nat. "Come on," she said. "Let's go give them a hug." She didn't beat Mama or Daddy, but Cherry was very next in line to hug her brother, and he gripped her with the power of a python while she did the same back to him. After a few long moments, he stepped back and looked into her eyes. "You're next." "I'm last," she said, reaching up to wipe her eyes. She'd likely ruined her makeup, but she didn't care. It would be dark soon, and with the flickering tiki torches that would light their dinner service, no one would know. "Perhaps last is the best of all," he said. Then Will swept him away. Cherry turned, suddenly lost, and Jed took her hand. Then she wasn't lost at all. She melted into his side where she always wanted to be, and he leaned down among all the chaos and said, "So are you sure we have to wait until the end of August? We could get married right now." She turned and looked up at him. "What?" "Your parents are here and dressed, as are mine, all of your siblings." He left the words there, and Cherry shook her head. "No," she said, and he grinned good-naturedly. Things changed in her head, though, but she held back from saying anything until she could sort through her feelings. Right now, she wanted to bask in the rightness of this wedding, and when it was time to move over to the tables for dinner and dancing, she did that. A couple of hours later, with the firelight dancing along the edges of the dance floor, Cherry stood with Rissa, Spence, and Jed. She held baby Bronson in her arms, though he was a chunky 6-month-old now. Lee carefully cut a piece of cake and then turned toward his new bride. Rose wore a wild look on her face, but Lee fed her the chocolate cake delicately so none spilled or dripped onto her dress. She took a chunk and looked like she would do the same for him. Instead, she mashed it into his face, and he jerked backward. Laughter filled the sky, and Cherry joined hers to it.
Everyone cheered, and the crowd who'd stayed through dinner surged forward to get dessert. "Mama wants Bronson," Rissa said, taking her boy from Cherry. "And I think your cowboy wants to dance with you." She sparkled like the stars in the sky as she looked at Cherry, and she and Spencer left to go give Bronson to Mama, who sat next to Daddy on a wicker couch along the edge of the dance floor. Cherry sighed and turned back to Jed. "I'm ready to get out of this dress," she said, tugging along the fabric under her arm. "It's starting to itch." He looked at her with a glow in his eyes. "You look like a princess." He ran his fingers along her bare shoulder. "I do want to dance with you." She sagged into his arms, glad he could hold her up and smile at the same time. "Do you dance, cowboy?" "Don't all princes?" he teased. "Yes," she said, cataloging her use of the word. "They do." She let him lead her onto the dance floor, where they blended in with the other couples who'd opted to do that over taking a piece of chocolate cake back to their table. She never wanted to be in anyone else's arms except for Jed's, and she rested her cheek against his chest, perfectly content. "Jed," she said after a few moments, "I've been thinking." "All right," he said cautiously. "Is this a good kind of thinking or a bad kind of thinking?" "What if we got married in July?" "July," he said, really drawing out the word into 3 syllables. "Outside, Cherry, do you know what the weather's like in July?" "About the same as August," she said lightly. "It's mid-April now. I need a couple of months." She peered up at him, willing him to understand. "A couple of months is June," he said, "and Deb's due in July. June really would be better." He raised his eyebrows, clearly asking a serious question. "June?" she mimicked, lowering her voice and adding plenty of disbelief to it. "Do you know what the weather is like in June, Jed?" She backed out of his arms. "Maybe we should wait until December." "No, no," Jed said, grabbing her wrist and bringing her back into his arms. He held her against his body as they swayed, and Cherry tipped her head back to look at him. "June," he murmured, "July, August. I don't care, as long as it's sooner and not later." "You won't even have the house where you want it by then." "It's where I want it right now," he said, "because if you're there, then it doesn't matter if it's a cave." Cherry couldn't help smiling at him, because he did know exactly what to say to make her feel loved and cherished. "A cave? I'm not living in a cave." "Why not?" he challenged. "Some princesses lived in stone castles, and that's basically a cave." "They had towers," she said, "and servants." Jed ducked his head and ran the tip of his nose down the side of her face, his breath washing over her neck and making her shiver. "I'll be your servant," he whispered, just before he kissed her. Cherry kissed him back, this glorious man she loved. She loved that she could argue with him, and that she could tease him, and that she could be herself with him, salty or sweet. He got to do the same with her. He broke the kiss, as they were dancing in public at a family wedding, and looked into her eyes. "All right," she said, not using the word yes this time. "End of May?" She swallowed, because that only gave her 6 weeks. 6 weeks to put together a whole wedding. She hadn't really started yet, though she'd sat down with Mama and gone over a couple of things after the proposal last weekend. Jed chuckled and brushed his knuckles down the side of her face. "End of May it is, my princess." He kissed her again, barely pulling his lips from hers to murmur, "I love you, Cherry Cooper." He tried to kiss her again, but Cherry wanted to speak first. She kept distance between them, her neck aching and a headache forming along her forehead. I love you too, Jed, she said. Then she kissed him, so he'd know what she'd said was absolutely true. The end. Keep listening for the Cooper Family Sweetwater Falls Farm Series Epilogue. Series Epilogue, Chapter 1. "Come on, baby," Clarissa said as she opened the door. Spring sunshine and a blast of warm air flowed into the cabin. "Let's go see Daddy." Bronson perked up at that, as the boy loved his father. Rissa did too, and she scooped her 7-month-old into her arms and took him outside to the porch. On the sidewalk in front of the cabin, she'd packed a red wagon with blankets to help Bronson sit up and stay inside, and she placed him in the center of them. "You've got your toys there." She handed him a plastic ring of colorful beads that went straight into his mouth. With him teething right now, almost everything did. She thought about her sister as she made the walk from her house to the shop, where Spencer should be closing out the day. He worked a lot around the farm, and since he was once going to be her replacement at the ice cream shop, which also sold spreadable cheeses, flavored milks, and other assorted dairy products, he'd been helping out there a lot since Bronson had been born. "You'll need to be in the kitchen tomorrow," Rissa told herself, and she would. Cherry's wedding was only 1 more week away, and they still hadn't finalized the last ice cream flavor. She'd wanted something fruity, but all of the concoctions Rissa had come up with hadn't satisfied her. She hadn't done much with peaches yet, and Rissa felt sure that tomorrow's peach pie ice cream recipe would win over her sister. And Jed. He'd been a hard nut to crack, too, and Rissa had made 4 different chocolate bases before he'd declared one perfect. She suspected that he'd done that on purpose just to get more free ice cream, but the thought only made her smile. Jed was perfect for Cherry, and Rissa liked being around the two of them, even when they argued. Their passion for life, for each other, and for the farm they were building together was palpable, and it reminded Rissa that life was good. Life was meant to be lived loudly. Life could be fun and sad and good and bad all at the same time. The shop came into view, and a moment later Spence stepped outside. He turned back to lock the door, and Rissa smiled, though she and Bronson lingered too far away for her to call out to him. "Look, buddy," she said to their son. "There's Daddy." Bronson babbled and tossed his ring, the same as he usually did. Spence looked her way, and Rissa waved her free hand. Her husband's smile lit up the landscape, though the sun still shone in the sky. It was on its way down, and by the time they returned to their cabin, it would be fully dark. Rissa had learned that whenever they made the quick drive to Hope Eternal Ranch, they'd be there for a while. She didn't mind, because she liked all of Spencer's friends over there. More importantly, he needed them, and Rissa never wanted to take something from him that fed his soul. He came toward her, his smile huge too, and when she could, she called, "All done?" "Yep." He broke into a jog and reached them quickly. "Good sales today, too. Almost everything is gone." "Leading into summer barbecues," she said, enjoying the slow advance of his hand along her waist. Spencer never rushed anything, and Rissa had learned the value of that from him. Their marriage over the past few years hadn't been perfect, but it had been perfect for her. She'd learned a lot about herself, about him, and about sacrifice, compromise, and love, too. She smiled up at him, and he lowered his head to kiss her. "How was your day?" he murmured just before touching his lips to hers. She kissed him slowly, her hands sliding along his waist, too. His cowboy hat fell off, but he didn't make a move to retrieve it. Behind them in the wagon, Bronson continued to talk to himself in his baby language. He'd only been saying a few words for a couple of months now, mostly da-da-da and ba-ba-ba. He did love his father, and he loved to eat. Anything else he was unhappy about? He just cried. Spence pulled away, the moment between them still and glorious. "Good," Rissa said as she opened her eyes. "I perfected the peach pie ice cream recipe, and I'm going to come try it after church tomorrow." He bent to pick up his hat. "Sounds fun." "You can nap with Bronson and then come try it?" She lifted her eyebrows as a punctuation mark to her suggestion, and Spence nodded as he took the handle to the wagon. They walked toward the parking lot where he'd parked his truck. "We don't have to bring anything?" she asked. "Oh, shoot." Spencer passed the handle to her and jogged toward the shop. "I said I'd bring the cheese for the hamburgers." She knew that, of course. That was why she'd asked. She loaded the baby into his car seat while Spence ran back inside the shop to get the promised cheese. He came out with a huge loaf of sliced cheese, got behind the wheel, and with everyone buckled and ready, started the drive to Hope Eternal Ranch. They pulled up to the main house there, only to be greeted by several canines. "Ted's here," Spencer said, his smile already slipping into place. He sometimes came over to Hope Eternal to work out with his friends, and when he did, Rissa knew he had something heavy weighing on his mind. Sometimes he wanted to work through some things before he talked to her about it, and she'd learned not to get too worked up over it. He still confided in her. He still loved her. But the men here had a special relationship with him, and she grinned too as the tall, burly, bushy, black-haired form of Ted Burrows came to the top of the porch steps. Spence launched himself out of the truck, and Ted came jogging down the steps. The two of them collided about the middle of the lawn, and tears pressed into Rissa's eyes. Having good people in Spence's life meant a great deal to her. She had all of her siblings, their spouses, and her parents. It was okay for Spence to have his cowboys here at this ranch. By the time she got Bronson out of the back seat, Ted had clapped one of his huge hands on Spencer's shoulder, both of them beaming from ear to ear. "Look at your baby," Ted drawled. He reached for Bronson, and the boy went right to him. "He's huge." 7 months, Spencer said, obvious pride in his voice. "Where's your crew?" "Oh, Emma's still got cookies in the oven back at our place," Ted said, smiling down at Bronson now. He might be one of the biggest men Rissa had ever met, and he had a heart to match. He and Emma had 4 children now, plus all the dogs, as well as a teacup piglet that sometimes caused more trouble than Rissa would personally put up with. "Look at you, baby," he cooed at Bronson, who reached up to touch his beard. "It's too hot out here," another cowboy drawled, and Spencer turned that way. "Nate," he said, and he left Rissa with Ted. "Evening, ma'am," Ted said, nodding at her. "You're asking for trouble." Rissa planted her hands on her hips. Ted laughed, and she stepped into his arms for a hug. She kissed both of his cheeks and added, "He likes you, so you can keep him all night if you'd like." "I'll keep him as long as I can," Ted promised, the two of them walking toward the house now. "Emma has this idea in her head that we need another baby, so I doubt I'll get him for the whole night." "You don't want another baby?" "I'd be fine," Ted said, "but Susie's only 9 months old, barely older than yours. Do you want another baby right now?" He tossed her a look that told her of his exhaustion. "1 baby is one thing," he said. 2, and you're outnumbered. This 3rd one, I don't even know if I'm coming or going." He chuckled and went up the steps, Rissa in his wake. Nate pounded Spence on the back, and he stepped away to hug Rissa, too. He was the glue that held this ranch together, at least according to Spencer. Rissa thought his auburn-haired wife was the true stickiness, and the moment they all went inside, Ginger Mulberry looked their way. She put down the rubber spatula she'd been using, said something to Jess, another cowboy's wife, and came toward Spence, Rissa, and Bronson. "I want the baby," she said from several paces away. "She said I could have him all night," Ted said, swinging Bronson over his other hip and further from Ginger. She gave him a smile that said, "Nice try, cowboy," and hugged Spencer and then Rissa. "How are you?" she murmured. "You look rested for having a 7-month-old." How she could remember the age of children that weren't hers, Rissa didn't know. Ginger was always so even and so calm, and Rissa wondered how her red-headed genes hadn't impacted her the way the ones in the Cooper family had obviously infected every one of her siblings and herself. Good. Rissa sank into Ginger's arms, because hugging her was like hugging Mama. She sometimes came to Hope Eternal for iced tea in the afternoons, but she hadn't since Bronson had been born. We need to get together more often. Now that it's summer, we will, Ginger promised. She stepped back and smiled warmly at Rissa. In fact, we'll be at Cherry's wedding next weekend. I mean for desserts and teas, Rissa said, or lunch. She hadn't put on a luncheon in such a long time. I bet Lee would let me have the farmhouse, and we can have a huge luncheon for anyone who can come. She smiled, the plans already forming in her mind. Tell me when, and I'll be there. Me too, Jill said, as she came inside behind Rissa and Spence. She held the hand of a little girl who had to be turning 6 soon. Say hi, Savvy. Hello, the girl said, her blonde hair just about the cutest thing Rissa had seen in a while. No one in her family would have much blonde, as they all had dark hair and eyes like the Coopers, with the exception of Gretchen. Their one hope, and whose first baby would be here in only 7 more weeks. Rissa could hardly wait to meet her new nephew. Howdy, Spence said, reaching for the girl's hand. Your daddy says you have a new horse to show me. Savannah's face lit up, and she looked from her mom to Spencer as she moved toward him. Can I, Mama? Yes, Jill said with a smile. The girl took Spencer back out the front door, and Rissa realized she had a complete second family over here to interact with. She hugged Jill hello, and they joined everyone in the kitchen. Ginger put a big bowl of pasta salad in the fridge, and Rissa looked around at the chaos and mess that remained. I'm glad I don't live here, Ginger said with a laugh. Let's go see how things are going outside. I think they needed chairs and shades set up. Dallas and Luke are doing the shades now, Nate said, putting his arm around his wife. They had a 14-year-old boy named Connor who'd been Nate's brother's son. He'd been with Nate since the death of his father, and they'd added 2 more kids to their family over the years. Ward, named after Nate's brother, was 7, and Mary Jane was 4. Ginger was currently pregnant and due about the same time as Gretchen, and Rissa liked how spaced out their family was. She didn't want to have baby after baby the way Emma seemed to, and she wasn't surprised the brunette wanted another baby, though Susie was only 9 months old. Cookies, Emma said in that moment, and Rissa turned to go help her. Emma was a phenomenal cook, and the idea that she should plan the luncheon with Emma struck Rissa so strongly that she couldn't keep it to herself. These look amazing, she said of the large cookies on the tray she took from Emma. Rissa, she said with a pleasant edge in her voice, you're here. They both set down their trays of cookies, where cowboy hands reached for them instantly, and then Rissa drew Emma into a hug. I want to do a summer luncheon, she said. Will you help me plan it? Emma pulled back, her dark eyes wide. A summer luncheon? Yes, Rissa said. My family does the huge 4th of July thing, which y'all are invited to, remember? She looked around the kitchen, where at least one member of the 5 families she and Spencer spent so much time with stood, snacked, or smiled. They nodded, and satisfied that they'd come to Sweetwater Falls Farm for the holiday, she turned back to Emma. "But I want to do a luncheon, a ladies' luncheon at the farm. Our farm hands will probably have to be invited, my siblings and their families, but they can eat the leftovers." "I just told Hannah that I wanted to do a luncheon," Emma said, turning as her daughter came up behind her. "And Missy needs to do a big project for her culinary class." She put her arm around her daughter's shoulders, and Rissa marveled at how quickly children could grow up. "You're doing a culinary class?" she asked, so many of her cells lighting up. "Rissa went to culinary school," Emma said. Missy brightened, and while she'd always been kind, she had also been a teenager, and that meant she couldn't like what adults did. "You did?" "Yep," Rissa said. "What's your big project?" "I'm doing an online extension class," she said, "from SATC. I have to do a big meal before the end of August." Rissa looked at Emma, who gazed back at her. "This will be perfect, then. The three of us will plan it, and you can cook most of it. Whatever you have to do to earn the credit." "Really?" Missy lunged at Rissa and hugged her. "That would be perfect, Miss Rissa. Thank you." They giggled together, and as Rissa pulled back, she asked, "Who do you have for the class at SATC? My sister was a counselor there for a long time, you know." "I didn't know that," Missy said. "Chance Lauramel? He's French." "Oh, French," Rissa said, and Missy smiled. They both picked up cookies, and she noticed Emma edging over to her husband, where she promptly took Bronson from him. Rissa smiled to herself, gave Ted a shoulder shrug, and bit into her dark chocolate cookie. Pure happiness flowed through her, because Emma was a master baker, and the cookie was crisp on the edges, soft in the middle, and contained all the chocolate one required for the perfect dessert. The back door opened again, and someone called, "All right, chairs and shades are up. Let's move the party outside." She went with the crowd, taking the tray of cookies with her. Everyone brought something with them, and the food got set up on a couple of long tables in the shade provided by a row of pine trees. Several feet away, multiple shades provided more areas of respite from the sun, and they surrounded the fire pit, where Slate and Dallas now worked to get the flames dancing. Spencer's laughter floated on the air, and Rissa went around the cabin where Ginger and Nate lived to find her husband standing in the middle of the road as Savannah paraded her horse away from him. "Wow," Rissa said, noting the beauty of the horse. "What a pretty gray mare." "She's gonna be something big one day," Spencer said, taking Rissa's hand in his. He lifted it to his lips and kissed her. "I love you. Thanks for coming here with me." "I love it here," she said truthfully. Their eyes met, and Spence leaned down and kissed her again. "I did too," he said. "Once. It's so nice to come back and feel like I still belong." She leaned into his side as Savannah swung her horse around. She really was a great handler. "Rodeo?" Rissa asked. "Something," Spencer said. "It's like she speaks their language." "Slate's calm," Rissa said, referencing the child's father. "So you're saying there's some chance our kids won't go from 0 to 60 in 1 second, Spencer joked. Rissa nudged him with her hip. "You've already mellowed me, cowboy." Bronson wasn't nearly as spicy as Trav's daughter, Christy. Hoo boy, he and Shay had their work cut out for them with her. "Time to put Goldie away," Jill called, and Savannah started to argue with her. "They've got the fire going, and now's the best time for marshmallows." "I can have dessert first?" Savannah turned her horse around and urged him into a trot. Jill rolled her eyes, gave Rissa a look, and went back toward the fire pit. "Can I?" Spencer whispered, and Rissa giggled with him. "Yes," she said. "I've already eaten the cookie, so we can definitely have dessert first."
You know what's great on Emma's cookies? They started back around the cabin. Roasted marshmallows.
He grinned at her, and Rissa once again felt the heavens open up and angels singing from above. So much love existed on this ranch, which was a lot like hers. The people here showed it in different ways than her brothers did at Sweetwater Falls Farm, but she belonged here, and she belonged there, and she belonged with Spencer Rust. "I love you," she said as they reached the corner of the cabin and the festivities came into view. Spencer looked at her, and Rissa gave him a smile. "Just in case you didn't know."
I know, he said. I've always known.
He smiled at her, and that soft sexiness she'd always been attracted to sparked inside her. She tipped up to kiss him, and she only stopped when a baby started laughing. She sucked in a breath and immediately found Bronson with Connor and Missy. "He's laughing," she said. Her baby had smiled, of course, but the gut laughing coming from him while the teens laughed with him, she'd never heard that before. She and Spence went over to their child, both of them laughing as Connor held up a piece of lettuce, hiding behind it. Bronson thought that was the funniest thing ever, and when Connor burst out from behind it and said, "Boo!" Bronson burst into another round of giggles. Rissa and Spence did too, and she was once again reminded of how good and simple life could be. Chapter 2. Jed reached for his cowboy hat, wondering if Cherry would notice it was exactly like the one he always wore, just brand new. He fitted it onto his head, adjusting it because the hatband was still a bit too tight. He donned the tuxedo against his wishes because Cherry wanted it. At least the air conditioning blew down his collar and across his face. The sun had been brutal in Texas this week, and while he suspected his bride-to-be would have preferred an outdoor wedding, that had been his one stipulation. She didn't want to be outside in this heat, he knew. She'd told him last night as they'd looked at the weather and finalized their flight out of San Antonio. Jed thanked his lucky stars that Cherry wanted a midday wedding. They'd be on a plane by 5 o'clock that night, on their way to the cooler mountain temperatures in the Montana Rockies. They'd get to hike, river raft, and spend time together. She'd handled all of the arrangements for their honeymoon, their wedding, the luncheon following, and everything. Jed had bent to her will in all things, and she never had brought up the venue after they'd first seen the Rose Wing. Housed in a corner of the biggest, nicest hotel and convention center in downtown Sweetwater Falls, this venue could accommodate their small service, which they'd only invited immediate family members to, and then their bigger luncheon. That was the event Jed had let his parents invite anyone around town they wanted, and Cherry had done the same for her mama and daddy. Knocking sounded on the door, and Jed turned toward it. Easton entered, and he wore a dark suit too. Chris came after him, as did Daddy. They all wore the same suit, right down to the matte black cowboy boots. Jed grinned at them, love overflowing in his heart. "Hey," he said, and he took Easton into a hug. "Looking good," Easton said, though something in his voice pinched. Jed had talked to him a dozen times about leaving Forrester Farms, and he'd thought Easton was okay with it. Perhaps he wasn't super keen on being the only single Forrester left, and Jed had to admit he was glad he wasn't in Easton's boots. He released his older brother and stepped into the arms of his younger one. "You smell nice," Chris said, and they both burst out laughing. He'd given Jed this cologne specifically for his wedding day, and the bond between them had only strengthened. "You ready for this?" Chris asked. "More than ready," Jed said. He adjusted his bow tie and faced his father,
Daddy." He couldn't say much more, and thankfully, his dad wrapped him in a hug. "Your mother wants to come in?" "She can," Jed said. "Go get her." He wanted to hug his mother, too, and then he wanted to get this show on the road. He went with his dad, who opened the door, and Jed saw Mama standing in the hall. "Mama," he said, suddenly embarrassed that she'd been waiting out there alone. "Oh, my boy," she said, already weeping. She flew into Jed's arms, and he held her tightly. "Mama," he said thickly, "I'm not a boy." She didn't say he'd always be her little boy the way she normally did, but Jed heard it anyway. She stepped back and said, "Everyone is ready." "Yeah?" Jed looked down the hall, but he couldn't see the wedding hall from his position. "Well, let's do this then." He'd wanted to be Cherry Cooper's husband for months now, and he still couldn't believe she'd agreed to an earlier wedding date. They'd been working around their new farm and in the house, and Jed felt like he'd gotten it to the point where she could move in and be comfortable enough. There were still several projects he wanted to complete, but she'd said he could build bookshelves, install the lockers for dirty boots by the back door, and redo the guest bathroom any old time. He'd agreed with her, kissed her until the sun had set, and agreed to be dressed and ready by 11 o'clock this morning. He glanced at his watch, a piece of jewelry his grandfather had given to his father, and that Chris had worn on his wedding day, too. Jed would give it back to his daddy after today, and hopefully one day Easton would wear it. Then another Forrester, one of Chris's kids most likely. He still had 4 minutes to spare before the wedding began, but that put him 1 minute behind Cherry's schedule. No wedding planner would take on their event because they needed more than 6 weeks to put everything together. He was supposed to be standing at the altar with 5 minutes to go, so everyone could get in position except for Cherry and her father. "Let's go, guys," he said, and he led the way down the hall and across the gold-tinted lobby. It ran in veins along the marble floor, and the room where his wedding would take place had been marked with large towers of flowers, brightly colored ones in red, orange, and yellow, some tulips, which Jed had labored to plant along the front of the house on their new farm. She also loved the amaryllis, and Jed expected to see those in the centerpieces on the tables for their luncheon. He bypassed the big ballroom where they'd feed everyone and went into the wedding hall instead. Only a few rows of chairs had been set up, but they had pale pink ribbons tied to the tops of them. They didn't wave in the breeze because there wasn't one. A stack of hay bales waited at the front of the room, and someone had stuck all kinds of blooms into the top one. In the second one, a brightly blitzed J sat slightly higher than the C, and they made Jed smile widely. He nodded his wide-brim hat to the family members who'd come, including Lee and Will, their wives, Travis and his, and Chrissy Cooper. His family followed him, save for an uncle, who sat in the third row and beamed at Jed, who smiled back. The pastor stood off to the side, and Jed gave him a nod too before taking his spot in front of the altar. The breath in his lungs felt like it had been there for far too long, and he forced himself to release it. His shoulders went down, and some of the tension he'd been harboring there bled out. He watched the doorway, expecting Cherry to appear at any moment. She didn't, and Jed felt sure that more than 4 minutes had gone by. Wispy piano music came through the speakers, and Jed wished it would change to the wedding march. Except Cherry had refused to use the wedding march. She'd called it campy and cheesy, and though her family owned a dairy farm, she didn't want anything cheesy. He refused to look at his watch, though it had to be past 11 by now. A pit opened up in his stomach, and he shot a glance to Chris. He'd really shouted, "Go find out what's going on," without saying a word. His brother shook his head and indicated he should calm down,
by pressing his palm toward the floor. Jed couldn't calm down. Cherry was late to her own wedding. He shifted his feet, and he bent his head closer to the pastor as he neared. But Pastor Olson said nothing. What was there to say? He'd taken one step forward when the music switched, and Jed hurried to retake his position. He couldn't wait to see Cherry, because then he'd know what was going on. Music with a beat, less piano, and more country funk filled the room, and Jed began to tap his toe. Cherry stepped into the double doorway, her gown something only she could pull off. It looked like it had been painted onto her body, and the skirt didn't flare until her knees. She put one elegant hand on her hip and pushed the other one out, her smile sultry and flirty at the same time. Her dark hair had been pulled up and knotted on top of her head, and her makeup looked flawless even from here. White, glinting jewels hung from her earlobes and rested along her collarbone, and wow! Jed couldn't even think. Her beauty had always stunned him into silence, and today was no exception. Her daddy entered the doorway from the other side, offered her his arm, and Cherry took it. She gave him a smile, and together they faced Jed. She matched their steps to the beat, and before he knew it, she stood at his side. Her daddy kissed her cheek, then shook Jed's hand. He moved to stand beside his wife, and everyone in the audience sat down. Jed looked at Cherry, but she didn't give a single thing away. Nothing. "Okay," he murmured. She nodded, her facade fluttering for the briefest of moments. She faced the altar and the pastor behind it, and Jed hastened to follow her lead. He had a feeling he'd be doing that a lot moving forward, and he didn't mind one little bit. "Welcome," Pastor Olson said. "I feel like I've done a lot of weddings for the Coopers lately." A spattering of laughter moved through the family. "Cherry has found herself one of the better cowboys in Sweetwater Falls, and I was told not to go on too long before getting the marriage done." More laughter, including some from Cherry herself. Jed's lungs still vibrated in a strange way, his nerves making full breaths somewhat difficult. He glanced at her, and she seemed relaxed. She wasn't. "Jed also grabbed me and said he had a few things to say." "He did?" Cherry asked, swinging her attention to him. "You did?" "Just a couple of things," Jed said, swallowing. He didn't pull out a card or a paper the way Lee had. He'd written everything down a couple of times, and he'd gone over it and over it. "I thought we weren't writing vows," Cherry hissed, glancing out to the crowd like she had someone to impress. "I found yours," Jed said, cocking his eyebrow at her. "So unless you tell me that we are going to exchange vows, I just have a couple of things to say." Cherry's jaw worked, and Jed grinned at her. "Cherry," he said, reaching down deep for his courage, "I've always been better than you at saying what I think and feel. Sort of." He waggled his head like what he'd said wasn't quite true. "You certainly don't hold back on telling me when I'm wrong." Several people laughed, but Jed didn't want to stir up Cherry's ire. "I love that about you," he said earnestly. "I love that you're willing to be yourself with me. I love who that woman is. I can't wait to spend my life with her, and I hope that you'll always tell me what I'm doing wrong and what I'm doing right." Her eyes shone, and he squeezed her hand. "So I vow to be the best man I can for you, to say what needs to be said and do what needs to be done, to take care of you, cherish you, provide for you, and be there when you need me." "And not be there when I don't need you," she said. He chuckled and ducked his head. "Yeah," he said, "that too." He looked right into her eyes. "I love you, Cherry Cooper.
I have for a long time, and I'm thrilled to be standing here, about to be your husband."
She sniffled and wiped the corner of her eye.
"Your turn,"
he prompted, grinning at her, though his emotion stormed through his body like a hurricane about to hit land. "Jed," she shook her head, "I can't believe you ruined my surprise."
"You shouldn't leave your notes out for everyone to see,"
he teased. She smiled and reached up to cradle his face. "I love you," she said, "for loving me as imperfect as I am. I love that you're sweet with me. I love that you're tender in quiet moments. But I love that you'll climb a ladder to help me down and tell me exactly what you think, even if I won't like it." She put her other hand on the other side of his face, and he took her into his arms. "You're my salty cowboy, and I can't wait to build our life together at Cowboy Ranch." She touched her lips to his, and Jed shouldn't have expected anything but non-traditional from Cherry.
"Since you've already pledged yourself to each other," Pastor Olson said, "by the power vested in me by the great state of Texas, I now pronounce you man and wife. You can officially kiss your bride, and you can officially kiss your groom."
He grinned at Cherry, and Jed didn't waste another moment. He slid his hand up Cherry's back and along the length of her slender neck as he lowered his head toward hers. He took off his hat and put it between the two of them and the audience, which had started to clap politely. He and Cherry looked at one another in the intimate space, and he whispered,
"I love you."
"I love you too," she whispered back. And then Jed pressed his brand-new cowboy hat to her back and kissed her, his new wife. That brought the room to erupting, with Cherry's brothers seemingly having a contest with his to see who could be the loudest. Jed didn't care. Everything he'd ever wanted stood in his arms, and he wanted to kiss Cherry forever. Chapter 3. Will opened the door to the farmhouse and called, "We're here," into the depths of it. Now that Lee and Rose lived here, Will did try to announce himself whenever he came over. They still hosted family dinners nearly every night, and the front door was never locked. Not much had changed, other than Will only had to go next door to help Mama in the mornings, and he'd once walked in on Lee and Rose making out in the kitchen. Thus, he announced himself whenever he came over. Today it didn't matter because everyone had been invited to the farmhouse for the annual Cooper family fireworks party. An evening picnic, entertainment in the form of a radio playing patriotic music from various places around the country, and then a personal fireworks show out over the cornfield that ran behind the house. "In here," Trav said, poking his head out of the kitchen. "Lee's not back from the office yet, but he said to get everything laid out." The activity in the kitchen suggested that his siblings had taken Lee's orders to heart. Cherry currently set a tray of sliced hoagie sandwiches on the end of the food table near the big windows at the back of the house. Next to her, Rissa lined up bags of chips, and Shay, who had her baby strapped to her body, was setting out cans of soda next to a metal bucket of ice. Will went toward the table too, the platter of fruit he carried getting really heavy. He set it down next to the covered bowl of potato salad, Mama's family recipe, and Gretchen followed with the mint brownies she'd spent all morning baking. They added their food to the table just as Daddy yelled from the back deck, "Hot dogs and burgers are ready. Saddle up." "I told you we'd miss the prayer," Gretchen said at his side.
"Sorry, sweetheart."
He took her hand and squeezed. She hadn't been moving very fast lately, and truth be told, Will liked sleeping in these days. Shay ran with Christy in the jogging stroller, but as Gretchen's due date approached, Will had been staying home to help her get out to the chocolate shop on time. Will got out of the way as Rose said, "Coming through with fixins." She put a massive tray down with leaf lettuce, sliced tomatoes, avocados, and onions, crispy bacon slices, caramelized onions for those who didn't like them raw, pickles, and several fried eggs. Mama came right behind her with a couple of bags of buns, and Will reached to take those from her.
"Mama," he said, "go sit down. I'll bring you some food."
She didn't have time to argue before Lee arrived and said,
"Come on, Mama. I've got your lemonade and sweet tea out here."
He smiled at Will.
"You made it."
"Yep," Will said.
"Are you getting her food?"
"You can," Lee said.
"Burger with potato salad, Mama?"
Will asked, reaching for a paper plate at the end of the table. "Yes, please," she said, her voice only slightly raspy. Travis had gone over that morning to help Mama out of bed and into the shower, and Will's guilt for staying behind closed doors with his very pregnant wife needled him. As he grabbed Mama's favorite kind of chips, sour cream and onion, and then doctored up her bun with mustard, mayo, and lettuce, he told himself that everyone on the farm helped out. Everyone had good days and bad, and he didn't have to be the one doing everything all the time. He and Gretchen had just had this conversation as the day neared when their baby would be born. She wouldn't be able to go all the time at her shop, and Will wanted her to know it was okay to be tired. It was okay to sleep. It was okay to take care of herself. She'd thrown that back at him, which, admittedly, he deserved. Out of the two of them, he slept the least, and he worked the most. He always wanted to be available for his family, especially Mama, and as he put a giant scoop of potato salad on her top bun, he reminded himself that he was okay to let his brothers and sisters help. They all lived here within 10 minutes of Mama. She didn't want for anything, and Will took his turn. He went out to the deck, accepted a smile and a burger from Daddy, and then took the food toward Mama. "My goodness," she said, just the way he'd predicted she would. "This is huge."
"Eat half,"
he said, knowing she wouldn't even do that. "Sit with me for a minute," she said, her mother's eyes holding something in them that Will didn't like. He hated that she could see past his perfectly showered exterior, that she knew what troubled him before he even spoke. Still, he did love sitting with her, and he couldn't think of a time in the past few years where he'd left after a talk with Mama that hadn't soothed him and helped him take the next step in his life. He sighed as he sat, and he wiped his hand back through his long hair and reseated his hat on his head. Tables had been set up along the perimeter of the deck, as well as out in the grass beyond the steps. Cowboys started filling those, and Will's siblings and their spouses took the tables in the sun porch or on the deck. He didn't know where Gretchen had got to, but he could probably find her with Shay and Rose, Cherry and Rissa, once he finished here. "Just a few more days until your baby will be here." Mama placed a chip in her mouth and looked at him. "You don't have to be the perfect father the minute he's born." Will looked at her, everything laid out between them, and he hadn't even said anything yet.
"How did you know what to do?"
"You learn," she said, plucking another chip from her pile. He should probably make her eat her protein first, but Will wasn't about to do that. "And you have some killer instincts already. You'll know what to do." He glanced over to Shay, who laughed as she patted her baby's back. She certainly seemed to know what to do. Will had watched Travis with his daughter, too, and everything had seemed so natural. Lee and Rose had merged their families, and while Will knew some of the inner workings of that, and that not everything was pretty and as tidy as it seemed from a distance, Lee still always knew exactly what to do. Will didn't. He never had. He knew how to work hard, and he knew how to run.
I'm a little nervous," he said.
"I know." Mama smashed her top bun laden with potato salad onto her burger and looked at him. "I'd be worried if you weren't." She gave him a smile and looked at her picnic dinner. "Now, the real worry should be on whether I can fit my mouth around this burger or not." She grinned at him and bent her head low to bite into the burger. The sight of her made Will laugh, because while Mama had a lot going on in her life in terms of pain and poor health, she was still a vibrant, loving woman. She got a big bite and beamed at him with sloppy potato salad on her face.
"What's happening over here?" Daddy asked, putting down his plate.
Will couldn't see a spare centimeter of paper, and he had no doubt Daddy would eat everything he'd taken.
"Nothing."
Will got to his feet.
"Mama's just telling me that to be a good dad, all I have to do is take really big bites of my food."
He bent down and gave Mama a hug, then stepped into his father's arms. He'd softened so much in the past year, and Will appreciated him as a man more than he ever had.
"I love you, Daddy."
"I know you do." Daddy held him tightly and added,
"You'll love that little boy you're about to have, and if you let that love guide you, you won't do wrong by him."
He pulled back and looked at Will, bright fire in his dark green eyes. He nodded once, like that was that, and then he sat down next to Mama. He sighed and said,
"I'm gonna let Lee grill from now on. My feet hurt."
They laughed together, the sound musical, and Will walked away from them. He found Gretchen with an empty seat next to her in the bright sunshine, and Will asked her,
"Do you need something to drink, love?"
"I got 2 cans of soda," she said, indicating them. Her blue eyes searched his face, and he didn't try to hide the conversation with his parents from her. "Are you okay?"
"Yeah."
He looked toward the food tables, satisfied that nothing had run out yet.
"Did you happen to save any of those brownies for later?"
They always hid some treats in the shed behind the house so they could have a late-night sweet snack while the fireworks went off. Her face relaxed into a beautiful smile, and she giggled. "Yes," she said in a conspiratorial whisper. "Now go get your food before you get me in trouble." "I knew you'd held back some of your brownies," Cherry said, and that was Will's cue to get out of there. "There's plenty," Gretchen said, her voice a forced kind of casual that made Will fall in love with her even as he walked away from her. "I'm not going to stop you from bagging some up and hiding them for you and Jed." "They'll melt," Cherry said.
"You're 46 years old," Lee drawled. "You can't figure out where to put brownies so they won't melt?"
Will went inside then, blocking out the argument of his siblings. He turned back and looked at them, catching Cherry as she tossed a potato chip at Lee. An uproar started, and all he could do was stand there and chuckle, the love he had for his family filling him from top to bottom.
"Hello,"
someone called, and Will turned at the familiar voice.
"Reggie," he said, moving toward Gretchen's daddy. "You made it."
"Corey was late," the old man griped, his oxygen machine hissing as he exhaled. "But yes, we made it." Will shook his hand, then Gretchen's older brother's, and finally he stepped into her Aunt Patty and gave her a kiss on the cheek.
"I'm glad. Come eat. There's plenty."
"I told you we wouldn't miss out on the food," Corey said, turning back to help his wife with one of their kids. He and Missy had 3, and the youngest looked like he'd grown a foot since Will had seen him last. He smiled around at all of them and said,
"I don't think we ever run out of food here."
He indicated they should all go in front of him, and he scanned the tables for where they could all sit. Gretchen seemed to sense that he should have been back with his food by now, and when she saw her family, she jumped to her feet. Well, she couldn't really do that with her big baby belly, but Will knew she'd moved as quickly as she could. Watching her carry their son had been a unique experience for Will. She'd been in pain he could do nothing about. Her feet had swollen, and none of Mama's home remedies had worked. Every day, every hour, every slight of discomfort she'd endured, Will loved and appreciated. He loved her so very much, and he couldn't help sliding his hand along her belly and then her hip as she came into the house. "Love you," he whispered, and she looked at him with surprise. His feelings rarely showed themselves in proper situations, but Gretchen had learned to take the moment when he vocalized his emotions. "I love you too," she said back. "Howdy, Daddy." She moved toward her father, who barked at Corey as to what he wanted on his plate. With his oxygen tank and cane, he couldn't hold a plate and dish food. "Baby," he said, softening the moment he laid eyes on Gretchen. He hugged her and kissed her. "Still a boy?" He looked down at his daughter's belly. "I was so hoping it would be a girl and you'd get to name her after your mama." "I know, Daddy," Gretchen said, just as she had the other times her father had said as much. "But as far as we know, he's still a boy." "Still thinking Elijah?" her daddy asked. "Yes," she said, or something like that. She tossed a look to Will, but he said nothing. Out of all of his brothers, he'd learned that skill the best since becoming married. "Now come on and let's find you a spot or you won't have a good view of the fireworks." Gretchen Cooper stirred the crispy rice cereal into melted marshmallows, a song stuck in the back of her throat. She loved working in the kitchen early in the morning before anyone else came in. Just because it was her home kitchen didn't make the silence and the first golden rays of light coming through the slats in the blinds any less magnificent. She finished combining everything and poured the treat into a 9-by-13-inch pan. She buttered her fingers and pressed down the cereal until it was good and compact. She'd melt dipping chocolate just before dinner, cut the treats into squares, skewer them, and make half of them covered in chocolate. She and Will made dinner for the family every Friday night. They'd been serving it at the farmhouse where the main family meals had been for ages. But tonight, Will had texted everyone to say dinner would be here at their cabin. With her baby due tomorrow, Gretchen hadn't gone into Sweetwater Taffy today, nor would she for the next few weeks. She could do business from her phone, and she had a very capable chef and manager in Charlize. A hint of stress entered her shoulders, and Gretchen took a deep breath to push it away. She never got that far, because a slice of pain went through her chest and down into her abdomen. Or maybe it had come from her abdomen. She wasn't sure. What she knew was that she suddenly couldn't breathe properly. It felt like someone had thrown her into an ice-cold swimming pool and her head had just broken the surface. She gasped, sucking at air she couldn't find. Another wave of white-hot pain moved through her, this time from hip to shoulder, across her body. Her lower back ached something fierce, and she braced herself against the countertop with both palms pressing into it. She'd never gone into labor before, but a voice in her head screamed at her that this was what it felt like. Tears sprang to her eyes, partly from the pain, but also because it was finally time to meet her boy. Her phone had been on the counter a moment ago, but Gretchen took long seconds to find it now. When she did, she fumbled to get to Will's text, where she finally gained control of herself enough to tap the phone icon, then the speakerphone button. "Hey, baby," he drawled after only one ring. "I just left to go help Jed move his horses. We'll be back by lunchtime." "Will," she panted, "are you driving?" "I'm with Lee," he said. "What's wrong?" "I think I'm going into labor," she said, though only the echo of pain remained in her body. Had she imagined the slicing hot motions of only a few moments ago? Everything with her pregnancy had felt long and short at the same time. She almost couldn't remember a time when she hadn't been pregnant, though she'd spent the first 39 years of her life that way.
"We'll head back,"
Will said, his tone suddenly sharp and tight.
"Lee, turn around right now."
"Why?" he asked.
"Do it,"
Will snapped.
"Gretchen's going to have the baby."
To her, he said,
"Hun, we'll be right there, okay? I'm maybe 10 minutes away."
"Okay." Sudden foolishness cut through her now. What if she'd made a mistake? She'd had a tiny bit of pain. She didn't even know if it had been a contraction or not. The call ended, and Gretchen continued to war with herself. "The hospital is 30 minutes away," she said. "You could easily need to be there by then." She moved into the living room and sat down, then put her legs up on the couch too, so she was partially reclining against the armrest. Better to be safe than sorry, right? Looking up at the ceiling, she began to pray. Please let him come today. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm ready for him to come, and I don't want to inconvenience Will. She prayed for another contraction, but none came. Tears streaked from her eyes, and Gretchen lifted her phone to call Will again. How stupid would false alarm sorry feel as it came out of her mouth? Really stupid. In the next moment, an agonizing blast of hurt hit her, and she dropped her phone. A yell tore from her mouth, and she clutched her stomach where all of the trauma was happening. She rolled onto her side and brought her knees up, anything to try to soothe the pain pouring through her. The contraction seemed to go on for a long time, but again, Gretchen's sense of time was warped. She did stay in the fetal position as much as possible after the pain subsided, trying to catch her breath and think of where her phone had gone. She had just regained most of her senses when everything turned tight in her body again. "Will," she moaned, as another contraction started. Then he said,
"I'm here, sweetheart."
He ran down the length of the couch and called, "Where are you?" "Here," she said, and he spun toward her. "I can't move." She panted, too, because while she'd once broken her leg and she'd suffered through the emotional trauma of her chocolate shop catching fire, she'd never experienced anything like this before.
"Okay."
Will dropped to his knees in front of her, his hands hovering over her. Pure helplessness and anxiety flowed from him.
"Tell me what to do."
She loved how he took care of her, and she reached for his face. "Get me to the hospital, cowboy." She drew in as deep of a breath as she could and added, "As soon as this contraction ends, I should be able to stand." He took her hand and kissed it.
"It's going to be okay."
"I've got the truck running," Lee said, coming into the house. "What else do you need?" "There's a bag in the closet," Gretchen said. "Got it," Lee said. The pain started to ebb, and she squeezed Will's hand. "Now," she said.
"Now?"
he asked. "Now." Chapter 4. Rose entered the hospital with her heels clicking against the tile. Lee had called earlier that day to say Gretchen had gone into labor. He had just watched his brother drive off the ranch toward the hospital, and Will would keep them all up to date. He had, too, and since Rose had a meeting with one of her cardboard suppliers in New Jersey that afternoon, she'd stayed at the office to work. Autumn and Ford spent their days with Lee, his mother, Rissa, or Shay, as there wasn't any school to occupy them. Lee made Ford work, and he'd even bought Autumn a pair of cowgirl boots and a hat so she could start doing some age-appropriate things around Sweetwater Falls Farm. Any fears Rose had had about being Lee's wife had dried up within the first 24 hours of their marriage. Yes, people came and went from the farmhouse day and night. She'd simply learned to expect it. Yes, they still ate dinner at her dining room table almost every night. She simply didn't have to cook. Yes, she'd had to learn to juggle things with her ex-husband in California so he could still be involved in their daughter's life. She'd simply started sending him videos and pictures every few days. Easy. Her life at the farm was easy, and Rose loved it. "Maternity?" she asked the woman sitting at the information desk. She'd been here before. She'd delivered Autumn in this very hospital, but her mind didn't seem to be firing on all cylinders for some reason. She knew the reason, but no one else did, not even Lee. She fought against the tears threatening to make an appearance and nodded as the woman said maternity was on the 3rd floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, she knew she'd found the right place. Wayne's laughter reached her ears, and she smiled. She reined in her tears and smiled as she stepped out of the car and turned to her left. Autumn danced down at the end of the hall, and she was the source of the laughing and clapping taking place in this hospital. "What in the world?" she asked herself as she strode closer. Her 5-year-old galloped around like a horse, then did a high kick and fell into the splits. Cowboy whooping and hollering filled the air, and Rose found herself joining her applause to that of the family she'd married into. Lee spotted her first, and he got to his feet and came toward her. "Hey, sweetheart." He pulled her into a hug and held on tight. "How was work?" "Good," she said, her voice catching on itself. She couldn't hide it even if she tried. Lee pulled back and looked at her, surprised. "Not good?" She shook her head, her emotions all over the place. They'd been married for 2 months now, and no one would be surprised when they started their family. Lee was quite a few years older than her, and he hadn't been shy in saying he wanted more children. "Will just came out to say he'd been born." Lee watched her with concern in his eyes. "They named him Eli Reginald Cooper after her daddy." "That's so sweet," Rose said. She put her hand on Lee's chest. "What would you name our baby?" His eyes zipped between hers. "I don't know," he said slowly. He was so handsome and so good to her, and Rose let her smile slip into place. He didn't return it, because while Lee loved her, Rose could see it and feel it every moment they were together, and all day long when he texted her or sent her something he thought she'd find funny. He wasn't fake. He didn't smile over hard things. He thought about them and talked to her, and they made plans. They'd been working through how he should parent Autumn, as her biological father wasn't in Texas at all, and Lee loved the little girl with a fierceness only rivaled by her dad. He wanted to treat her as his own, but there had been a few snags, as she wasn't a 9-year-old boy, and she wasn't used to living on a dairy farm. "What's going on?" He glanced over his shoulder and edged them away from his parents and kids. No one else waited in the little lobby, and a measure of gratitude for that moved through Rose. She took a breath and leaned into his strength. His hand slipped along her waist, and she fiddled with the collar on his plaid shirt. "I'm pregnant, handsome." Her throat closed, and she half choked, half sobbed. Lee's arms went fully around her, holding her in place. "You are?" She nodded, the beginnings of reality starting to settle into her heart. She dared to glance up at him, nearly getting blinded by his smile now. "That's great." His big, boisterous laugh followed, and Rose couldn't help but bask in the beauty of it. This man knew how to love deep and hard, and she didn't know what she'd done to attract his attention and be worthy of that love. She was only glad she had. He wiped her tears and asked, "Are you happy?" She sniffled and nodded. "Yes," she whispered. "When did you find out?" "About lunchtime." She stretched up and kissed him quickly. Someone canceled on me, so I ran to the grocery store to get a test and a sandwich.
You didn't even tell me you were late.
Rose shrugged one shoulder. I didn't want to get any hopes up. Lee bent down and kissed her properly this time, and Rose loved kissing her husband. She pulled away when the elevator behind her dinged, and Travis said, "This is it." Keeping her face buried in Lee's chest, Rose could pretend the rest of the world didn't exist. She didn't have to think about what would happen with her gaming company, or how Nat would take the news, or how long they should wait to tell their families about her pregnancy. It was just her and Lee, and he'd handle anything hard she didn't want to.
"Howdy,"
Lee said, and Travis returned the greeting and went over to the couches.
"I assume we're not telling anyone?"
he said in a much quieter voice. "No," Rose whispered, looking up and into his eyes again. "I love you, Lee Cooper." He beamed at her again.
"I love you too, Rose."
"Do you want a boy or a girl?"
"Seeing as how we already have one of each, I don't think it matters much."
"So a boy," she said, grinning as she teased him.
"I know how to deal with boys,"
he admitted. His smile didn't slip an inch. "You do a great job with Autumn," she whispered, pushing her fingers up and into his hair. "She adores you. I adore you."
"And curious kids?"
She shook her head. "I think I'll sell it." His eyebrows flew toward the ceiling.
"Really?"
"I can see myself in that white farmhouse," she said. "I love it there. I love being your wife, and I love being a mom." He tracked his fingertips down the side of her face.
"You're a good mom," he said. "The best."
She let her eyes drift closed so she could focus on the heat and roughness from Lee's touch.
"So you want a girl,"
he murmured. She grinned and accepted his kiss. If they kept this up for too long, they'd be making the announcement without meaning to. So Rose pulled away and gazed at him again, realizing they'd started to sway again. "I know what to do with girls," she said. He chuckled and shook his head.
"I sure do love you, Rose."
"I love you too, Lee." He led her back to his family then, and Rose enjoyed how easily she fit into them. Rissa and her family arrived, and then Cherry and Jed showed up with boxes of pizza. Rose wasn't sure the waiting area outside of maternity was meant for a Cooper family party, but no one came out to shush them. Will finally returned, this time carrying a bundle wrapped in blue. Rose got to her feet, because she loved babies too, but she let Cherry and Rissa and Chrissy have baby Eli first, and when it was finally her turn, she could only gaze down at the tiny boy with pure love streaming through her. The Coopers may be loud, with some fiery tempers and quick wit, but they knew how to love. They knew how to be kind to everyone. They knew how to apologize and sacrifice and make the most beautiful babies in the world. Eli had wispy blonde hair that Rose could barely see, and she pressed a kiss to his fair forehead. "You look just like your mama," she whispered.
"Thank goodness," Trav joked. "Can you imagine if he took after Will?" "Hey," Will said, and the two brothers laughed.
"It is interesting that he's blonde," Rose said, looking up. "He'll stand out from the rest of you." Will looked at his son with wonder, and Rose handed the baby back to him. "He's beautiful, Will. How's Gretchen?"
"Doing well," he said. "She's probably cursing me that I'm out here and she's not."
He stood and smiled around at everyone.
"See y'all back at the farm. I'll let you know when we're coming home."
"Yep," Lee said, already standing too. He extended his hand to Rose, who took it. They collected their kids and started saying goodbyes. Rose let Lee take the lead of getting the children where they needed to go while she thought about what Will had said.
See y'all back at the farm.
Sweetwater Falls Farm was such a special place, and Rose closed her eyes and thought, "Thank you for allowing me to find a place to belong on that farm." Everyone who came there belonged, and she hoped she could carry on that feeling and that tradition for many years to come. The end. Keep listening for a sneak peek of the next book set in Sweetwater Falls, The Love List. It's part Texas, part Southern charm on Hilton Head Island. It's part sweet romance and part women's friendship fiction. Chapter 1. Nathaniel Mulberry could smell something in the air, something that indicated a change was coming, a big change. He stepped up to the window of the door of his dormitory and looked both ways down the hall. He'd been stationed in the wing on the far end of the hall, with only a few feet between his door and the one that led to the yard. And beyond that, the baseball fields, the track, the fresh Texas air. He liked this dorm because he didn't hear any of the scuffles from the indoor area, which sat to his left and down the hall about 100 yards. No one roamed the halls right now, as it wasn't the appropriate time. A count had just been called, and it wasn't even one of the normal times. The men at River Bay endured 5 daily counts, 3 of them between midnight and 5 a.m. A count meant all prisoners had to be in their dormitory, and when one was called at an off time, it was a standing count. So Nate stepped back and held very still at attention. He'd never been disciplined in the 52 months he'd been at the River Bay FCI. He was within 6 months of his release date, and that remained fluid due to his exemplary behavior in prison.
"You hear anything?"
Ted asked. Nate didn't even flick his eyes toward his friend. Not a word.
"Because you're in that office a whole lot," he drawled.
Nate's teeth ground together, and he knew Ted would see the way his jaw jutted out. But he said nothing. True, he worked in the office with the unit leaders, didn't make him privy to what they knew, and it certainly didn't give him insight as to why they'd called a stand-up count at 2:15 in the afternoon. He'd been up most of the night, as usual. He assisted with the suicide watch, and one of their new boots had struggled mightily last night. Nate could remember the day he'd come to River Bay as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. His brother, Ward, had dropped him off at the facility after he'd gotten permission to self-surrender at the low-security prison camp only 240 miles from White Lake, where his parents and both of his siblings lived. Ward was the oldest of the 3 Mulberry children, and Nate had appreciated him more than anything the day he'd driven him to the FCI. He hadn't had to box up his clothes and mail them back to his mother. Ward had taken them.
"I'll keep them for you, okay?"
he'd said. Nate had just nodded, because he didn't want to do anything to upset Ward. Anything more than what he'd already done, that was. Nate was the only Mulberry to be convicted of a federal crime, and his heartbeat skipped when he thought about getting out of River Bay. What would be waiting for him out there? The hair on the back of his neck stood at attention, too, and Nate looked to his left. A pair of unit officers came down the hall, and Nate hoped this standing count would end in a moment. His unit was usually one of the last to be counted, and he focused back on his brother's words from the day he'd dropped Nate off.
"We'll see if these clothes fit when you get out."
Ward had smiled then, but all Nate could think about was the many things he'd missed while he'd been in prison. Ward's wife had been pregnant when they'd come to River Bay. He'd missed the birth of his first nephew. He'd missed Ward and Jane's divorce. He'd missed his sister's wedding and the birth of her 2 children. He'd missed birthday parties and Christmases and picnics and days out on the boat in the Gulf of Mexico. The PA crackled.
"Count complete. We're clear."
Nate sighed as his muscles relaxed. He climbed back onto his bunk, exhaustion pulling through him. He stared at the bottom of the bunk above his, the tow-headed boy Connor had grown into, forming in his mind's eyes. Ward's son. Ward came to visit Nate every week, even after all these months, these years, every week. Most holidays he brought several people with him, friends of his who knew Nate, and at least once a month, Nate's parents. His parents had gotten old while Nate had been in prison, and he'd missed that too. "You're up to shower," someone said, tapping his foot against the frame of Nate's bed. He heaved himself off the mattress that wasn't comfortable anyway and headed out the now open door. He'd learned to be vigilant when simply walking down the hall. He was housed in a low-security prison camp, which meant he could come and go almost anywhere anytime he wanted. There were rules and limitations, which he'd learned quickly, and he didn't want to be caught going one direction while the other 1,200 men at the camp were going the other. He'd gotten a 5-year sentence for his role in investment fraud, but there were guys in here who'd used weapons during robbery, broken into homes, committed crimes against children, and more. Anything could happen if he didn't watch what was going on around him all the time. The only time he didn't need to do that was during the 10-minute shower he got each day, which was why he'd heaved himself off the bed and down the hall to the bathroom he shared with the other 47 men in his wing of Unit NF. He soaped and shaved, then dressed in his standard prison clothes and reported to the unit office. He had a special pass to work there, and he'd been helping with files and doing simple data entry for a couple of months now. The work wasn't stimulating, but it was work. Everyone in prison had to work, and most of the men needed the money. Nate hadn't told a single soul that he did not. Ward deposited money in his prison bank account every month, though he couldn't spend more than $310 a month. Nate, in all the months he'd been in River Bay, had not spent that much. He saw no need to call attention to himself. In fact, everything Nate had done over the last 52 months was to keep the spotlight off of him. Head down, mouth closed. That was how he'd avoided the fights, the disagreements, and the overload of tickets that seemed to fly from the unit officer's fingertips. No one spoke to him, which suited Nate just fine. He knew all the men and women in the unit office, and he felt very lucky to have been assigned to this unit. "How's Charles?" he finally asked when he and the unit secretary seemed to be the only ones still working. She looked up from her computer, her eyes slightly glazed over. Nate wondered what that would be like, to feel so comfortable that he wasn't constantly scanning the windows just beyond the office for any sign of a threat. "Oh, he's okay," she said, her mind clearly somewhere else. Ellen had thin, wispy hair the shade of rich soil. She tucked it away, but it just spilled out again, because it was so fine. "Think I'll get a full night's sleep tonight?" Nate asked, looking back to his own computer. His was at least 5 years older than the one Ellen pecked on, and it didn't connect to the internet. Nate got 30 minutes each day to download and upload his emails, and just by communicating with his mother and then Ward, it wasn't enough time to stay caught up on everything. "Probably," Ellen said. "We've got 2 more on call. You took your turn last night." Nate thought of the 3 a.m. count, and though he didn't have to stand at attention for that one, he woke up every night when the unit officers came through the rooms, their flashlights as bright as spotlights. He nodded anyway, thinking he'd made it through another day toward his release, toward freedom. Nate did get awakened in the middle of the night, but it wasn't because of heavy boots on the floor and those sweeping lights crisscrossing the dormitory. No, someone was talking. The men in his wing didn't cause trouble for the most part. Sometimes Ted could get a bee in his bonnet, but he had a louder bark than a bite, though Nate supposed he probably could have a mighty loud bite, too. He'd been incarcerated for aggravated assault. He'd gotten into a scuffle at his law office, used his fists to get the other guy away from him, and found out the hard way that undercover cops could literally be anywhere. To make matters worse, Ted had been holding a knife in one hand because he'd been cutting a cake for an office party. Thus, he'd gotten aggravated assault on a police officer. The law office had been under investigation for some questionable activity with the drug cartel along the southern border, and Ted had become the fall guy. He hadn't used the knife, but he was in possession of it. He hadn't handled the wrong accounts, but he suddenly had a target on his back. He'd fought for the rights of his clients, and in the end, he'd lost his. Nate thought sometimes the law could be downright comical. "Nate," a man whispered, bending down to shine his light right into Nate's eyes. He knew the voice, even if he was blinded to Percy's face. "What?" he asked, trying not to sound irritated. Some unit officers handed out tickets for much more innocent questions than the one Nate had just asked. He held up one hand to shield his retinas from all that blasted light. "Come with me." Percy straightened and walked away, leaving Nate confused as he tried to sit up and reason through why he'd need to go with Percy. Rule number 1 in prison: don't go off with a guard alone. Nate flicked a glance at Ted, who slept on the bottom bunk only 5 feet from Nate. They shared the desk sitting between the 2 sets of bunk beds, but Nate got his own locker for his personal belongings. "Come on," Percy said from the doorway, and Nate stood up. "I need shoes," he said. "Not for this." "For what?" Nate asked, his pulse starting to beat a little too fast through his body. The weight of every eye in his wing was on him, but Nate had literally never caused a scene before. Percy turned back to him, and anguish rolled across the man's face. "You better get dressed and put on your boots." Nate nodded and got changed, not caring that everyone watched him. He had to get strip-searched to go into the suicide unit, so switching out his sweatpants and t-shirt for the official prison uniform was no big deal. Ready, he walked toward Percy, who still looked like he was one breath away from crying. Ellen appeared in the hallway, a panicked look on her face. Nate frowned at her and followed Percy out of the room. The other guard said, "Go back to sleep." "What's going on?" Ted asked. "You can't just take him. He's done nothing." The door closed, sealing all the other inmates in, while Nate was out. He looked through the unbreakable glass, his eyes meeting Ted's. He'd been in for longer than Nate, and he'd just reached nickel status. 5 years. "The commander and the warden want to see you," Percy said. "Why?" Nate asked, feeling courageous that evening. "I'll let them explain." Ellen marched at the head of their group as they left the building and started down the sidewalk under the watchful eye of the moon. Nate normally loved being outside, and he had all the paths of this place memorized. He'd only met the warden a handful of times, and the experiences had all been good. Tension rode on the air as the 4 of them walked, Ellen's heels making the most noise against the concrete. She led the way into the warden's office, too, where 5 men stood around the man's massive desk. They all turned toward Ellen and the others as they entered. Nate stopped in the doorway, everything in his body telling him not to enter this room. He scanned the men quickly, making a dozen observations. Prison could teach a man to notice the slightest of things, that was for sure. The warden looked as he normally did, properly put together, with a tie knotted around his neck. Today's was blue with black stripes. 2 other police officers stood in the office, and they looked like they'd just stepped out of a coffee shop on their nightly beat. Nate's fingers clenched into a fist when he met his lawyer's eye, and he raised his chin. "What's going on?" he asked. Lawyers didn't make house calls at 1:30 in the morning, that was for dang sure. Especially not Lawrence Matthews. No one spoke. The people in the room all looked around at one another, their gazes ultimately coming back to his. The last man in the room was Nate's unit manager, Gregory Follows. He wore a grim look and nodded to Ellen. "Nate, come sit down," she said. Nate couldn't get his legs to work. "Ellen," he said as evenly as he could, but his nerves made everything inside him vibrate. "Just say it." She sat down on a black leather couch just inside the door. Clearing her throat, she adjusted her legs and set a folder on her lap before she looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Actual tears. Nate wanted to run as far and as fast as he could. Whatever she was about to say wasn't good. "Nate," she said again, "I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, but your brother has passed away." A pit opened in his stomach, but he still managed to ask, "What?" "Ward passed away," she said. His brother's name echoed in Nate's mind. A shriek started in his soul. "But he's coming on Friday," he said stupidly. "He's bringing Connor." Ward didn't bring his son every time, but usually a couple of times a month. He'd emailed to say Connor had made something for Nate at preschool, so they'd both be coming that weekend. "No, honey," Ellen said, standing. She put her hand on his arm, and Nate just stared at it. "There was an accident on the ranch, and they did everything they could." She swiped at her face with her free hand. "But he just audits ranches," Nate said, not comprehending. "What kind of accident?" How did someone die when they carried around a clipboard and a ballpoint pen? Lawrence stepped forward. "Nate, I got here as quickly as I could. Once the will was read, we moved swiftly to—" "When did he die?" Nate asked, the words belonging to someone else. He looked from Lawrence to Ellen. "Monday morning," Ellen whispered. "But it's Wednesday," Nate said, confusion riddling his thoughts. They were so knotted, and Nate didn't know how to unravel them. "You didn't miss the funeral," Ellen said. Her dark eyes reminded Nate of his father's. Why he was thinking of that, he didn't know. "Were you aware your brother named you the legal guardian of his son?" Lawrence asked, reaching into his fancy-pants briefcase. He removed a sheaf of papers and handed them to Nate. He'd spent plenty of time on his bed reading complicated legal documents, but not in the middle of the night, and not minutes after he'd been told his brother and oldest friend had died. Ward took care of everything. He took care of Nate, and Nate didn't know how to keep breathing. "No," he said, staring at the black letters on white paper. "Well, he did," Gregory said kindly. He guided Nate to a chair in front of the warden's desk. "And Nate, your lawyer has petitioned for your release date to be Saturday, the day of the funeral. Then you can be there with your family and with Connor, and the 2 of you will be able to start a life." Nate gripped the edges of the paper, his eyes unseeing. Start a life. What a joke. He couldn't start life again. "Since you're still 6 months out from your parole hearing, we've made arrangements for you and Connor." Greg placed another folder in Nate's hands.
"It's not precedent, but this is an extenuating circumstance." "The judge signed the order, Mr. Fellows," Lawrence said.
"I'm aware," Greg bit out. He sat in the chair next to Nate's, and their eyes met.
"You'll be released on Saturday, Nate, but not to just wander in the world. You're being assigned to Hope Eternal Ranch, one of our residential re-entry centers. You'll finish your sentence there for the next 6 months."
"I haven't finished my release programming," Nate said.
"Hope Eternal will finish it with you,"
Greg said, his eyes actually softening as he spoke.
"You'll live there with Connor and work on the ranch. They're a trusted partner, and they've taken several of our men over the years. You'll be in very good hands there."
Nate felt as if someone had encased his body in tight cloth, mummifying him. He didn't know what to say or do. No one had asked him if he wanted to be released and live at this Hope Eternal Ranch. No one had asked him, not even Ward, if he wanted to or was even capable of taking care of a 4-year-old boy.
"Okay," Lawrence said from behind him. "She's here."
The people in the room moved, and Nate twisted toward the door as they welcomed someone new. He couldn't see them through the press of bodies, which only made his heart rate accelerate. Finally, the crowd parted, and the most beautiful woman Nate had ever set eyes on stood there. She wore a pair of jeans that seemed to go on and on and on, as she easily stood close to his height and had legs that went for miles. She sported shiny, almost copper-colored hair that fell to just below her shoulders. Her eyes could have been any color, because Nate couldn't quite see them in the shadows of her cowgirl hat. She frowned at him and then looked back at Lawrence. "Well, does he speak? It's been a long drive, and I'm already tired."
"Nate,"
Greg said, helping Nate stand up.
"This is Ginger Talbot. She runs Hope Eternal Ranch, and we're releasing you to her care on Saturday."
Nate wasn't sure if he'd hit the lottery or been condemned to death. By the growl in Ginger's eyes and the way she folded her arms instead of extending her hand to shake his, Nate had enough mental capacity to think, "I guess I did get the death penalty." He also had no idea how to be a father, and the pain over Ward's death continued to radiate from deep within him, spiraling up and out until he was left bent over and gasping for air. We hope you have enjoyed our production of Salty Cowboy, a Cooper family novel, Sweetwater Falls Farm Romance, Book 4. Written by Elena Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Copyright 2021 by Elena Johnson. Production copyright 2022 by Elena Johnson.